Hello, hello, just getting finished setting up. I gotta go get myself a coffee. I gotta go make sure that I'm alright to start casting. And we'll start off with WE versus TT. And then, of course, somehow again, folks, later today we have JDG BLG again. That will be a banger. You got ads today, Blade? Huh, strange. Okay, so, we're gonna have an ad break coming up in a couple of minutes because it's really weird to try and like stop the ads. We're just trying to come in automated. WE versus TT. WE come in as favourites. TT have been struggling a little bit. I think particularly Junhao. I need to see him try and take charge of the team again. That's the way that. Wait, what? Oh, bring back text-to-speech. Okay, look. I can't do that for today. Because I just don't want to be opening up too many different browser tabs, which may or may not end up killing the stream. But I will do it for at least, basically for when we're out of game, I'll do it for that. I need to remove it in game. I think you can understand that, unless like, I don't know, unless we really lean into that. But then people are going to abuse that, and it will be bad. Okay, what to do? I'm gonna have to, yeah, BLG, JDG, we have that again, folks. We do have that again. It is crazy. So keep your eyes open for that one. That'll be the second series of today. It will start after this one. I'm gonna go on a quick break, folks, just to make sure that I've got a coffee and make sure that I'm all set down and ready. Sam will be joining me today as well, so we'll get ready for him, and we'll be back in a second.
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是松琪。我们邀请到了西安 WE 的辅助选手瑶瑶，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安曲江 WE 辅助选手瑶瑶。
那现在队伍在组内来到了3-1，你们觉得对这个成绩还满意吗？会以怎样的状态迎接后续的挑战？
我觉得现在这个成绩还可以，比一开始大家都有进步很多。然后我们接下来把自己的失误改正掉，就能变得更好。
那最近在赛场上有关注到你一些应辅英雄的发挥，你觉得在现在这个版本，辅助应该怎样去发挥作用？也给我们推荐几个上分的辅助英雄和好用的装备吧。
我觉得不管阴辅还是软辅都要对好线吧，下路现在比较重要。然后上分的话，我推荐使用巴德这个英雄，不管游走还是找机会的能力都比较强。装备的话，班纳的银管比较强，最近。
好的，谢谢你的分享，比赛加油！欢迎来到赛前采访，我是松琪。我们邀请到了 TT 的下路选手 Ryan 3，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TT 的 AD Ryan。
那每一场比赛都是新的开始，新的机会。今天对上西安 WE， 你们觉得要注意哪些方面呢？
注意对面打野的节奏吧，对面打野是一个节奏比较快的选手吧。
那相信大家最近还在积极的寻找制胜关键。这段时间你们围绕哪些方面做了复盘调整？
围绕我们前中后期的资源团战和团战的沟通上做了调整。
比赛加油！
What is beyond weird? What is causing you strife at the minute? Oh. Who's got the mullet? Who's got a mullet now? What on earth did I miss? Well, what is this? What is this? Hey, Spello, good to see you. Hey, Simply John, thank you for the follow. Bengal Tingu, appreciate your hurry. Appreciate the follow. I have a mullet, do I now? I know I've moved to Berlin, but come on. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. Ryan 3, he ate Ryan 1 and Ryan 2 to become Ryan 3. Right, yeah, I can see that. The way they drink out of the can and the camera, yeah, it's an ad read thing. Must turn to the side and drink that way. But none of them are professionals and very awkward about it. They don't make it look anything resembling natural. It is, however, vaguely entertaining. That's suddenly loud.
通过英雄联盟客户端，掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com， 虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频。
Ryan's in the LPL like 00 agents. 007. When we get to Ryan 7, we'll know we've hit the big time.
上京东搜京东电竞直播，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。
Oh, it is a little bit strange, but again, it's an ad read. We kind of have to somewhat expect that. It is how.
开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。
Okay, Durex ad, that's right.
快人一步，稳赢一路。
What's all of them? It's just going through the various.
峡谷英雄敢为不凡。 2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。
I mean, if they're going to do this ad read, then maybe not have the mic be peaking the entire time.
奥方电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅
That's
销量第
actually
一。
crisping. Like, those are cool products. Don't ruin it with that. What now? Anyway, here's the LPL intro. I expect all of my LPL players to be advertising professionals. Very true. Very true. That's exactly what they're known for. Whoa. Let's keep it moving. Only a few decisions I can make, but now I gotta choose. Think that I'm cool. Think that I'm cool. Well, let's have a ball. Let's have a ball. We only got one life to live, so come. But these people do have charisma relative to their audience. They find it endearing and relatable. Whoa. Yes. Here we go. WE. Got away with it last time. We saw them. Only out of the left ear. That's so weird. Someone forgot to down mix Timano there. TT on the other side. Keshi, I've actually been mildly impressed with, you know, even when it's been not the easiest time.
Very dramatic intros as ever.
欢迎来到西安曲江电竞中心 LPL 第一赛段组内赛第3周首日，西安 WE 对阵 TT 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏尽巅峰。
Of course, we will be in Xi'an, WE's home arena. Players now on screen. Music exchange suggesting we should be getting towards our draft pretty shortly here, if I had to imagine. Nearly into draft. Fun and Talk, I suspect, are going to have a tough time. Oh no, Huya, it's Huya, not Hoya. He's the top laner. Fabulous. Your coffee, sir.
Okay, I know that your coffee is in the kitchen.
It is indeed.
Okay, folks, gonna get ready for that first game of the day, WTT. WE, I think, clearly have been much better than TT. If the question is, are they the best team in group perseverance? Now, that one's a little bit more difficult one. However, TT, I think so far have shown that they are, sadly, the worst. However, playing on Xi'an's home ground for WE, perhaps they can do something a little more about that. Okay, so the Akali banned away from Karis, that's not unforeseen. There are some big power picks being let through, though. We have Varus, we have Rumble, Nymaera, Orianna, Azir. I think particularly the Akali ban tells you that TT would prefer to have a mage matchup in mid lane, I would assume. And the Rumble is that last one. Varus first pick looking likely here. Varus is just too good at everything it does, really. Just kind of destroys lane, fits into most team comps. There's stuff like the Jarvan as well. Jarvan could also be kind of like an extra mat answer to it, because Jarvan is very good into the Varus. Varus hates playing against Jarvan. So you got a couple of different questions here. Yeah, they might go towards that. Monkey is such an important part of their team. And now what you can think to do, let the Varus go over, and then you pick the Misfortune. However, TT at this point might actually just forego the Varus and pick the Nymaera instead for Ryan. Because they know that the Varus is bad into the Jarvan. You need to take away the Orianna as well, there's no surprise though. Is that hover? And you have a choice. Do you take away the Varus, or do you play something that can play around the Cataclysm a bit more? Alright, Varus is locked in. Okay, likely to lock in towards the Orianna Azir matchup mid lane. Karis could go towards the Syndra, I suppose, but one of the losses that W did have was to, when they did lock in that matchup in the mid lane, actually, was the Syndra for Karis, and then they got Scioned, and Scion just never took damage from the Syndra. What do WEL need for their comp? Well, they need something to supplement the Jarvan engage. You have 2 immobile carries to reach. How do you best utilize that? How do you follow up on the Jarvan engage? The Scion's not bad, it's a safe blind pick. And it can follow up the engage. Also, Scion Azir with the Jarvan standard giving attack speed to Azir is a very, very strong teamfight comp. TT probably looking at well, normally be their best or like a Sansei, but they've both been locked away, actually. So now you're probably looking at, well, Renekton maybe for Keshi. In fact, I'd be a little worried about locking in jungle here, because I feel like you're going to run out of top laners at some point. Maybe you already have. They're locking the Shins out, trying to get a bit of temporary frontline. Loki, I think T1 winning every Worlds is killing the scene. I mean, end of the day, other teams are just got to be better, but you know, it's not on, yeah, it's not quote-unquote T1's fault. But yeah, I mean, when a top team is so overly dominant, it does make it very hard to support other things, right? Because people like winners. People like winners. And T1 win an awful lot of Worlds. I think for me, the problem is just that, if winning Worlds is the only thing that matters, then yeah, people don't celebrate the winners of other things. So for instance, I think it wouldn't be as dangerous, you know, as damaging to the scene. And again, not T1's fault, if people celebrated regional and MSI winners, not to the same level, but more than they currently do, which is not a crazy amount, you know? Okay, right, the Gwen, Sivir banned away right now. Jhin banned away from about 2, so Starfish can follow up the engage by about. I'm surprised they don't ban away the Misfortune. That's the big one. I'm surprised they don't ban, yeah. Then on the other side, trying to ban away the last of the bad matchups into the Scion. The Gwen's gone. What else do they think could actually do fine against this? I mean, I think you could ban Renekton if you want. Or you could ban away something like the Alistar as a front line for Feather. He's pretty good at it too. Alistar probably not a bad ban. Or Braum if you really want to do that. Oh yeah, Rek'Sai. I keep forgetting that Rek'Sai exists because only Flandra's good at it. You can Renekton here from Gershi. That would be fine. And then you can look for support counter pick, which I think would be fine. Oh my god, yeah, you're absolutely right. Nico is available, by the way, folks. I just assume... Wow, I just assume it would be picked up by this point in the draft. I am... Sometimes these things blindside me. So the Renekton will get taken into W. I assume this is just Misfortune Nico, just immediate slam, no? Misfortune Nico? Then you have a huge wombo comp. Yeah, just slam the MF Nico. It's a hell of a comp. And then at that point, I think you just have a great wombo combo. You have the front line elsewhere. Hey, Sokrom, how's it going? Yeah, we have BLG JDG again. I swear that was last match. Yeah, it's because we're getting around to that. We could lock in at Ezreal for a bat instead. Thank you so much for the sub there, Bananas, by the way. After the comments yesterday, do you think it's fair to put KC over GT now? Yeah, for this point in the split, absolutely. They demolished them in the best of one, but it is a best of one, so it's not. I don't expect that to. Yeah, I don't think it holds as fast in truth. It's the Ezreal Leona. No Nico? No MF for this comp? Okay, that's a little strange, WE. How are we not locking Nico? What? This is strange. Where is the damage? It's all in Karis. It is all in Karis, I think you'll find. And the Alistar is completely fine here too. It's fine into the Leona. By this lane as well, you've basically just given a free Alistar over because he's completely fine playing into that composition. We're going to go put on a quick ad break just to make sure that we don't get any ads in game. So if you'd like to not see ads on Twitch, drop a sub. We shall see you on the other side of the 1 minute 30. I think TT escaped what should have been a much more powerful draft from WE. The MF Nico would have been insane. I mean, there's no backline access for TT. What? They're about Nymaera just not play it? That's a huge miss, I think, from WE. Is About a good Ezreal? Yeah, he is a good Ezreal, but I wouldn't say he's good enough on Ezreal to, you know, trip up your draft like that, where the Misfortune is so much better with the draft. And into the game we'll go. And let's hear those gyros, eh? Immediate level 1 trade in the mid lane. Lockhawk wind up traded for, you know, sand zap. Arrow hits a level 1 into about. Comet doesn't land though. You don't expect the Varus Alistair to do that much at the level 1 because the Alistair doesn't have that many options level 1 versus something like an Ezreal. Yeah, because he just eats a couple of Mystic shots. Kind of hurts. Oh, he's gone for the lethal tempo. So if he does end up, you know, taking occasional Q trades, he can keep up his lethal tempo stacks, and then particularly when the level 2 comes through, get a surprising amount of all-in threat. Anything interesting about the jungle path thing? It was a bot side start from Junhao, top side from Jarvan, so they're on mismatched paths, one going bot to top, the other one going top to bot. Both on a similar timing as well. Red side quadrant. No, it's actually a little quicker from Jarvan actually. There was a ward put on Raptors at level 1. Isn't Varus one of the worst matchups for Ezreal? Is it one of the worst? I mean, in the sense that Varus is one of every AD carry's worst matchups because Varus is Varus. And it's just very, very nasty to play against in most situations, really. But like I'd say, it's a fine matchup. I don't think that Ezreal cares about it too much. The strange thing is that he's not brought Cleanse, actually. Because you might need to use that versus a Varus ult or Renekton stun. That's actually the strange thing here. Karis is going to take a tower shot for that.
How are we feeling about drafts?
W could have locked Misfortune Nico and instead locked Ezreal Leona, which feels like not the right decision, personally. Oh, Junha's going to jump on a monkey.
Well, the decision has been made. I know about is an Ezreal player. The problem is right now is Junhao is making those plays mid, as you were talking about. Flashes for that 3 Talon Strike knockup, so it does earn the additional flash, but it is traded, of course, for their own. But Azir without flash, relatively vulnerable.
Yeah. And also just on this wave timing as well. Orianna's going to be able to freeze the wave here. Karis will teleport to the wave itself. Oh my god, they can camp the recall if they want. No, they're not going to. They're not going to.
Scuttle Crab, I think.
Yeah, they are. Orianna's teleporting in as well, but Monkey's so low HP, he can't contest.
That's actually very significant. That ends up being a 2-camp swing there in the Scuttle Crab, which is actually very valuable in terms of your cooldown. And depending on where camps are spawning, could theoretically go for a second clear, but alas, bot side of the map, so it'll probably be a reset into clearing bot to top. Apologies for the delay getting back. I realised I haven't put the milk on.
Yeah,
so it's cold.
Yeah. I did notice it was sat there. I'm like, oh, that's a strange way to.
I meant to have it on, so.
Yeah, I realize that now, but I didn't want to, you know, interrupt any of your grand designs.
Yeah, super. Yeah, my grand coffee designs. That's exactly it. Either way, it is now done. But you happy enough with the draft? As you said, you were a bit weird about that Ezreal Leona getting locked in over something like that Misfortune.
Yeah, look, I think that WE still come away with a better draft. I don't think that TT have much backline access. You have a Sion Azir comp, which is going to just have a front line stood in front of the Azir. You've got the Jarvan stand to give him extra attack speed, Leona to engage. There is a worry that the only damage that you have is really coming from that Azir, though. Ezreal is safe. I'm not loving what I'm seeing from Ezreal in the current patch, though. I think that Ezreal is fine, but particularly when you have quite low damage other supporting members, I think I would have preferred a little bit
more burst or something. Yeah.
Something more like either, you know, just wombo combo to follow up with the Jarvan Leona, or something, a little bit high DPS.
No, I guess, don't get me wrong, obviously is from that Korean school of AD carries, and therefore Ezreal for Korean AD carries has often been a very high DPS champion compared to the average. But they'll need to deliver here, and of course Ezreal Leona is a well-known duo, very easy to proc those daylight passives. Is it daylight? Sunlight? I forget. I think it might be sunlight, would make more sense. I did actually second guess myself there, you probably heard it in my tone of voice. But either way, it's something to do with the sun and light. Bastard sun. It's in the same semantic field.
It's the League of Legends brought to you by Sean Bean.
By Sean Bean.
The best is taking the dragon. No, it's just not the right voice at all.
Well, we're going to make it happen anyway. Now we're going to mid lane.
Let the little ones rest for pity's sake.
For pities. We're in the Riverlands now. Son.
You know, there's a show I kind of wanted to
Rob,
watch.
be quiet. I'm talking about the Riverlands.
Okay, look. I at some point I wanted to watch Sharp, which you have a box
I
set
have
of
a
that
box set.
somewhere.
I courtesy of my godparents.
Yeah, Sharp is like what's it called?
It's a word which means that something can cut you, Alex.
Okay, well I won't describe the show then because you've decided to go on a bit about it. Okay. Cube's gonna take that wave on the top side. Sam, look, if you're gonna interrupt my point once, that's fine. If you're gonna interrupt it 3 times, Sam, on a bit, then I'm just gonna stop the bit.
Okay, tell me about Sharp, Alex.
No.
Yeah, go on.
No, I don't want to.
Well, I can tell them about Sharp.
You can do that. Yeah, you do that, Sam. Spotlight's taking you trade that
It's how
too.
Sean Bean got famous, basically, guys.
Right.
It's a TV show. It's basically him going around gallivanting in some sort of Renaissance era.
It's not Renaissance, beyond that.
Is it? When is it supposed to be?
It's like kind of like more like
19th century?
Yeah, like 1800s. So like, or maybe even early 1800s
18th
maybe.
century, okay.
So I thought it was more like around Napoleon's kind of era.
Oh, might well be. To be fair,
Yeah.
should let you speak about it. Really.
You should have done, but then you decided to interject
But
one
I
too many
had
times.
I had funny
Yeah.
interjections.
Napoleonic. There you go. Yeah.
It is
yeah,
Napoleonic.
yeah.
Okay.
By the way,
That's
Napoleon Total War, very good video game. By the way, it's pretty good. Okay, right. What's happening with the rest of the map? So slight CS lead towards the Renekton. No surprises there. It is a Renekton into that Scion, but Scion becomes just a much better team fighter later on into the game. Jungle fine in that matchup right now. Mid lane, despite losing that flash and getting pushed back early, Karras is doing completely fine in terms of farm actually. Bot lane also completely even. Fighting over this early dragon then means that no one's really got a leg up over the other one. Dragon taken easily by TT.
Harry will throw up that BLG Junior emote. Didn't come, of course, from that squad. It's hit by the piercing arrow, but Yao with that W immune some of the damage. The True Shot Barrage will tag Junhao, but no one really else. So a little bit of tit for tat there, but no one really wanting to fully commit to a fight.
Yeah, you can see that with the Eclipse, and basically no AD, the Varus isn't exactly going to be killing you at that point. Monkey going in for a Raptor invade. Now, if you do jump in hit, there is a Shockwave to throw in. They'll spot them with the ball there. Smite likely coming through from Monkey now. It doesn't need to though, doesn't look like it. Let's take away a clean Raptor steal. Monkey slightly ahead. Now, Monkey's series yesterday...
Yeah, it was not great.
Was not great. It was. Then again, W in general yesterday didn't feel like they were on wonderful form. About walked away with player of the series, and I did question that at first because he spent most of that series going melee range of stuff like Renektons, which is typically not very good when you're a Corki. But most of the other players also struggled, so it made it quite hard to choose a player of the match cleanly. This is the thing about group perseverance, is that you have a lot of teams which are still kind of finding their way. A lot of soul searching to be done, really, and WE, despite them being the best team in this group, are still definitely finding that as well.
Indeed, out comes the Decimating Smash into the Soul Furnace Shield. Pop. Junhao's going to take away those grubs. Again, we'll have the grubs on screen eventually, guys, once the role quests are completed.
I just realized, by the way, I was just checking the activity feed. The person in which I won my my community open UMA tournament followed us earlier. He was the team captain, Sam. He was very good. He led us on the charge of the augury caps. We just had like 3 of the same horse just like running for the hills. It was great.
Who won? Which augury cap won though?
Neither of us actually. It was the other one in our team who went absolute man mode. It was crazy. So sat there like it was actually very close to breaking a record of the only like first place like dominant streak, kind of only first in every race. Was kind of crazy. Oh, okay. Back on track. Whether it's turf or dirt. Keeps actually doing quite well here against Keshi.
He is, and I think Keshi on the whole had a pretty good series last time. We saw on bot side though, immediate cleanse from Ryan 3, Chains of Corruption buffered through by the Zenith Blade, and actually very good dive from WE's bot lane.
That was solid, really solid. You know, managed the Zenith Blade, as you were saying, through the Chains of Corruption, meaning that the CC from the Varus meant basically nothing. Ryan still got hit by that, blew the cleanse, and died anyway. Kill goes to Yao Yao, which is a little unfortunate, but at the end of the day, Varus is still losing waves. You still get the assist onto About, who's now 20 CS up out of nowhere, actually, onto Ryan. And that's a big lead.
Shuffle back in mid lane. Monkey's now there and waiting. Still got the Flag and Dragon. Hera will be forced to flash to the Cataclysm. Follow means that Hera is likely dead. Will throw down the Shockwave, but that is a last gasp of a dying man.
That's a bit of a frustration flash. The ult's not helping either, and suddenly WE playing bot, playing mid. No response from TT at all. They don't manage to cover either of those 2 lanes, and that's a problem for them. They're starting to fall behind significant gold now. 2k lead out of nowhere.
Somehow we'll pick up the wave at least, but that's about it. Another set of plates go down, and again, you said you wanted to see that Ezreal Leona justify the picks. That's not a bad way to justify the picks. I get it's a 2v1 dive,
Sure.
but hey, executed well.
Yeah, it's just very strange to see the Nico go through a draft completely unpicked or banned. I think even TT could have looked at it themselves, although in their case I think they needed a bit more frontline, so their composition was calling for it less, and Alistar is similarly, well, I wouldn't say similarly powerful to Nico. They're not quite on the same power level. I think Nico is kind of disgustingly strong.
But Nico isn't frontline.
Yeah, but yes, Nico is not exactly going to be able to tank a Scion running at you in the way that an Alistar can.
Ooh, walk back into that arrow, I saw that about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Simi, good to see you.
Now I say see me. It's like, hey, now you see me.
That also makes sense.
I feel like that's... But then I say, hey, now you see me. So now I say, hey, see me, or...
Yeah,
I just say, hey.
But then I think like I think it's Simi by virtue of
I know, but I like to have a certain amount of whimsy in my life, Sam.
Okay, so there's some slight mispronunciations here or there is important.
Yeah, I do find it quite funny when people mispronunciation and say mispronunciation. Or, yeah.
Courage,
Sam.
Courage.
Yeah, that got me, Sam.
Trevor, if you're out there.
Yeah, he knows what he's done.
He knows what he's done. He sent me a text with that, by the way.
Oh no. Oh no. Dragon spawned again. WE didn't get the first one, but they've got a lot of gold, so they don't really care. They're now coming onto the map with first items. Well, starting to come up a little before TT. I mean, particularly in that mid lane role. You can see that Harry has stopped off at
What's the key?
I don't know enough, Sam. I don't know enough quotes from Goldman. But anyway, it's a fight, Sam. Talk about that.
Yeah, there's a double headbutt pulverized. Nice slide over the wall in time. Now about is turning up. Ryan 3 on the side angle. Throws down the chains of corruption. Monkey will flag and drag towards him. The solar flare slightly wide. The shockwave not, but it's onto Yao Yao, who is left alone in the river as WE kind of split their focus a bit there.
Yeah, Monkey gets caught by the chains of corruption, and then he tries to all in Ryan 3, who just spaces him and walks away. Suddenly, it's a dead Leona. Can they fight without an engaged support? Not entirely sure about that. Maybe Karras can look for a sweep. Not something you want to do, though, into an Alistar.
Renekton interrupts the teleport topside. That's kind of nice. Trishop Barrage does come flying on through. John Howe flashes on him, but Monkey buffers very well. So, my days, the Emperor's divine! It's it's pretty damn dangerous. The DPS, though, from Val is good. It's his bloody skill shots. Does so. Dragon now going on down as Karras will run at Feather. Over comes Yao Yao, and WE win the fight with a little bit of additional effort from Monkey and Karras.
Karras just swept them into the Cataclysm. They didn't. Oh, you didn't get hit. Let me just put you right back in there. That was so cool. Karras and Monkey had a very strong fight there, and now suddenly Karras is walking away 3-0. About is walking away 2-0 as well. WE as a team pick up their dragon, and they are still ahead 3.5k. Yeah, Cube, bit awkward that he ends up getting his teleport cancelled there. We'll watch back to the start of this play again, where knock up onto Feather doesn't work out. Feather actually gets a pretty solid engage here, and he ends up splitting the team. It's well played by him, actually. You know, we focus on the WE side of the equation. I actually quite like Feather. I think Feather and John Howe are pretty good jungle support for this level of LPL. Obviously, I think that the players around them right now are struggling, and that makes it much harder for them to get benefits from their good play, I would consider anyway. Now we go back into the fight here. It is basically a 3v4 because the Scion is stopped. And then just watch this. Goes in, dunk. Oh, you didn't get them? Chuck them back into the pit.
It's so nice. The thing is, at that point, what do you do as Thundertalk? He's like, well, we don't get out anymore. And again, Orianna still doesn't have a flash. And Yao Yao's respawned to come and assist against the person who helped get them killed in the first place.
I just like that. Oh, you missed them? Scoop them back in. Oh, that was so fun. Okay, so Karras, Monkey, on fine carrying form there. And now they have a lot of gold to do that again.
When are we getting Ice Cream Scoop, Azir?
We already have, like, do we already have? No, Sam. Before that, we need like fast food. Is it? The order is given.
That's true. We
need
Shuriman.
We need Shuriman fried chicken.
It's true.
We need SFC.
That can't be that. It can't be that hard to get. Towards the Herald we go.
Too many quotes. Hey, we're gonna have a fight over this. Here we go. Into the choke point against the Scion. Not sure I love that.
Shockwave buys some time, but again, it's onto a W active Leona and a Scion, not the best angle. There's the Crescent Guard down, catching down the backline, but the Herald's already gone. They will pick up Yao Yao, but I think in some ways their job is done. Feather very low. John Howe caught inside the Cataclysm will try and dash out with the Audacious Charge, but will die 1-for-1. Monkey going on forwards. Again, everyone's so damn low. I don't think they want to play this. True Shot Barrage catches another. Nicely done there by the side of About. Sliding forward is Karis, looking for potential slow here, but that means the potential angle for About is lined up, but the speed up from the phase rush and some serpentine footwork gets them out to safety.
Just engaging into a choke point against the Scion Azir, not really how you win a fight. This is one of the huge issues with TT, is that they just don't have the backline access. It's very hard for them to reach those carries, and they don't have the damage to really kill the front line either. Herald goes immediately into mid lane, takes down the mid lane, outer turret, takes half of the inner turret. WE, very calm game from them, where they've managed to just kind of win through the early fights, get a bunch of gold ahead. I don't think TT have the tools with this composition to really come back from this. You're not reaching these carries.
Yeah, and the one thing you can say about Ezreal and Azir is they are very mobile. Their ability to reposition, to play from a long way away is pretty well known. And as you said, the backline access is dubious, or at least relies upon things like good combos with Junhao and the ball. And right now they've done it onto front line.
See there, it's just, thank you, by the way, for the subscription, literally, by the way, literally. Do you have a fine light through?
Is that the thing?
Yeah.
It feels like a college lich. Or literally to help us out.
I appreciate them anyway.
It's true.
Monkey, having a really good time with things too. Just putting down the flag just gives you a bunch of stats, even at this point in the game. Okay, so walking back out onto the map, 5k lead as we were saying, minute till the next dragon. I just don't see how TT walked their way back from this. It's really hard, and it's quite sad because TT were a team that had UCal, they had 1xN, you know, and now the players they picked up too. I like Feather. I actually like Junhao as well. The first time on Ultra Prime last year. I think this guy has a fair amount of potential, but sadly for TT, this is not a team I see doing very much, sadly. I feel like this is probably going to be quite a down year. Reminder, folks, of all the teams in the LPL, to break BLG's domestic winning streak in best of fives, to break Knight's domestic winning streak in best of fives, it wasn't AL, it wasn't Top Esports, it was TT first. TT beat them in Winter 25 in that 5-game series where it was Hoya solo killing Bin as Camille in that game 5 to win them that series.
Yeah.
And, you know, that was the team that did it. It was TT. And now suddenly look at this team. The source is gone, Sam. The source is gone.
Yeah, and again, it was so traumatizing, guys. They stole Beitran.
Yeah.
That was legitimately the answer. And again, a lot of those core pieces, better or worse, have gone. They've had to rebuild. And so far, not been very successful. You can see it in the scorelines. WE 3-1. Thunder Talk, as it stands, 0-3. They earned a single game win that I remember them seeing. And that was after they got probably the strongest draft on the patch. They managed to get Jarvan, Ori, Misfortune, and Bessa.
Okay.
Double ball carriers with a Cataclysm and a bullet time to go across it. And they still couldn't execute. It was really frustrating to watch. Like, we were seeing missed shockwave combos or onto single targets that were just not valuable. It was very frustrating to watch. And again, still a lot to learn yet for Thunder Talk. It's still early on in the year. But as it stands, there's quite a lot of growth that's required, to put it kindly.
WE going to get a free second dragon. We saw Karis take a top lane turret as well. He is now 2,500 gold ahead, is about the same, almost at 3,000 there. And they're both heading up towards, well, 2.5 items. And it won't be too long until they even hit 3, actually, which is a very, very quick pace for them. One thing we saw the other day, by the way, is Ezreal building the new AD Omnivamp item, the Endless Hunger.
Yes.
And I'm trying to remember if About built that third, actually. Anyway, that was quite powerful, I think, actually. I mean, you get a lot of... I can't remember if it's... you get cooldown but reduction based on your AD, I think it is. I think that's the one, which gives you a lot for Ezreal. Which is
very nice, yeah.
I will say, though, I still think stuff like Shojin, Cyrildas tend to beat it for third item, really. And in terms of lifesteal, I do think the Bloodthirster is still better for Ezreal. That Overshield does a lot of work for you, actually. Because let's be honest, most of your damage is still coming through from your Qs, but the Omnivamp of the Endless Hunger does give you something extra as well.
Little note as well, there was a bit in chat about like why is Ryan 3 going for lethality this game, and there's some truth to the fact that you are going to struggle to hurt the Leona and the Scion in particular, who are Kingmakers as a result in this game. But what I will say is the poke Varus has always been an answer into Ezreal and Azir specifically, because they hate the poke as one of the few ways you can threaten the backline this game consistently. So assuming you land your arrows on the key target, you can hurt the DPS carries, even if it's not the front line.
So that is the logic. The problem is actually getting the arrow beyond the Scion without dying is really difficult.
Misses the arrow there.
Yeah, and the ults start to come through. Don't think W are winning this front to back.
No, I don't. Feather gets knocked up by the Decimated Smash. Keshi on a flank, that's not bad, but again, he's just been spotted out, and like a good idea is going to not work out because they don't have any tools remaining. We'll at least clear out that mid lane wave. Monkey goes to potentially threaten him. Arcane shift forward. Sion goes ulting, does go wide, can't quite land the angle they were hoping for there.
I think Cube could have probably angled that down, even at the threat of missing Varus the other way. It might have been able to separate him from the team and at least force flash. So then Cube actually a little conservative with his ult angle there. Should have angled it slightly more aggressively, I think. Now, wow, are you really going to stop Baron like this? Well, I suppose you have. 2.5 item Azir. You've got the standard buffing up his attack speed and Sion to tank it. This is a fairly low risk Baron. It's still going to hurt them a bit. TT might want to use that resist shred to see if they can get themselves a fight.
They might. Over the wall goes about. Happy enough with that one. The flag, the drag, the true shot barrage. Feather down low. Flash on him for the cataclysm and they blow up Feather. Steaks for dinner, apparently. Keshi now trying to cull some meek, but I think Cube is a little bit more than meek. That is a lot of meek to cull.
Is meek is it a cut of meats? Is that a new steak? A new steak just dropped, honey. Honey, wake up, new steak just dropped. But what you saw is TT, they have a temporary frontline with the shins out Alistair. They used those ultimates before, didn't have them for the second fight. WE keep dragging them back to the well. The Baron is just still there, and they're still going to keep dragging TT back to it.
Over they go, Keshi with that Hex Gate to try and escape. Just get chunked there. Junhao goes forward, has the Crescent Guard, but there's a shuffle back, and that ensures potentially Junhao's death. Indeed it does. Karras goes gold to prevent reprisal. Flash away means that Keshi can't quite find the pick he's looking for. He turns onto a battle, can't quite get it. WE are so far ahead that the wallets mean even some choice picks just can't go the way of Thunder Talk.
Okay, wrap it up. I think TT, this was by far last gasp. This was last chance saloon, and W just kept bringing them back to the Baron. Now you have ridiculous leads across your carry roles, and TT still have no answers to the backline. Baron on all 5. They'll be able to recall. There's a dragon in a minute and a half. Baron will lead directly into that as well. They are very happy customers. So Keshi tries to go for a flank again. Doesn't really get what he wants. Karras does get hit by a Varus ult mid-slide, but he's got the extra Seekers, that luxury item here, so even then, he doesn't even die for what is quite a poor shuffle from him, or at least an unfortunate shuffle. Getting hit by a Varus ult midway through is not something you can really account for that much.
He had the arm guard, allows him to make those plays. There's that endless hunger you were talking about, by the way, for the Ezreal. So there you go, fancy new item. All that Omni Vamp is very nice on Ezreal. I think we're still a little bit jury's out about when you build it, when it is like the most efficient.
It has to. It's at least third item.
Yeah.
It's a real late game item. Feather's probably dead.
He is here.
He is in fact dead.
That's exactly that.
What was the cut of state we were talking about again?
Kobe?
No, the one that we were talking... Okay, whatever. Ryan's probably dead here too.
Well, they're gonna murder some people who's cold and meek.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the
Call
one.
the meek. That's the meek cut.
Cull the meat.
Cull the meat, someone. WE, gonna break the base here. Sion can tank this for forever. Wait until
He just doesn't care.
He just doesn't care. I mean, Cube is really, really tanky, even at the 2.5 items. They're pushing through bot side as well. With no Varus, a lot of their wave clear goes with it, and it's against the Baron. They still have 2 minutes left of it. I mean, WE, at worst, gonna take 2 inhibs now.
They had 9.3 thousand gold ahead of TT prior to the Baron. That means they've got about 4,500 Baron power play before getting to all these inhibitors. It has been devastation. Thunder Talk out of options here.
Yeah, they didn't have the backline access. And I don't think their laning phase was good enough. I mean, when I see something like the Poke Varus, you have to see it get leads in this kind of game. Because as we were saying, you're not really going to provide that much value later on. Look, the damage graph at the end of the game, I'm sure will look fine for the Varus, but you have to really remember, none of that damage mattered, folks.
Yeah, it didn't lead to any kills.
Yeah, and the same kind of thing for poor Harry, really. The Orianna's, an S-tier pick, but chucking the Orianna against the Leona Sion doesn't really do that much value. You need to actually... Well, it would in another game, but not in this one. You need to be killing... there's a fight. That's probably more dead TT.
Look, I'd offer you insight via this commentary, but the insight basically is that Thunder Talk are all talk and no lightning walk right now. Keshi on a potential flank angle. Maybe he's got something here. Unfortunately, Sion presses R, and now Keshi's in a difficult spot. Keshi has at least tried for some creative flanks, and you know what, Keshi? not bad. From a horrible position in this game, you'll die for the second time, but again, you at least tried to cause some chaos in these team fights, and I can respect that. Unfortunately, WE will not respect your base, and at 15,000 gold ahead, this game officially is over.
TT, Draft had questions, gameplay did not answer them really. WE, quite a simple game for them. Stomped through the early game, got into late game team fighting very, very quickly. Feather is torn out of the bird, and WE will take game 1 of the series.
Indeed, as Ryan 3 will be transmuting to Ryan 4 in short order. No, the Fountain will keep him alive this time around. I actually think he's on Ryan 7 right now, looking at the number of deaths, but that's fine.
Yeah, we should keep track of that more. Anyway, TT, pretty simple win for them. No, not TT, WE, simple win for them. Against TT, yeah. And we can see, even in our just 4 teams of group perseverance, there's a pretty big disparity. And I have to say, I look at this group as a whole now, and I'm actually quite worried about TT dropping down into Group Nirvana. I think there's a real chance. I think particularly a team like LNG, that's the big one from Nirvana, might end up giving them a lot of issues. Anyway, we're going to go put on an ad break, folks. We're going to go put on some break music. Chill out. And if you're liking what you're seeing here, if you're liking what you're hearing and enjoying some LPL action, don't forget to drop a like, follow, subscribe. This is effectively our job. We enjoy doing this, but it does make it a lot easier when we have that support as well. So going to put on an ad break, and we'll see you after the break.
I'm going to look at the total number of deaths for Ryan 3.
Damn.
Right, so he's died 123 times. So we're on Ryan 126, guys. Actually, he just died another 4. So Ryan 126. We're on Ryan 130, guys.
Is that adding the 3
Yeah,
as well?
yeah, just adding that.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, we're on Ryan 130, guys.
Crazy.
Is that significantly BM to start counting this? I find it personally very entertaining.
I find it quite funny too, so I'm not gonna like completely put it off the table, you know. Posture check and hydrated. I can do that as well. Ugh. Do the Ryan stacks work like Smolder stacks? Well, apparently not.
Well, I mean, he needs to get to 200 and something, doesn't he? So he's not there yet. He's only halfway there.
That's
Come
true.
on now.
That's very true. Yeah.
Maybe once he gets like another 100 or so deaths,
Oh my god. Fair play.
his powers will be unleashed.
All these things we had no idea about before. Truly, we are blessed to figure these things out.
I think I've offered very good insight there, guys.
I'm sure you think so, Sam.
Excuse me. I'm being pandered to.
Okay, let's have a look at this damage graph. Oh my
dear.
god, the virus damage isn't even good.
No.
Wow, okay.
I mean, I actually credit to About. That was a good Ezreal game. I'm trying to think who gets MVP this game. Probably Karis, you know. Although About had a good game. I'd be happy with that. Cube was also solid.
I think it's Monkey or Karis. I think it's Monkey or Karis.
They were the bigger playmakers. So, you know, About did a solid job on the Ezreal. So if they want to give it that way, then so be it. I did do a lot of damage this game. That's always a nice thing for your AD carries to do.
Yeah, I mean, About was pretty solid too. I mean, it's showing that the Ezreal's, I suppose, worth some extra pro. I still think the MF was a better pick for the draft, but yeah. About MVP for chat. All right, fair play, fair play. Yeah, no, I thought he wasn't bad, but I thought that sweep in bot side play was more decisive for me, really.
I could agree with that.
Well, the Karis' late game fights were a little bit skew. Whatever. Okay. Like it's fine.
You know what's not fine? The state of Evelyn, the current meta, give her buffs,
right.
sign an Evelyn, mate.
Yeah,
Yep.
Good.
Where are our new items, right? Why do I not have anything I can build?
You have plenty of things you can build.
Yeah, but where are the new items, Alex? It's a new
I'm sorry.
season.
Did Daddy not get? Oh.
Yeah, no, they didn't, Alex.
Okay. Okay, buddy.
wait, yeah, go on. I suppose I could do Actualizer, but Actualizer feels not great. Don't build enough mana.
Actualizer feel. Why would you ever build my Actualizer on Everton?
Because then when you press R with the Actualizer active, you you transcend to another level of DPM. It's not even DPM. It's like that instant of burst.
Sam, you punched the microphone.
Like, well, actually, I kind of did that. It was like a
claw
claw
fist strike. Yeah. Okay, fair play. Yeah, you and your claw fist strike. Mic punch. Woo.
I'm a gesticulatory person.
Gesticulatory. I've never heard someone use that word. I understand what it means, Sam. Like in the same way that, you know, like the German compound words, you're sat there and like, I do know what this means.
Yeah. Glad you understand.
Like, I know what this means. I just...
refuse to engage in it.
Well, no, I just did, so...
Well, yeah, should you have, Alex?
I just feel like it bears, you know...
It's not a bear. You know,
Well,
there are no Ursine additions to this chat.
Don't you can't just say Ursine.
Ursinine was my personal favourite bear.
Ursinine.
I need that to be a Pokemon, you know?
God. Ursinine. Well, Sam, they literally just released like Ursaluna and Ursaluna Blood Moon,
That's
which
true,
are
they did.
really, really strong. They are, in fact, actually, both of them are up there on perhaps like strongest normal types of all time, despite only being released for a handful of years. You know.
It's true. What is the strongest normal type?
Well, competitively or otherwise?
You know what? However you want to attack that question.
I mean, Arceus is like strongest like.
Can't go talking
general.
about butts like that.
Okay, I won't. Okay, I won't. Sure. Cool. Fair.
What else aside from Arceus?
Well, the Ursalunas.
Yeah.
Snorlax was very, very good at a certain point in time.
I know he's very good in the TCG.
Oh, that's a fair point, actually. I hadn't thought
So
about it.
I was chatting with a local card shop owner. He was a lovely human. Hello, Kate. Who basically saying there is a Snorlax deck that basically is like, it's basically a grind deck where you basically have Snorlax is like the only Pokemon in there, and everything else is just ways to keep the Snorlax alive and doing things.
That's kind of
people
funny.
like to deck out. It's just like ridiculously abusive.
Yeah. So Snorlax back in like I want to say, is it Black and White or Black and White 2? There were some really, really broken berries, and you could just recycle the berries, which was why things went very well for them there. So you could get Is Blue Side still OP? It's more about first pick being. It's less about that now, and it's much more about. It's much more about, I was going to say, like first pick and side select, right? Because first pick, I think, is probably better, I think, still.
We have seen, interestingly, some teams choose red side, actually. So we have still seen some gains of first pick blue side, basically. So there's definitely been some teams that have favoured having that counter pick. I'm trying to think, who was doing that quite a lot? Was it Weibo? One of the teams was doing...
I think it might have been Invictus Gaming,
It might have been IG. Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Vid Student, but also like Snorlax would like recycle the crazy important berries, which would like give you like 50% of your HP back, and you'd just be able to recycle them, which was really, really broken. Did you see that LS is going to be helping FlyQuest at some point? So we're going to have Dom versus LS.
That's really cool.
We're going to have Dom versus LS in LCS.
That is
very cool.
That is cool.
This is the advert which sometimes gets things like shut down. I wonder if even just visually it's a problem. I do worry. We shall see.
They are very pretty cards, though. Look at that foiling. Whoa.
I have not gotten any cards. that yet.
I've managed to get a single deck, but I've managed to find no booster packs at all, and I have looked.
Very unfortunate, Sam.
It's a bit.
Yeah. Well, this first series could be very short, Sam. I'm not going to lie. Don't particularly feel as though TT have much fight in them. With a draft like that, it was pretty hard, but I don't think they played it particularly well either. Seen but not purchased, just don't care. That's fair. I mean, it's not for everyone, right?
Let's run some more ads while we can.
Wouldn't do that now. We've got like the... Okay, sure, whatever. No. Does JDG BLG start when this one is over? Yeah, it does. It's a rolling schedule. It's a rolling schedule, yes.
Should be back soon. I enjoy the champion rankings here.
Should be what? You said should be what? Should be something.
Where I was going.
Yeah, me neither, Sam. That's the problem.
Oh, I think I lost train of my thought. I'm sorry. It's gone to station
no,
nowhere,
it's just
guys.
that what I've noticed that when you're reading from chat, you read it very quickly, so I don't always pick up what you're saying. Bring back Zillion to pro play? Problem is when Zillion's in pro play, something is very, very wrong. You know?
Yeah, because basically if Zillion can get through lane, then there's a bad time. And in fairness, Zillion is incredibly oppressive from mid-game on. Purely because like a 90% slow is ridiculous, the bomb control is ridiculous, the revive is ridiculous. So if there's any way for Zillion to get through a sort of laning phase in some capacity, it's a bad time.
Yeah, Zillion is one of those champions which Riot knows is a problem, but they can't really do much about it.
Unless they want to remake the champion, basically.
Yeah, which is... Well, I mean, at some point they should. He does need a rework. He does, desperately. Yeah. But,
he's so hard to balance as is, right? Like, what are the champions you think that need the rework most?
Well, Zillion's up, though.
Zillion's up there, agreed. I mean, Shyvana's obviously getting a rework.
You could argue Nocturne. Nocturne's base model is... Yeah, and the thing is, I actually think Nocturne is a good champion design in terms of, like, he fills a niche, doesn't feel absurdly strong at it. Hey, thank you so much for the gifts up there, Montes.
Oh, I appreciate you, Corey.
So yeah, I think there's something to be said about Nocturne. Who really needs it?
I think there's an argument, and again, this is purely on a lore to fantasy, like gameplay fantasy issue. I think Kindred needs a rework. Because I think Wolf is... We have not got the champion Kindred, we've got the champion Lamb.
No, I understand that. Yeah, basically, Kindred is not the champion. You are right at that, yeah.
And I think part of that issue is also the fact that I think the mark system is cool, but quite challenging to play around. The fact that you have no control about where things are spawning, very limited control around where things are spawning. You can work it out, there are ways to manage it, basically dependent on what you leave up and what you don't, but that's also true of opponents. And I basically think part of it is the fact that your kit basically has Wolf occasionally be a pet in the W form and sort of with the E, and that's it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. At that point, you start asking questions about should they be a form changer or something like that then, which doesn't... Yeah, that changes that changes them quite a bit, obviously.
That or the ult needs to not be something that saves and instead be something where Wolf goes and does crazy things. But again, then you're removing that big ult from Kindred, which has been a huge part of her kit. The question is, do Kindred players see that as core to their identity?
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the ult is the thing which goes wrong with that champion most. Whilst also, and the thing is that like on release, being able to cast it on an ally was too broken. It was too much of the power budget, and being able to be like, oh yep, like around this person instead of yourself, it made it too high consistency for too high reward. Yeah, too low risk basically at that point.
And I know, again, I like the stacky mechanic, but it does feel kind of like two champions sort of built into one, and I kind of, two identities, but which is part of the idea, right? However, I'm not sure exactly how well executed it is. And I say this as someone who enjoys playing Kindred. Like, it's not an unfun champion to play. I do, however, still think that there is a disconnect in gameplay fantasy and what the champion is supposed to be, especially because Kindred has such a strong lore. Like, I don't even think you necessarily need the visuals reworking. I think the visuals still stand up beautifully. Base skin, all those particle effects and stuff are gorgeous. The voice lines are superb. Some of the best voice lines in League. It really is just a sort of mechanical disconnect that I do think could use a look at. Would be my personal take anyway.
Time Kench needs rework to be reverted. No, you do not want the Devour being W. That was incredibly boring. It was very, very boring. I think that Time Kench is in a better spot than he was. The problem is his stats are too low now for him to do anything. And also the problem he has is that he's better as a top laner as a support and has been for a long time now.
Shout out to Matt Mercer on the Kindred voice acting. Indeed, he is fantastic as well. He's also Gangplank.
Yeah,
Gangplank.
Yeah.
You've got Liam O'Brien is Yasua. Laura Bailey has more recently been Misfortune.
Yeah, and not in League, but in Legends of Runeterra and Rune King.
Yeah. Travis Willingham is Azir.
Yep.
Is Sam Regal anybody?
I don't think so. Maybe someone in Legends of Runeterra, but no one in League.
Yeah. Am I missing anyone there from League side, from the Critical Role crew?
I've also met Liam. I have a photo with him.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I met Matt briefly.
Oh yeah.
I was in a queue to see Shadowheart's voice actor Jennifer English and Aliona,
cool.
And they were coming down the side, and I said hello, and we had a bit of a chat. Nice.
Cool.
He's a very lovely guy.
Yeah. I've not met him yet though.
I mean, it was for like 10 seconds. Meeting it's somewhat strange.
Somewhat what?
You see, like, it was somewhat limited in its terms.
Okay, right.
So I might cast the week after I broke my hand. Oh
my gosh.
I think everyone agrees Mel needs a rework.
Well, she is getting one.
She is. I mean, she's losing her W's power budget, which I think is a bit of a shame. So I do think it was the most iconic part of her kit.
I think it was so dumb that they gave her that much power, actually. I think that... So basically, it doesn't give you damage immunity now. It gives you a shield, and it... it gives you a shield. And it doesn't also, like, do a lot of things with stuff which kind of don't target you directly, which I think is also fairly cool as well. Anyway, we're into the draft for the second game. And let me just change that around. So we've got ourselves the completely wrong soundtrack. Let's get ourselves into that draft, Sam.
Indeed we shall. TT over on blue side, WE over on red, but it does still look like WE will be the ones with first pick, as we've noted here in the LPL. That is a regular part of life now. Side select and first pick are very much divorced from one another. Nice band to come on through for TT. Lulu band is interesting, and the Nico's getting through, the Rumble's getting through, one or the other, but again, last time, no one picked the damn Nico.
Yeah, the Lulu is very good for things like the Aphelios and the Yunara, which is still up and available with Misfortune band. Means that you are looking at kind of Yunara, Aphelios, Corki. Those three stand out right now. In terms of other picks, Rumble let through, Nico let through. Those are the two huge power picks, really, that I think you can choose between.
The implication there is that neither team expects the other to play it especially, or they're happy to trade one for the other.
So WE, which one do you choose? Are you really going to go for the Rise over that? I feel like there are so many Rise counters up. This has risk. This has risk to it.
And don't you just Rumble Vi here, or Rumble Nico and be happy?
Yep, I think that'd be completely fine. I think you lock in the Rumble either way.
Nara got through as well, I suppose, if you want to take that option.
Yeah.
Varus is gone.
You know, the Aphelios will potentially answer it from about. We'll see whether TT respect that. With Lulu gone, you're not going to get Yunara Lulu, which is one of her strongest lanes as well. But yeah, we are expecting really something like that Rumble to come through here. If that doesn't get locked in, Rumble or Nico, really, then I think something's wrong.
There's the Rumble. Expected that at some point. Yunara Rumble, very strong skirmishing now. That level 6 comes on through, and you have got yourself a composition already. Fine, now a consideration for Monkey. Is a player of the champion, would deny it from Junhao, who obviously plays very good with the Rumble, guys. Basically, because wherever Vi goes, you will get caught on the red carpet. It's one of those things that makes that pairing very, very dangerous, particularly in the LPL, that we saw a lot of it. Cube, though, might just say, look, we're happy to wait a little bit before we lock in the jungle. We would rather pick up Sante right now. Again, you've still got the additional pick, so we might sort of get to see the Vi get locked in.
Still wondering where that Nico is. Still wondering where that Nico is. WE could, well, I mean, the problem is if you don't lock in AD carry, because you have a choice of what, like, Kai'Sa, losing matchup in Corki, Aphelios, which is kind of like the winning matchup left up on the table. Do you really want to do away with all of those AD carry matchups? Not sure that's a power pick. They lock in the Viego, which is...
So, back in LPL, Viego was Monkey's clutch pick. One of those ones that he would lock in and say, like, right, guys, on me. We're going to do something crazy here. And again, if you can set up some resets, that's all well and good. And again, if people do start diving too far, especially if you're expecting things like the Vi, Viego is quite good into champions like that because they come flying in, you kill them, you steal their body, and you go diving right back to the way you came. I think that probably just does leave up like a Wukong or something here as it is locked in. And now, Wukong, Rumble, Yunara, your skirmishing is so disgusting. Anywhere between level 6 and 11, you expect TT to kind of have the advantage, I think.
And Wukong does beat the Viego in the 1v1. One of the problems with the Viego is that you lose most of your 1v1s in the game. Now, WE, you have a choice. You ban away support pairings, the Yunara or mid lane answers to the Rise. We'll see if Harry plays any of them. So you could ban out stuff like Cassiopeia or the Onivia or something like that. Hell, even Malzahar might be worth a ban. I'm not sure what they know Haru's playing. Ari instead. Don't think that deserved the ban here, actually. I think Rise is fine into it. It's fine with the other comp too, but I feel like there are other more valuable bans they could have thrown at them.
The memes are infiltrating chat, Alex. We've got Low Kirkyu. You've got Low Kirkyu in Lee in chat.
Right, okay.
The new era, folks. Ari's getting banned away from Harry, which has been fine as noted. The Corki, the Aphelios, two things people have been playing. The Yunara gone. You are running a little running a little low. That's probably the better word. In terms of good AD carry options for bot lane, maybe a Sivir now and just play for the scaling.
The Kai'Sa as well. I think the Kai'Sa also you could do as well. It's pretty good on the defensive. The Aurora banned away. Don't mind that one actually. I think it was pretty strong. Pretty good into the... Yep, what's up? You sounded like you wanted to say something there.
Just debating where that Nico was again, basically.
Yep.
I went back to Nico on 4, but I just got Syndra.
Syndra, yeah, it's a strong laning pick. I mean, there's not that much threat onto the Syndra right now. We'll see what W, of course, lock in a little later. I mean, this is fine. It gives you some CC. TT don't have a great amount of engage right now. I think WE should really be thinking about... Yeah, Kai'Sa Nico would be a really good duo here, I think. I think you want the Nico either way, I think. And you want to take that away from TT. I think at that point, TT... Think about something like a Nautilus for the Yunara. With the Leona and the Alice already gone, that feels like one of the better remaining picks. Rakan could also be in there too, but Feather really does need some kind of engage option here. On the other side, we talked about the remaining AD carry options. Kai'Sa, it's kind of like every LPL LCK's bread and butter. Everyone loves this pick, and I think you just slam in the Nico alongside it.
That should be the choice, but again, the fact it's come down to last pick here is a little bit surprising, it has to be said. Could be a Nautilus too if they want that tank engage option. Kai'Sa Nautilus not exactly an unknown duo. And we would start raising our eyebrows about the lack of Nico priority. It's neither, it's Rel.
Okay, right. Now I think this opens up something like, yeah, the Braum's fine. You got a low range Rise on the other side, triple melee.
Viego hates it.
Viego really doesn't like playing into Braum at all. I think TT walk away with a better draft, Sam. I think that both teams have let go of a lot of the prio on certain picks here. I'm just checking what's happening with... I mean, this is technically... I think we're still on 26-1, by the way, in terms of patch. So this isn't like a huge patch change where things have been nerfed or anything like that. Music is loud. Thank you for telling us. We can turn that down a little bit. I don't think it was that loud, was it? Still in the green, though. Anyway, we can turn that down. And anyway, I think TT walk away with that draft.
I agree. The engage options are a little conditional, right? You need to land a good Cinder Stun, Wukong with a good flank, or maybe hopping on forwards. But again, you can just afford to throw a few ults out and watch the melees kind of suffer.
Okay, we're gonna get into that game. Sorry if the music was loud. I don't have the headphones on, so I actually can't tell that. So I have to wait for someone to tell me.
I mean, it doesn't sound that crazy to me because remember, dropping the desktop audio doesn't drop the volume for me, right? So I just sounded normal to me. That's what it always sounds like.
Yeah, no, but if it always sounds like that, Sam, then it's always loud, and that's a problem. Okay, whatever. Kai'Sa can't play this game. Kai'Sa can play this game.
Well, towards the rift we go. Giles first. We'll have a discussion. What's going on? Oh, is that the new skin? We're on that patch where it's allowed. Giles done. I guess the implication now, though, is that basically Yayo and Feather really don't want to play those range supports. I know Yayo does play Lulu. That was banned away. Does that just imply that, again, things like the Nico just aren't in the wheelhouse? And that's a big deal for the current meta. You have to be able to play that against a lot of teams. But again, the fact they went through picks and bans, unpicked and banned, implies that neither team really willing to pull that champion out. Thinking what Kai'Sa can do this game, and I'm kind of stumped. I mean, you can follow up on the Rel, the Rise, the Cassante, and the Viego. Like, you are able to join whoever gets hit by the Rune Prison. So you do have that option. I think it's going to be not that easy to get towards, say, a Syndra or a Yunara, and you've got to be very afraid of things like Wukong Cyclone and Braum passive stacking up on you and all those things. But I think if you come in second, it's fine. Ah, Huya, stop this. Stop this. Whoops, wrong thing. Didn't mean to mute. I just did that on a habit. I think Kai'Sa does enable Viego, though. I'm seeing a bit of a discussion there. Because, again, Kai'Sa diving on whoever you hit should theoretically allow you to get that first kill and get Viego the reset. Kai'Sa is one of the better follow-up AD carries. That's one of her identities, right? Invade here early on, though, from Junhao, who skipped to camp to come in here and fight over this. Monkey did clear defensively to ensure that he wouldn't get caught on some tricky spots. We'll still lose that blue buff, but hey, that's the way of these things. We'll still go topside, pick up that skull crab. We'll be down just the camp. Annoying, but not the end of the world. Turns out MF gets caught in the filter. Put Viego in the dirt. Kai'Sa should be used to get away from Wukong. I agree. There is very much some truth to that as well. Because the other side of the Kai'Sa being able to disengage from things like the Wukong. Right, you do have that tool. Keshi's not going to have a lot of fun here. Has to flash. W, gets the kill. Monkey gets first blood. Nicely done. Again, did drop that camp, but basically meant that meant he was topside, picking up that Scuttle Crab, got to get the dive, because Cassante somehow gets the shove. Again, you can sometimes do that into Rumble early, before he's got a lot of points in AP. His control of the wave is actually somewhat limited. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Sid Pants. Thank you for coming on in. Appreciate you. I like Jin in this game. No, he was available. Jin was available. I think you may have struggled to get through some of the HP bars this game. It probably wouldn't have been awful. The Kai'Sa is a bit more aggressive for getting the Viego resets. Assuming you can use your ult proactive. And again, we've just talked about how that might be a requirement to go back defensively instead. But hey, so be it. We can just go again, can't we? Keshi doesn't have flash. I think he's dead. Can we get to him? Q slow. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no, missed it. Oh, Monkey, just hold and wait for the next Q. You didn't have to immediately either. That's a bit tragic. Ah, well, that could have been a very easy kill. It's not. Still, Keshi forced away from the wave. Junhao's going to have to help get that shove there. Are we going to fight over the Raptors? I don't think so. There's a world where Cassante gets dived here. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. Feather hops forward, about gets tagged. Yaya crashes down. Heal. We're fine. W is hyper dependent on a god like Rel R for team fights. Yeah, I think Cassante flanks and Rune Prisons are your other options, right? Because there is a world where you just single target CC someone and get Viego the reset, and that will be fine too. I think Braum makes that harder, as we've talked about. We'll see whether Yaya can pull it off. That's a decent mount up, gets the cleanse. Not bad. W comes on down. Can't quite get the passive on Ryan. Oh, there it is. Nice. Ryan did not enjoy that. We'll be forced to reset here, I think. Hey, Solly. Send all the Greg sausage rolls. Hello. WE, getting a bit of a shove. If TT can't win this, I mean, if TT has 0 winning lanes, yeah, there's some problems to that, right? That's definitely been an issue, right? I think Heru's doing fine here in the mid lane, but again, Kara's scaling just fine. And there is a world here where relatively high number of melees is a bad time into Rise later, etc., etc. Keshi already died the once, but again, it's still a rumble, has managed to start getting the shove, all these things. Like, it's not been a bad early game. They're not being blown out through lane. Like they were kind of having issues with the other time where, you know, Ryan got left alone, got dove, all those things. It's not been an easy time. Good hop away there from Yao Yao. Feather on the Braum. It's a pretty good Braum, if memory serves. I mean, 1xN played a fair amount of it over the last couple years. Karras has been doing some pretty spectacular things for WE in their victories, it must be said. I don't want to be on the receiving end of the Viego K'Sante Rel teleport squad. Like, there is very much some real worlds where Spellbook, Rel, and Cube come from crazy flank angles with a Realm Warp coming on through as well. Like, it is very possible to get people like K'Sante into flank angles quite easily. And that can be a bit scary. And the key thing here as well for Monkey is you've got setup in every lane. There is a Rune Prison, there's K'Sante's kit, you've got Rel. Like, you do have worlds here where at the one item mark in particular, you can just look to blow someone up. I think Monkey as well is kind of understanding the assignment here, and it's get that first kill as aggressively as possible. Me being a tank is somewhat irrelevant this game. Everyone else is going to build loads of HP, so he's going for the Kraken Slayer build. Nice wave management. Yeah, been pretty good so far. Bow, dodges away. He's on the Jackie Love Kaiser skin, the Invictus Gaming one. Pretty much all the LPL carries do these days. Occasionally see the Uzi one, so a lot more of the Uzi one last year. What is Monkey building? It's Kraken Slayer. It's Kraken Slayer. It's a pretty regular build on the Viego. Kraken Slayer allows you to go very high DPS. That kind of initial upfront burst with a few autos is very, very strong, because you can do this, basically. There is a world where you ult in. That should be the kill. Oh, he's just about going to go down. 1-for-1 turnaround is brutal. Man, the knockups there were so disgusting. Well done from TD to defend. Braum is Brauming all over them. They get the kill at least, but unfortunately lose a bout there. And Ryan's the one who picks up the 2 kills. Oh boy. Oh boy. Also, very good flash in from Junhao to counter gank. Took them a lot longer to kill Feather than I think they were expecting. I hope we get the replay. I thought that was a relatively clean kill, but the Viego ult didn't quite get the kill. Did Exhaust come on down? So they get the stun, Shattering Strike, crash down. Yeah, Exhaust. Exhaust is so... That Exhaust saves it. And also, the Glacial Fissure buffers just enough that Viego ult is going through, and then the Glacial Fissure hits him as he lands. Really, really, really nice Braum play there from Feather. And then obviously Junhao is there, right time, comes in, gets that. At least Viego does get that second kill, helping him get that snowball. But Ryan getting the early kills here on the Yunara is pretty scary. Grubs come on down. Junhao having a bad time. I think he's just dead here. Is indeed. They get that kill. Karras gets a hold of it. Dragged all out is Keshi. Maybe asked to look for an equalizer. Won't be able to. They're realm warping forwards. How aggressively they want to play. The Scout of the Week comes on down. Feather puts the door. But that's still a nice little punish there. The Grubs, I believe, went the way of Thunder Talk all the same. But still, 2 kills after. Feels really nice. Karras gets one. And Cube gets one. Good news. Now, the problem is now bot lane. Ryan's got the opportunity to go forwards. The Arc of Ruin will force the flash away. Heru goes looking for a Scout of the Week. Feather's there. Monkey's now going to die. Very nice punish. Didn't expect that roam over. The Braum stuck around. Didn't expect the Braum to stick around, basically. And Monkey goes, well, that's annoying. And the kill goes back over to Heru. That's very heads up from Feather saying, actually, I think this Viego's going to stick around and try and invade. And he did. Didn't respect the response pattern there. Heru lost half a wave or something like that. So here's a look at this replay. Well, the thing is, if Feather hadn't stuck around, that was the right call. You get way more gold out of it. You get like an extra 2 camps away from Wukong. All that's very, very nice. And you think, actually, we just got 2 kills. I've got so much license to do this. But his laners have left. And that makes things a bit tricky. And he doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult, so he's actually quite punishable the moment the Braum gets in range. Puts the dodge, walks at you. I think if he had the harrowed path and dodged the first Braum Q, then maybe would have been alright, but didn't. Gets punished. The gold actually remains very even, somewhat as a result. And actually for Heru getting that kill, it's a big, big deal. Again, gets you towards that mid lane roll quest, nice and early as well, getting involved in kills like that. Crash down onto Feather. It's a Braum. Are we sure we want this? Glacial Fissure comes on down. Yaya potentially now in danger. The Magnet Storm back. Heal comes on down. The battle gets chunked. Yaya likely does die. Heru, though, is in danger as Monkey gets that kill. 1 for 1. Bad roam from the Syndra. And that will still give Dragon, I think, over to TT. Stolen Scat of the Week comes on forwards. Monkey still got the ult to work with. The about got slowed down by the Arc of Judgment. Ults over the wall. Ryan flashes. Feather looking as well. But Karis is low. And that's a bit unfortunate as John Howe is trading. Gets the Warrior Trickster down. The ult is enough for Monkey to steal a body. Needs to dash away. But I don't know where you go. Oh my god, he gets another! Monkey! With the pop-off! Okay. Justifying the Viego pick there a bit. In the 1v3, guys. And then they pull up the Viego out. Oh, very good. Oh, very good. Morning, Kiwi. Have a look at this again. So it starts with this weird split play. They go looking for Feather, but again, it's Braum. Braum gets to try and turn around, gets on top of Yao Yao, who buys quite a lot of time. The problem is, as Karis gets hit by Heru, he really didn't want to be versus Monkey, who just turns it and goes, yeah, that's not great. Karis is left pretty late, and the Monkey with the stolen Syndra body just threatening with the range. And about gets jumped on because he gets hit by that Arc of Judgment. Ryan and Feather jump on him. Problem is, as Junhao jumps onto Karis, Monkey wins the 1v1, and I think got the smite on the Dragon as well. Yeah, he does. Steals one body, dodges away with the Warrior Trickster into the reset ult. That is the Kraken Slayer value as well. Really, really nice from Monkey. Gets himself towards the Sundered Sky. That upfront burst now is very, very strong. Your Majesty work as well, Gapalol. Here's a little bit of a look at replay. Flashed from on the bot side. The problem is there's a Rel into the W. Very nice Realm Warp gank from Karis, who's having a fantastic split in general. Still, the big difference here is the 2,000 gold lead in jungle. That's pretty scary. Bit of a look topside, doesn't lead to all that much. At this point, look, Ryan at least is 3-1. There's your win condition. Can the Yunara do some work? And again, we've already talked about the fact that Braum value this game could be really, really high. I think Feather has legitimately been fantastic. Good Shattering Strike, denies a look at about that. But again, Karis is pretty scary. Cube's doing fine. And the fact that the Viego's at a point now where legitimately you can just pop someone, that's what you need it to be. Does need to be a bit wary here of the Rumble. Karis coming down. Scuttle Crab secured. The problem is they're not this topside wave. And so that's going to be a lot denied there as well. And I do think WE have got pretty good side lanes this game. The Rise, the Cassante should be fairly solid. I think the Rumble obviously can match up into one or the other and be fine. But I do think the Syndra isn't necessarily going to get the best control here. TT are going to look at this Herald and they're going to go, cool, well, we've gotten double side lanes shoved and that's going to be just fine for us. Worth noting, TT did get the grubs. So with this and the Herald, they can certainly play for some of those structures. If they don't get first turret with that, which I don't think they will because of this bot side shove from Cube, somewhat mitigated, it must be said. Karis now looking potentially at Keshi. Spell Flux, there's the Rune Prism into Monkey with that Spectral Maw. The Equalizer comes on down, ults there. Last Q, steals the body. Junhao flashes on in, but Monkey can scrap shield away, ult. Gets to the ball, not quite the blast cone. Okay, the flash allows something. Junhao with a Warrior Trickster and Nimbus Strike. Realm Warp can come on through. Oh, no! Junhao gets another very nice from the Wukong. Junhao with a couple good counter ganks now. Karis nearly escaped there. That was nearly very smart because, of course, there was no more CC. Doesn't quite happen. And they just take a little too long to kill off the Rumble. And it allows Wukong with that flash to get involved. And that was nice. That halves the gold lead. Get some more kills onto this Wukong, which, again, we've said could be very dangerous this game. The counterpunch of the Cyclone as people come diving for people's head can be pretty strong. Resetting on a ward. Resetting on a ward. Feather should be able to get out. Oh, wow, that's pretty bloody deep. Oh, about! That's far too far! Oh, dear! Well, that'll be a kill now on a Cube's having a bad time. Monkey's respawned. Hang on. It's about to get very messy. Going on in. The Pathmaker. Trying to get some more kills. The Scout of the Week. Denied Monkey's entrance. Oh, boy, WE. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. Really good Scout of the Week. Now the Herald gets to come on down. And all those little Void Mites get spawned. Monkey now looking bot side. Might have a good moment here into Keshi. Overcomes Junhao in the Wukong. Oh boy, they're going to dive Monkey. He's not going to have a great time. There we go. Ults away, he's dead. Yep. Monkey thinks he finds a 1v1. They don't. They have not respected where Junhao can be. And actually, TT have just counterpunched really well this game. And W, I think, at this point, are losing. They had the lead. They've thrown it fairly heavily. They've gotten gold over some people they really shouldn't have given gold over to. Junhao now at 6-2 from being 2-2 over the last 2 minutes. It's pretty rough. They try to pick off Feather here. They don't quite have enough damage. The Ghost comes on Fu. About ults into a Glacial Fissure and an ulting Yunara and gets eviscerated. And the Annihilation doesn't stop there. Cube gets stunned up. And then they go looking, but Orion's still got the flash. The Manga Storm is decent. And then they go looking for something here. But basically, Monkey goes to try and get involved. Can't because the Scout of the Week pulls him away. So they don't get the reset. The health bars are still too high. This is a mess, guys. It is. Thank you for the follow assigned, bottom. Bottom. Braum is absurd. Yeah, I mean, Braum is ridiculously good this game. Also, Feather is a fantastic Braum. He's looking like MVP for my money. It's him or, Junhao, realistically, are your 2 potential MVP candidates, I think, so far for Thunder Talk. How did that Braum heal twice? I don't think he did. I think he just got the... I don't think he did. Use Ghost, then heal. Yeah. Karis potentially could still be a Kingmaker. And again, you've still got a 7-kill Viego. It's not like Viego is without gold. The problem is actually, again, that the Wukong has also now got gold, which he didn't really used to. Equalizer down. Potential looking forwards here. Where's the rest of WE? Yao Yao's kind of caught out in the middle of no man's land and about dies. Exhaust comes on down. Scout of the week. Karis finally joins, but that's going to be John now going forward as well. He's dead as well. Man, TT, this is much more like it. They can Baron off this. 2 members dead. This could go wrong yet. Cube is shoving. Is he going to TP? He may be asked to. Not the fastest Baron of all time. They're just giving it up. Okay. Well, at this point, it looks like we're going to 3. Oh, hang on. Look at Ryan 3. Ult, that's good. That's what they were looking to do a few times. But again, the tanky members are not quite so easy to blow up. Still, nice little something for WE after the game had kind of gone wrong. Let's have a look at this little play again. Because again, basically, they just get jumped on by the equalizer. And Feather and Junhao come roaming on down. And again, we wondered whether TT might lack for engage. But they've actually been pretty successful with finding just the slows that buy a lot of time. Junhao, especially because he's gotten so fed, has been very strong. And making sure those kills come on through. WE's lack of discipline very much hurt them in terms of trying to find picks. I just think that actually picking off the Braum has been a fool's errand a lot of this game. There's a GA now for Monkey, which is nice. Make him a little bit harder to bring down when he's looking for that initial reset. Ryan should still get that one. About gets ulted. We'll be okay, though. Scout of the week will not come on through as Monkey gets to jump over the wall well enough, but does have to burn the ult to make that happen. With the Baron still rolling for a little while, that tier 2 is going to fall. Syndra, with all of the haste in the world, means she can just keep hunting for picks, for Ws. The ult is on a very low cooldown. In fact, it's nearly back up. At least Karis is split pushing away. Should get a couple more plates. And again, that is a potential way for WE to mitigate some of the shove. And it's been relatively successful. 8 seconds on Baron timing out. So I don't think getting the inhibitor here is a likelihood. Maybe they still manage to make it happen, though, because again, there just isn't the map much appetite to go jumping onto 4 members there with only 3. So inhibitor turret does fall. At the very least, Karis gets the tier 2. Yao crashes down. Let's get the ward out. Dragon started. Will be sole point for WE. Are we playing this? I think we are. Where is the Rumble? Not quite here yet. Cube coming. Karis gets a Rune Prison onto Junhao. Keeps him in place. The overloads, the spell fluxes flying across the team. That's a potential win condition as Cube with a big old shield causing some trouble. Yao off vision with the Mega Blast Cone. This could be really dangerous. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. 3,000 HP. Monkey waiting. There's an angle now for Yao. Can look to threaten multiple people. Karis to the backside. It's not a great angle, but About over the wall causes damage as they do get that soul point. The unleashed power comes on through, but doesn't really kill off About. Junhao looking. Will get that kill. They're turning around to the Rumble. Steal the body. That's nice. Now the Rumble back on in, and the extended play with that body reset is still good. Cube falls to Ryan 3, who's got a lot of shred to work with. Monkey has to ult away. Can't look to jump forwards onto Ryan. Ends up being the 2-for-1 in favor of Thundertalk, but they do lose the dragon, so sole point is WE's. The Braum and the Wukong are still proving very difficult in these fights to manage. I thought Yao Yao was about to have the monster flank there, but even with the flash, couldn't really lock people down. Thought managed to disengage that one well. Syndra's just holding R for about. Yeah, I think that's pretty much fair. The Kai'Sa's not really getting to play the game here. He's got that third item. Nowhere near a Zhonya's or something, which I think might be a require. Excuse me, this game. I thought Yao Yao was about to have a monster flank here. Doesn't really catch out Ryan. It's just not close enough. About goes in. Gets some damage onto Heru, but immediately has to flash out. And then the Wukong blast coning with the flank, despite being low, still causes some trouble. They do at least kill off the Rumble, and I thought with that reset, with the Realm Warp coming on down, might be able to cause some more damage. But unfortunately, Ryan just gets to DPS down Cube, who really wasn't that tanky in the extended run of it all by themselves. Interesting. Potentially we were looking. Oh, hang on, flank on the side. That's good onto Heru, who does go down. Monkey steals the body. Can look to threaten here, but again, doesn't have the GA because he stole the body and dies immediately. Oh boy, what about the damage afterwards? Is there any way to turn this around? No, there is not, because Wukong gets it. Oh, Monkey steals the body, all right. But then doesn't get to press R again, so it doesn't have the GA. You do kill Ryan and Heru. Do you have enough damage for this? I think with the Rumble, you probably do, and I don't think Cube can stop this. This might still be a contest. I don't think so, though. I think what will realistically happen is Cube will go in and die. So I think it's a slow Baron, but it's a healthy enough one. They should get this mid lane turret at least. So that'll be WE's choice to say, look, get that one. They killed the backline, all right. But what the... So, but Monkey basically gets blasted, having stolen Syndra's body. So they go flashing over, and that is a good engage. About's there. Monkey gets the body and then immediately gets knocked up and CC'd. Cyclone, Braum passive, dead. Ryan does go down to something. Not actually sure what. But either way, it's still everyone else dying. Monkey at least gets to keep his GA active, I suppose. Arm guard for about necessary. 1 and 6. Has really struggled to have any impact this game. Monkey at 10 and 5 has at least managed to secure some resets. The issue is outside of that one dragon fight, we haven't seen the body hopping dream fight from Viego. Yao Yao also, I think, has kind of struggled in Cube. Hasn't had the best team fights either. At the very least, they'll try and shove through mid here. I wonder whether they're trying to fund another item here for someone. Still, this will be the inhibitor turret broken. Should get that inhibitor, that set tier 2 turret at least. They need to have this Kai'Sa back, though, for something here, as their Nexus turrets are under siege. Does that get you anything on reset? We buying an elixir? What's the plan? Back buys nothing especially. Okay, well, one inhibitor down. Monkey on a flank angle looking for something. John Howe gets slowed down, but gets to back away. The equalizer, not fantastic, actually. Cube on the back angle can look to threaten with the Pathmaker. Gets Cyclone. The Glacial Fisher comes all down. Cube is very low, but does go all out. Ryan 3 in danger. This is not bad from WE. They do get the GA off of the Viego, but it's not enough as Karis with a monster shield gets the alternate, does about, and TT overshove as the Realm Warp and Teleport. That is just a teleport. Gets them a lot there. They're going to try and push through mid. Everyone's dead. This time the GA value is huge. The teleport from Cube gets them what they need. Can they break the base here? I think they probably can. I don't know about ending the game. What are the death timers? Yao Yao's got a tank. Footwork, shield. They're trying to keep this alive and get as much work done here as they can. Monkey's going to get soul at the same time. They want at least the inhibitor turret. Can they get anything more? No, they can't. They just don't have the minions. They tried to protect it by having people tank the turret shots. At least they get the soul. Let's have a look at this again. Basically, Cube goes on the flank and basically use all the defensive ults onto K'Sante. It's tanky enough, and then they get the Magnet Storm, and then the exhaust comes down on Heru, and then Karis is spell fluxing, overloading all the way through them all. Karis with a monster shield courtesy of Seraphs and probably the Actualizer actually at this point, isn't it? Yeah, there it is, Actualizer. Defends the game, destroys the gold lead. Now you've got Zhonya's on a bout. Zhonya's on Karis. GA's still on cooldown for Monkey, but hey, so be it. That was very nicely done. Baron is 2.5 minutes away. You did get soul. So again, Chem Soul, be able to play around with those low health bars. Maybe a requirement for people like the Viego. Chem Soul, not a bad soul for him, actually. Bit of tenacity. Does Viego sell GA for Death's Dance? I think if he had the money, then maybe. But instead, he's going to go towards the Last Whisper. Again, basically, with this build, with Kraken Slayer, with Sunder Sky, with Collector, it basically is all about that first hit with the ult. Ult auto. Get that kill. It's a requirement. You've gone for the Immortal Shield Bow on Ryan to try and deal with some of the burst. Yeah, not bad, actually. It doesn't give you lifesteal per se, but I think maybe the upfront burst protection is not bad here. Why are we going decap on Kai'Sa? Yeah, I think it still should be Void Staff. It's just generically better. I think the numbers spread that have come out generally says that Void Staff is better. But hey, AP is AP. It's not like it's a bad item on Kai'Sa. Haven't seen Viego yet in pro play. Interesting to see how it plays out. Yeah, it's a fun one. If it works. Karis is also just now an absolute monster. Like, if you don't kill this Rise with, what, 4.5 items is really, really scary. 3,000 individual gold lead there. Again, the Rumble's at a similar point, but I think K'Sante is doing just a fine job as a tank. Like, you're somewhat mitigated on that one about being delivered more gold. Has gone from 1 and 6 to 4 and 6. You know, managed to pick up some important kills. Is actually quite threatening themselves. Baron's in 40 seconds. Kai'Sa isn't there. They're trying to feed her towards Death Camp, I think, if they can. And again, with the ult, can theoretically join from a little further away than if they were there immediately. They are just letting the Kai'Sa split push. Wow, okay. They really want to get her Death Camp. Does she have it off this wave? It's got to be pretty close this late in the game. The minion's worth a lot more gold than they would be otherwise. Round warp. Let's try and defend Cube here. He's being jumped on. Does get taken low. I think he's just dead. They've blown him up. Ugh, not the best defense there from WE. Member down, and Cube is quite an important part of that. Man advantage turn to Baron. What do they burn to make that play happen? Syndra ult, I want to say. Anything else? That's it, and the Syndra ult's nearly off cooldown. Again, it's a very high CDR build. Monkey can still look to steal. It's not necessarily that easy to keep the Viego out of the pit. Down to 5,000. They're trying to turn around onto him. Doesn't have the GA quite yet. Flashes away. The Equalizer does get some work, but the damage on the John now! He's gone! Oh, boy! GA's popping. Body's stolen. About gets a lot more damage. Heru just about survives, but Monkey gets another! That's the Quadra! Maybe. No, it's not. It's just the Monkey body. Ryan's alive. Monkey needs to run. 4 seconds on Cube. He does have TP. He can't turn to Baron. I got a little confused because I saw Ryan get the kills, the triple, and I thought Monkey had stolen the body. It's actually what happened there. And then he got Heron, and I thought, he got that. But no, that was my mistake. Ryan actually got the triple, and it wasn't Viego in Ryan's body, which I thought it was to begin with, and I was wrong. Oops. 4v5. I thought this was going to go worse for TT after Junhao got popped and the body was going to get stolen. But the GA goes down, and then Heru survives for so long here, and Ryan is basically untouched. Monkey nearly gets that kill, but it's a very good scatter the weak. The body's stolen. Scatters the weak, backs away. And either way, the Baron isn't taken. Elder is a minute away. Death cap done for about. Oh boy. 35 seconds. Very unusual. We see late game fights where Nymaera isn't under threat. Wonder. And obviously they did a lot of damage to Heru, and that's great. Ooh, Voidseeker wide. Again, at this point, the Kai'Sa Voidseekers are additional poke, actually. Been nerfed somewhat from the era of full AP Kai'Sa, but hey, here we are. Monkey sloped by the Arc of Judgment. No GA this time around, reminder. Keshi at level 20 with an Elixir of Sorcery is a bit of a menace. Keshi. Oh, no. Right, here comes the Zhonya's to buy some time, but that's not great. Thought he was more threatening than he was. That's your own top laner dead around Elder. Oh, boy. That sucks. And again, at level 20, your death timer is a minute. 4v5. Flip around this. Heru! Oh my god! Karis just deletes his health bar. Kao Yao now looking for more. They're going to try and turn around the Glacial Fish of the Cyclone to disengage. Is solid enough, but Cube's a damn tank. They are going to be forced to run away. Ryan's burned his ult. Heru's burned his ult. Feather's burned his ult. And that means that Elder Dragon is WE's. And all the while, look at where those minions are crashing through that top lane. They have to turn back to Baron. They have to do it again. Rumble's up in 12. But again to Elder. Heru's also on like no HP. Run warping force. They found Heru. This is going to be real scary for the poor old Syndra. Kai'Sa goes in. Immediately goes golden. Ryan in a dangerous position himself. The Mega Blast Cone. They're going to try and reset. Should get out. But again, another kill. Heru now down. Junhao's clone spotted. They know he's still here. Inhibitor was nearly taken out by the minions. Doesn't quite. Onto the Baron we go. They're trying to make sure that Junhao can't come and steal this. That would be an extra bit of drama, wouldn't it? Baron and Elder now for WE. How have they managed to pull it back again? This gold graph is going to be a full-on heart attack. I've seen bigger palpitations at an A&E. Smaller palpitations, let's get that right. Of course he's in bigger ones at A&E, Sam. Come on now. The reference stats. Inhibitor down. Make that 2. Thunder Talk, your last gasp is now. You got a GA on Ryan and a Dream. This better be good or your game is over. Baron and Elder for WE. The recovery is complete. We're back to even in gold. Looking for damage. GA up on Monkey. Could be important. At 12 kills, this Viego has been finding the resets. It hasn't been an easy game from WE, but it may still be successful. Baron for a minute and a half. Elder for probably about a minute. TT trying to buy time. You've got the Syndra trying to throw away some of those cannon mines, but they're so far away. And again, just those incidental bits of poke as Kai'Sa keeps throwing out W's. As the Spell Flux flies across one Nexus turret between Thunder Talk and a Bear Nexus. You got to do something soon. Another W lands. Yao Yao flashes in. The Magnet Storm. Kai'Sa to the backline. Heru has to go golden. Oh, about got tanked by the Fountain Laser, but it doesn't matter in WE. Clutch out the game. I won't say it was clean gameplay. I will say it was entertaining. Well, they get the 2-0 and crawl their way back from some mid-game woes. I hope you enjoyed it, folks. BLG versus JDG next, but we certainly got action movie of a Series 1. Thank you for joining us here. Throw on those ads. We'll get an interview soon. Oh, Thunder Talk. Their woes continue, don't they? Just not been easy for them. Even with comps that feel good, they're just not finding consistent players. I think, unfortunately, the more we're seeing it, Ryan 3 and Heru just aren't good enough. I actually think Feather and Junhao had a pretty good game there. They were trying pretty well. The Wukong, the Braum were so instrumental to getting them that lead. But Heru and Ryan, I need to see better. We saw that one good fight from Ryan around that Baron. I think Monkey probably ends up with MVP. I think the Viego was a bold pick. Largely worked out. There was that one fight where he got to bounce around a lot, and that was pretty good. I think About struggled a bit. Yao Yao again, expected a bit better from him. Doesn't really find the clean engage we were hoping for. And again, that was also in a comp that had some pretty good anti-Viego strategies. Against a weaker team, they surely win this one at least. Yeah, probably. But again, Thunder Talk were in similar positions and only just scraped to win the other week as well. We'll go to ASI at least. Yeah, I think WE have got that in them, for sure. I'll give my MVP to Karis because he was the only one not to turbo in. There's some truth to that as well, Tox. There is some truth to that as well. I think Karis in general has genuinely been having a fantastic split. I'd love to see him up against, you know, Rookie, Cream, Xiaohu from the upper group. See what he's like against that kind of next group of kind of the lower tier of the next group of mid laners, if that makes sense. I don't quite know where that's going to go. I think he'd probably match up okay on current form, which is good to see. Right, I really need a bio break. I need another coffee, so I'll be back shortly. There will be an interview, so I won't mute the music as yet. We'll let people listen in on that.
Hello， 各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人松琪。我们邀请到了西安 W1的下路选手 About， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安曲江 W1的选手 About。
好，欢迎。首先恭喜西安 W1拿下了这场 BO3的胜利，2天背靠背的对局是不一样的赛果。今天是2比0，稳稳的幸福。那么他们觉得今天能够2比0拿下对面的原因是什么呢？
오늘 우리 요즘에 인다가 2경기 했는데 오늘 어제는 2대 1로 이고 오늘 2대 0으로 이겼잖아. 오늘 이제 2대 0으로 빠르게 이기게 되는데 어떤 점이 변화가 되는지?
전날 경기를 이겨가지고 다들 팀원들이 자신감이 붙은 것도 있는 것 같고 자신감이 붙어서 더 플레이가 잘 나오는 것도 있었던 것 같습니다.
昨天赢完比赛后，我们自信心方面的话提升很大嘛，然后今天以自信心，然后今天就打得很顺嘛，然后今天能2比0赢得比赛。
有了自信之后，今天第1局发挥就非常的顺，是25分钟的一波很快的速攻节奏。那想问一下，他们在第1局的时候，整个游戏的重心是怎样的，能够快速的滚起雪球呢？
초반은 다들 라인전을 유리하게 잘해가지고 다들 쉽게 잘 굴린 것 같고 몽키 선수가 오더를 잘해가지고 빠르게 운영을 굴릴 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
第一把的话，我们整体表现每条线对线打得都挺不错的嘛，然后Monkey 的指挥比较好，我们顺利赢下，很迅速的赢下这场比赛。
3线在第1局的时候都有优势，我相信这不离不开下路你们双人组主动去找节奏，也离不开在第2条小龙的时候，你的 EZ 在少打多的情况下，依旧打出了爆炸输出。你对于这个英雄的理解是怎样的？
되게 잘했는데 이제에 대한 챔피언 어떤 챔피언인지 말해줄 수 있을까요?
이제는 그냥 간단하게 스킬 잘 맞추면 좋은 챔피언인 것 같고 못 맞추면 안 좋은 챔피언인 것 같습니다.
一直简单来说的话，技能命中率高的话就是很好的英雄，但是技能命中率差的话就是一个很差的英雄吧。
我相信这个英雄在他的手上一定会打得越来越好。那来到了第2局，相比于第1局的优势，就能感受到，不管是在前期对于下路的压力，还是中期对面给到他们节奏上面一个巨大的劣势情况下，队伍又是怎样去稳住局面的？
두 번째 판에 우리가 이제 유리하다가 이제 상대한테 역전당해서 불리하게 시작됐을 때 어떻게 소통하면서 게임 플레이를 했는지.
그냥 천천히 불리하더라도 한타가 계속 열심히 보면서 기회를 노렸던 게 대회에서 잘 나왔던 것 같습니다.
第二把我们在劣势的时候就是稳住局面吧，然后慢慢找机会，然后看看有没有突破口，然后这种沟通打的比赛。
那我觉得提到突破口，非常明显的一波，就是在对面想要去1波掉他们的时候，有一个葵绕后，反而是让在高地的时候 W1给了一个团灭对手的这样的情况。那波机会大家是怎么找的？会不会觉得那一波开始就会翻盘拿下比赛？
상대 우리 바텀 먹재기 될 때 이제 그 상태가 뒤틀 타면서 우리가 전 한타각을 만들었는데 그때 소통을 어떻게 했는지 말해줄 수 있을까요?
상대가 그때 밀려고 깊게 들어왔던 것 같고 깊게 들어온 걸 저희 탑 선수가 디테일 잘 봤고 저희 팀들이 다들 각을 잘 봐서 잘 잡았던 것 같습니다.
对面在推下路高地的时候一直在推进嘛，然后他们有想那种1波的局面，然后我们上单选手找了一个很漂亮的绕后机会，然后那时候我们一拥而上吧，就团队配合比较好嘛，打团就是打得很好。
在赛场上能感受到 W1这支战队一些默契的配合。那最后一个问题也想问一下 About 的选手，在你加入到 W1战队之后，你觉得这支战队是怎样的一个战队呢？以及有没有什么想和队友们一起实现的目标愿景？
이제 About 선수가 이번 연도에 W 합류하면서 이제 W가 어떤 팀이라고 생각하는지 말해줄 수 있을까요?
W는 예전부터 되게 오래 있던 팀이기도 하고 되게 명문팀이라고 생각해서 합류하게 돼서 굉장히 좋고 네 그렇습니다.
就是 W 的话，一个很传统的俱乐部吧，也是一个名门，加入到 W 很开心吧。
相信我们的队员和队伍之间一定会相互成就，也期待你和队伍之后能拿到更好的成绩。谢谢 About 选手，也谢谢我们的翻译老师。我们的赛后采访到此先告一段落，接下来让把画面交还给解说席。
Well, nice to hear from WE, and of course the next game is the big one, JDG BLG. Monkey player of the game. Reset Viego. We'll say a couple of the shutdowns did kind of come from him, but then again, Viego tends to be a bit of the litmus test, or rather like kind of first marker for if a game goes well. You tend to look at the Viego when he's in the game. If he's doing well, he'll have the score, and if he's doing badly, he'll have the bad score. Hey Rubens, how's it going? Player of the match as well. I think there's, there's been a lot of comments about WE, have they upgraded or downgraded? I mean, obviously, no, the comments aren't whether they upgraded. It's more like, how much can they retain after losing quite important players in their bot lane? Taeyun and Vampire, while they've had patchy histories, were actually very good for WE as a duo. That's why they ended up getting a top 4 finish last year in one of their playoffs. That's been mixed. He has gone melee range to lose them games, but he's had that aggressive mentality. Not too dissimilar from Taeyun, actually. And then, yeah, he has been struggling. He has been struggling. I think he's a clear downgrade from Vampire, who's actually ended up being, very good towards the end of his time in WE. Haven't seen Viego yet in pro play. Interesting to see how it plays out. Obviously, that was a while ago, Dwadon. But Viego was very, very big around 2021, 2020. That's the world skin from 21, actually. Big in 22 as well. It's like 21, 22. That was when Viego was very, very, very good. And then he got nerfed, like a lot. Ah yes, Syndra, the I play everything champion. Viego, the I play everything champion, rather. And all 8 votes for player of the match. WE was so close to losing this match so often. That, I have to say, that's been a little bit of a recurring theme for them in group perseverance. Because group perseverance is, yeah, it's not been fantastic, really, in terms of the consistent level of play. Are BLG more consistent right now? More consistent than they were last year, but that doesn't mean that they are consistent still. Their last series versus JDG left a lot to be desired, particularly I think from Viper. Yeah, I think Viper needs to have a better series today. I think that BLG also have some late game worries as well. Their late game teamfight setup has not been as good. What happened in the Ninjas game versus WE? Yeah, let me think back to the scoreboards again, actually, because that was just the other day. I seem to remember, it wasn't pretty, I can tell you that. What happened in these games again? Let me see the scoreboards. I'll remember it easier from that. Okay, W won the first game. How did that one work out? Oh, that went super late game. That was a super late game one, I seem to remember. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, that was a 30-minute one, so I'm wrong on that. What happened in that one, then? Oh, it was a single engage comp from NIP. It did go to Elder, I seem to remember, and basically Guon was playing sole engage, and it became very hard to lock down the carries eventually, because they only had one really engaged threat. Second game, huge early game snowball from NIP. And then the third game was... Oh no, sorry, this is the other series. No, I'm thinking of the other... I'm thinking of a different series, so sorry. No, I'm thinking of a different series. But there was... There we go. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong scores. I think it was a 3-game series, and it was in week 2. They played twice in week 2. Yeah, but the first game was sole engage from Guon, and that one did go super late game. It was 44 minutes. It basically went to, like, late game Elder. It was... Yeah, that was a late game Elder fight. That late game shenanigans. Game 2... It again went pretty late game, actually, and it came down to late game fights where about went melee range into like a Renekton. Hoya had a very good Renekton game in that one. And then third game... Didn't that also go late game? Yeah, there were 3 really long games in the series, basically. And in that one, it was like... Oh, yeah, there was a really bad dragon setup from NIP, and eventually they just, like... Hoya got a very big lead on Gnar, but then just couldn't do it in late game fights, and it basically ended up being, like, a huge amount of ricochet spell flux damage from Sivir Rise. So basically all 3 games that went late, and it was, like, clown show around objectives, effectively. Okay, gonna run another ad break now so we don't get it in-game for the next one. Hey Ray, how's it going? Here in Beijing. So now we come up to the big matchup again. What we assume to be two of our top 3 teams in the entire LPL. Now, JDG took the series 2-0 last time, even though BLG had earlier leads in both those games. And I think BLG will be smarting from that. You know, there was 2 very winnable games. I think in the first game, the Baron call, which happened later into the game, which was stolen. That obviously ended up being a very huge mistake. The second game, again, a very large lead, and I don't think Viper played very well through a very large lead on Varus. And he struggled to teamfight later. Didn't seem to trust his peel. Also, at the same time, Honky bodied Knight in lane. You know, Knight was not doing well in lane. Even though Knight had a good series outside of that, I don't think he was playing awfully. I just think that Honky was better in lane. And I think on the whole, Honky was the better player that day, which is very rare to say against Knight in the LPL. So what do we expect from this series? Well, BLG have been trying to play through top side a fair amount. Not many teams put resources into top lane. Not many. They have been, though, fairly consistently. They like to gank for Bin, allow him extended time in side lanes. So we'll get into those rosters. Bin, Shun, Knight, Viper on. A super team from BLG. I think any team with Knight and Bin obviously somewhat qualifies. Adding Viper as well. Yeah, you have to call it a super team. Now, Shun joining back into the roster gives them a little bit more of that mojo they were lacking for. JDG, huge potential. Question is really, how quickly can they realize it, and how and the win that they had against BLG, you know, immediately followed by a loss versus Weibo. How much of that was a fluke? What's your view on the AP Jax? It's very good into squishy games where you just instantly one-shot someone. Can struggle a little bit to be tanky because you don't get the same amount of tanky stats from like Sundered Sky and Triforce. Bin and Xiaoshu, both very good players of that champ. You might even see some of that today.
There's some word of that. I think the Renekton also inevitably going to be a contest.
Yeah.
Both of these players
yeah.
love that champion. And Xiaoshu's Renekton last year was so good. Some big goal difference stats there. Interesting to see Hope at the top, but again, I think that's AL often putting a lot of pressure towards Hope recently as well. It's been interesting. And Viper and Gala obviously up there pretty well.
That's quite interesting to me because, look, BLG are probably the one team in Group Ascend that puts significant resources into top lane.
True.
Pretty much everyone else tries to get a good matchup, but they don't really do that much ganking of it. Most of the meta, and this is also worldwide, by the way, most teams worldwide, besides actually HLE, they try and do this as well. Most teams will gank bot lane, and bot lane will look to win the first 3 waves, fight towards the first scuttle crab of the game. By the way, this trio looks like they're hitting 200 games today.
Oh, wow.
No, maybe it won't be 200 games. It might be 200 wins. Might be 200 wins.
I think that might be Bin and On at 200, 100. Actually, I don't know.
So
Someone
it
speaks
says Bin, Shun, and On and listed down there, and they're on the page here.
Yeah.
I think they might be on...
is it 199 as a group, 200 has been and on?
I'm not sure. No, because I think this is the amount of wins that they have, I think. So they played way more than 200 games together. Surely they've had more than 200 games together. Surely
so
they've had more than
199?
that.
Are they on 199 at the minute?
No, there's no way they haven't played 200 games together.
Yeah,
Between
you're
23
right.
and 24,
yeah, you're absolutely right.
they will have played more than that. Actually, let me. In fact, I can actually do a quick check on that pretty much.
Go for it.
That was actually not hard to check.
I will say for the bot lane point as well, because you're absolutely right. We've seen a lot of attention from Shun up there. Shun and Bin have always had a good combo in that sense, and I think part of what Bin was missing last year was having a jungler who got how he functioned, right?
Folks,
having someone
between 23 and... So in 23, Bin played 160 games. in 24, he played 150 games. So they've already had 300 games together.
That's gotta be win rate then.
Even with Shun taking a couple of games off in summer. So that's probably wins together, I'd imagine.
That would make sense. That would make sense.
So you can joke about that, Schmetzenkin, but they beat a lot of teams at MSI. So in fact, BLG beat Gen G and T1 at MSI 2023, and then won a lot beyond that too. Well, listen to this interview though.
斌哥好，跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 上单兵。
欢迎。那到目前为止呢，你们第一赛段组内赛的首个循环也已经结束了。现在 BLG 是暂列小组第1的位置，对这个成绩还算满意吗？
挺满意的，整体挺满意的。
回顾首轮的交手，你觉得队伍哪些地方做的比较好，哪里还可以进一步提升和改善呢？
首一轮我们前期做的挺好的，但是中期会出现一些问题吧，就是要把中期问题解决一下。
还是让比赛的这个整体风格更稳健一些哈。那今天也是你们面对 JDG 短期内的第2次交手，如果想要拿下比赛的胜利，你觉得需要做好哪些部分？有没有从上次的交手当中总结一些经验教训？
这次的话就是少给一些机会吧，感觉上次就是中期一直在给机会，这次我们尽量稳一些，然后稳稳拿下比赛。
好的，那就期待你们今天的精彩表现，比赛见。
I think Rocket Jump and Joy, they are obligated to drink sideways to show the can off floor. Because again, if you drink it forwards, you got the bottom of the can, which is not great for advertising. You have to drink it sideways. That'll be Gala.
欢迎 Gala。在最近的采访当中呢，他比教练一直在夸你啊，觉得你能够独当一面，然后呢也非常喜欢你成熟稳健的风格，游戏内外都是如此。对此你有没有什么想回应的？
因为我第一次跟他比见面的时候，那个时候。我年纪也比较小嘛，然后现在也经历了很多，可能对他的反差也比较大一点。
Dude, that'll be good.
那你觉得第一赛段打到现在，
Smash it against the forehead.
变化是什么呢？
You ever done that?
Once it wasn't great.
Yeah.
Don't recommend it. I had a friend, so you know Leo.
Yeah.
So there was I do a Taskmaster show with my friends once a year. There's an interview happening. Maybe this can wait. Maybe this can wait. No, there is a story, guys, coming in about 10 minutes or less.
感觉对面打野的动向不是很敏感，然后我们下路被gank的次数比较多，然后今天的话多注意一下对面打野的动向。
好的，那就期待你们的精彩表现，我们比赛见。
Right, Taskmaster story.
Yeah. Okay.
Friend of mine, Leo, phenomenal guitarist. Leo Kelly G, check him out. Fantastic, fantastic musician. One of the very best musicians I've ever known in my life. Does some great music. Highly recommend it. But we do a yearly Taskmaster event where people go like really hardcore for this. Like people have gotten tattoos, have learned taxidermy and brought in taxidermied rats for challenges.
That's so strange,
like when I say we are extra, I mean it is a year's worth of absolute commitment to the bit. The gyros are ridiculous, I know.
That's so loud.
Every time I have the headphones on, I get bloody jump scared for it.
You know the one which gets me is every time after the players come onto stage, there's just a rocket in your left ear.
Yeah.
It's just specifically there's like.
There's also one gyro that they haven't mixed to stereo and only comes out the left ear.
My God,
so for whatever reason, WE's gyros in the intro only comes out of the left ear. It's bizarre.
Down mix to mono. Down mix to mono. Teams will come onto stage, folks, and once again we get to relive. We did a lot of bits on this in the literally a couple of days ago for the last of this. Folks, JDG BLG in 2023 was the LPL matchup. Now, so many of the players have left. It's not that anymore. But now there are two teams which everyone knows internationally that are relevant again. These two should be two of our top 3, probably with anyone's legend. JDG beat both of those top teams, but they also lost to Invictus Gaming and to Weibo. BLG, they might have lost to JDG. Their one loss so far. That rocket, it does get me every time, I swear to God. But we'll see. You know, that last series, a 2-0 where BLG lost in the late game. They couldn't keep it together. They lost those leads. JDG were more clutch around the macro. Was that a blip on the radar? Is that something that they can sort out for today?
You know what's also a blip on the radar?
Yeah.
The fact that I'm going to have to pause my Taskmaster
story.
story. It's gonna have to wait. It's after draft. I can't do it now. It's just like it's just there's no time, and it's too much for non-secretary.
People who are watching back the VOD or the highlights, they're gonna hear like this random like bit of a story. What do you mean someone made a taxidermied rat called Rat Gino?
It was great.
Yeah.
It did unfortunately go rotten, by the way. So they had to throw it out.
No! Oh dear Lord! Don't tell me that.
It did.
Oh
So Rat Gino died.
Oh
again,
no.
a second death.
Oh Jesus, Sam! Why would you tell me that? Okay, right, JDG BLG. I'm sure people are tuning in, wanting to see what is probably the marquee matchup of the LPL. So, JDG come in, weirdly, as favourites. They do. They beat them last time, 2-0. Big things which happen in that series. I think BLG strategically are making mistakes by not playing to bot lane with pressure. On was actually targeted a lot in mid and late game by JDG, saying, okay, we're going to take your playmaking off the board. I think that On in week 1 across the world was the best support in the world. And a lot of that was because he was consistently winning lane and then able to get out onto the map. If BLG against JDG cannot consistently get bot lane pressure on their own, they must put resources down there. Currently, they put resources into Bin, and Bin's great from playing from ahead, but it's strategically harder to play around a top laner that is ahead than a bot lane, which also has your support unlocked as well. So, that is the biggest thing I think about this game. The other thing, too, is Knight needs to be better in lane. I think Hongyu blasted him. Knight was good outside of lane, arguably a little better than Hongyu at playing around the globals. But losing that pressure early in that laning phase definitely hurt them. JDG, on the other side, I think Junja had magnificent early game pathing. That will have to be a factor here again. And if they can use that to win over the bot lane skirmishes, I think JDG can similarly push BLG again.
I will add a little note as well that I do think Knight has made very good roams to bot lane. He had a couple of Syndra games where he managed to make some really nasty dives happen bot lane. So interestingly, while Shun has often put more attention top than a lot of other junglers, they have still managed to get a gank or two in the mid stages by getting Knight unlocked.
Yeah.
See if that can happen again here as we do get into our first draft of the day. BLG with first pick on red side, and JDG with second pick on blue side. Again, guys, disconnected here in the LPL for those who are tuning in, understandably, for our big matchup here.
So the Silas ban triggers the Malphite ban afterwards. We still have Yunara, Rumble, Orianna, Azir, Akali. The Jarvan taken away is quite important. That depowers something like that Orianna, but it's still very powerful in its own right. Every bot lane is up there right now too, in terms of the Varus is very important too. So there's about, I'd say, 6 S-tier picks, maybe. That's just off the top of my head. Even stuff like the Ambassador could come through too, which both these teams are very proficient at. There are a lot of power picks. That's part of the thing about Fearless. You do have less of that to worry later on into the game. What is that last ban? I would imagine Varus might be the takeaway.
Would make some sense. Rumble's up as well. So it might be Rumble for Varus, might be the angle here. Azir?
Okay.
Knight
locks in Azir. Now, Knight has not looked good at it, folks. I don't think you need me to tell you that, but BLG, they keep slamming this. And look, folks, for the side of BLG, for the side of Knight, I want to see Knight just call for not going for the Azir. He can play the Ziggs counters. He's great at the Knight's the Azir counter. You give over the Rumble for this too, which is a powerful pick into the Azir itself.
Or Vi?
So. I think Varus is the easy one.
I don't know about this one, guys. I really don't. The debating a Lucian would be very funny, but Varus is very much the easy option, surely.
I think they might look for a Vi pick as well, because the thing is, Viper probably wants to go for either Sivir or Misfortune.
You need Yunara, just even if it's not great into the Varus, but it just like get that power out.
Yeah, the thing about the Yunara is that the Yunara might actually have to be the pick here, folks, because if you lock in Misfortune or Sivir, then there's an instant Vi on the other side, I think, which I think is very, very powerful. Now, Shun had an excellent game on the Pantheon in Game 2 versus JDG. See all smiles there. Shun's a very smiley player. I love watching him on stage. He just seems always happy to be there. Which is a great thing, honestly.
Bin's Cassante has put a lot of time into this over the years. Ironically, probably one of his lower win rate champions from last year. But again, sometimes it's just the way of it. Bin, when he's not on a strong counter pick, tends to default into blinding things like the Cassante.
Yeah.
It's a decent matchup into the Rumble.
It is,
You actually do have some okay lane control. You deal with the poke well, or better than most. You can threaten him with good ganks. All that good stuff.
Yeah. We've basically seen that the Cassante is an even matchup into the Rumble, basically. You don't lose farm, and then you provide different things in team fights. That's the long and short of it. JDG, it wouldn't surprise me to see them lock in a Wukong or a Vi right now. They could, I suppose, also go towards Shin Zhao too, although it's a little less good into the Cassante because it can block you out from team fights fairly effectively. No, the Alistar instead. So Nico is banned. That's one of the lane supports out. And the thing about this Alistar is that it gets carried through the lane by the Varus. You don't care as much for the 2v2 now. You're in a happier spot.
And again, Vampire on engaged support is a great space for Vampire. Vampire on things like the Alistar is very, very dangerous. Vampire on more of those ranged options, a little less exciting.
Because basically, Vampire has been the weak link of JDG. He has been. Now, that doesn't mean he always will be, and it doesn't mean that it's like by a point where it's, catastrophic. He's still had good games. He's still been good. We need him to be better if we want JDG to stay as a top team and be the top team even within the LPL.
Certainly more well-rounded. I need to see him work on things like Bard, right? And that's a big deal.
One of the things that we saw against Weibo, where I think this is a really good series to see what JDG were missing in that series, is that if they don't get Junja early pathing out the wazoo, where he's just doing incredible things on stuff like the Vi that was just banned, is that Vampire is not good enough at vision control by himself to wrangle control of a map. Where we saw Weibo just completely destroy them in vision control. And against teams like BLG, if On is ahead on the map, I think there could be a similar issue here. So I need to see now from BLG, hyper bot lane pressure. What do they do with that? They won't have the Bard. Do they ban the Karma here, JDG, actually?
You know what? I was just about to ask that, because again, it's a semi-regular ban against On. Instead, they go towards the Yunara, just saying, look, yes, Varus lane's well into it, because we've blocked the Alistar, Yunara plus range matchup probably still mashes that lane, and that would get pretty scary. Last ban, maybe something like the Xin Zhao you were calling out would be pretty solid. Then you are going down towards things like that Wukong.
Sign of the crowd. Easy revenge. Viper win. Wow.
Ooh,
now,
baby.
folks, Viper is very popular in the LPL, known as Hubby. After his 21 EDG days, basically, it was
he's the last world champion. Remember, they've not won since Viper's days in the LPL.
Even though BLG reached World's Finals in 2024, Weibo in 2023, have had finalists, but not that champion. Anyone's Legend knocked out in quarterfinals, of course, to Top Esports' dismal performance in the semifinals. In a lot of ways, folks, we look at these series with that view as well in terms of, okay, how good are they regionally? But realistically, how far do we think they can go internationally too?
Well, we were wondering whether it would be Xin Zhao or Wukong. Thinking about the Xin Zhao at the moment. We'll see whether that is finalized. Worth noting as well, we do see Honkyu's Yone banned away. He does like to pick that into things like the Azir. You are still melee into range. It can be a bit miserable, but if you get through the laning phase, you start to threaten, and in the side lanes in particular, it's very easy to recover some of the deficits. There's the Ezreal. We talked about the Karma. Viper is one of the very best Ezreals of all time. He's very good at the champion, and On is probably the best Karma of all time, actually, to my mind. He is one of the most aggressive, psychopathic players of the champion ever.
I really like Wolf's Karma. I really like Wolf's
I hear you're not wrong. It was very good.
But look, he's still pretty good at it. They go for the Corki. Look, this is lane dominance still. That's fine. The Rakan... The thing is, if you went towards the Karma, you'd lack a lot of engage. The Rakan gives you some more of that. And the Alistar just can't really do that much against the Rakan early on. And while Varus is not bad into the Corki, in fact, I mean, look, Varus is good into everything, folks. In fact, there are very few champions which deal well with him. The Rakan gives the sustain, which kind of counters out your poke Honkyus. Thinking about that LeBlanc matchup into the Azir. Thinking about this too.
Oh, go on.
There are a couple of different matchups you can throw towards it. They do go towards the Ziggs. I will say though, it's not the easiest thing to set up with compared to like a Leona or a Nautilus. The Alistar can sometimes CC chain long enough for the Ziggs ult, but you're really actually in this case hinging on the Varus hitting ult for you to get a good combo from the Ziggs.
And there's something about maybe the equalizer slow being difficult to escape from as well. Like, actually, sometimes you force summoners that way. And we have just that last series even. It didn't end up in a win. TT failed to secure the win after getting Baron in a 5,000 goal lead. It was a bloody disaster. But we saw the Rumble ult being used as soft engage by getting people in choke points, getting that AoE slow. And that's often enough if you're on things like the Azir or the Corki to burn cooldowns and force away, and then things like the Mega Inferno bomb could come on through and make people feel a lot more sad about their lives.
You know what, Sam? I think a lot of this game is going to come down to mid lane laning phase and parts of it. I think that if Knight can escape enough of those bombs early, he can start providing a lot of pressure and more playmaking pressure than the Ziggs, who's a follow-up champion. We'll get into that game. We ran some ads. Let's get into it.
I need people to look at this Azir. This is a first pick Azir. Game 1. They did this last series as well, if my memory serves me. They lost that series. Knight's Azir has been mediocre at best. This is a very big, I don't know, call to make, is the best way of putting it. I need to see them get a bit better on that one. I am lying, apparently. I seem to remember that one. I am lying.
It was the Anyone's Legends series.
It was the Anyone's Legends series. Thank you.
Game one a little while ago. There are smiles on stage.
Look at that one.
BLG smiling on stage. Now, their team, both these teams ramping up. We expected BLG to come in a little hotter. That has not been the case. JDG, I thought would take a little bit longer to come together. They have come out of the gates absolutely storming. And LPL are looking to these two teams to be banner bearers at the top of the table, alongside Anyone's Legend as well. For these teams, with Tabe leaving Anyone's Legend to join JDG with a new project, to see exactly how high the ceiling is in LPL.
Worth noting as well, remember where Tabe was before all that as well. I think he was on BLG, if you recall, for a certain while.
A little bit of time back in 2023.
Did a fantastic job taking a team that people had kind of dismissed after the era of the Uzi Doggo roster, for God's sake. That was supposed to be the one that popped off, not this team.
I have to say, folks, I've been a Knight Azir defender for a little while, but I don't think it's what I want to see him on. You know, I've seen enough games on him this year where it just doesn't feel like... Look, his laning phase is good on the champion. His playmaking outside of lane doesn't combo up with his team very well, and it doesn't seem to get the damage down that you need. By the way, while we're going at this too, folks, if you're enjoying what you're hearing, what you're watching, please drop a like, a follow, subscribe. You know, we're independent streamers. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, so you're kind of left with folks like us.
Indeed.
And regardless of where you watch the LPL, try to support them as best you can right now. We appreciate it. Thank you. And speaking of it, thank you for the follows. We appreciate you. This is one of our biggest matchups. We will continue to tell these stories, tell you about the teams on an analytical and a narrative level. At BLG, we expect them to be an international contending roster. JDG, I expect them to be contending for top 3. I didn't expect them to be pushing BLG this early into the year. I thought maybe they could build towards that later. Already beaten them 2-0 so far in their first face-off.
Indeed, they have. Don't know about Knights of Zero in laning phase. I still recall that series versus anyone's legend. It wasn't JDG, as Alex noted.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming that I was in fact off on that one. But he lost lane on that one too. And you're into the Ziggs, which is theoretically a counter if you lose lane, and then you've got the issues potentially elsewhere. Oh boy. Eyes on mid. Eyes on Honkyu Azir. And well, Honkyu into Knights Azir. Gyos coming up. We're in JDG's home arena. Get ready for those Gyos. The mics are wrong again, aren't they?
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, wow, that's really, really loud. And Sam, I'll give you the headphones now because my eardrums have been blown out.
So the last time we had the same issue, they had to lower the crowd mics for game 2.
Sam, this is actually the opposite problem, where it wasn't actually the chant leader that was too close. It was the rest of the crowd.
Oh.
See that Honkyu actually got beyond the minion wave to throw that extra Q. Nice now been hit by, I think, 3 Qs at level 1, blowing that part. Honkyu doing well at the early levels. Now Honkyu's at the point where he can't escape minion aggro. But you see that Ziggs really hurting in the early lanes. Knight's normally the guy which does this to other Azir players.
Yeah, this is a big, big deal. Massively, massively outlaned so far. Into the level 2 for the Satchel Charge. And again, Satchel Charge level 2 to prevent any shenanigans from the Pantheon. Pretty nice here. Very good defensive tool as ever. Knows what's happening now with the Raptors. In fact, I wonder whether you might think about throwing a bomb over there, trying to nab a small Raptor.
The thing is, with stuff like the Ziggs early on, you really need to use your mana efficiently. And right here, he's only missed 1 Q on screen right now. The 1 Q from Honkyu missing. Knight, ooh, does dodge out on that now, so that's getting a little better for him. Each of these skill shots that misses gives Knight a little bit more breathing room. You can see that actually Honkyu missed a few minions on the push though, so while he's gotten the poke, he's missed some minions.
Yeah, will it matter if we can get Knight out of lane, dropping 2-3 minions, but then forcing Knight to lose 5 because he's not in lane? Oh, gets a bad reset. That's
what Honky's trying to do here, by the way, is trying to use Knight's auto attack as a CC.
Yeah.
And right there, he's you know, Knight and Honkyu really pushing hard with that. I think Knight has used all of his pots he has. He's actually a little bit risky sticking around here. Reminder Honkyu in game 1 of the last series did solo kill him around this point of the game.
Actually, despite missing a minion or 2, Knight's had to miss more, which is tough. Bot side Vampire with a double headbutt pulverize. Very nicely done, sir. Now Viper will turn that around. The heals procs as Gatling gun is a hell of an ability.
Yeah, you can see that Vampire tried to go for the split combo. He's coming down there. But what you also realize is that Rakan hits Q. And if Rakan hits Q, well, the sustain comes through and your trade looks a lot less less good. So JDG, this is one of the big breakpoints that they had against Weibo, where they lost the bot side Scuttle Crab. And whenever you go to contest it and lose the crab, you feel really bad. You see now Knight is actually down a significant amount of CS, lost a lot.
That's a wave.
Well, it's more than that now. You look at it, it's about a wave and a half, actually.
Good grief.
So very good early laning phase from Honkyu. Hasn't stopped off for the tier, not going towards that, it looks like. Has gone towards the Dark Seal, though, realizes that early Snowball could be a win condition here. Junja, unseen right now on bot side.
There it is. They've kind of tried to put some wards down, fake putting some down. Viper's still got a ward in inventory. So the easiest to bring a Rakan and Corki down size, because again, you battle dance Corki Valkyries away, Rakan battle dances again, all these things.
Yeah, and that ended up being fine. I could hop over the bomb there. He's going to look for another reset soon, I think. Or I think he should do, actually. Honkyu doing very well in this early lane, and you could say Knight, actually, his laning has been one of the bad parts on the Alistar. Oh, no, so the Azir. I'm just the
yes,
Azir
the Calbatine is back. The Static Shiv Alistar, do you remember that?
Season 1, AP Alistar jungle and middle. Oh, that was a time to be alive, folks. Not that I was actually watching at that point. Bot lane's going actually pretty well for JDG here.
Ooh, nicely done from Vampire. Headbutt taxi off on to get the angle over.
One of the specialties of Vampire is that 2v2. Now, I have issues with the macro. Very good taking this trade with the waves in this point too, actually. Both mid lane and bot lane struggling to actually hold their own in the early lane, which is not something which we thought we'd be saying about BLG. But JDG, they are also laning specialists. BLG might have the best lanes in the league. We'll see based on form, but JDG coming out to play, really. And it seems like, you know, The draft against Weibo drew a lot of criticism. Maybe their prep wasn't as good for that one. But against BLG, I think the early planning, particularly from Junja, and the early play from the lanes, made a lot of good impact for them.
And, you know, Vampire played that well. I'll also give Gala some credit for some really heads-up timing on the resets. Well, had the teleport, so he could go back for the longsword and the tier and hold the wave there while Viper and On were trying to get the shove in, and they couldn't quite do it. So there's lots of little minute things there that have come on forward. I don't think it's going to lead to a crazy CS lead or anything, but actually just that little bit of a delay on the reset time is not being able to get the wave fully shoved into it, bounces back. It's going to force that overextend here, deny a couple minions. It's those small edges which can start leading to better things. Of course, Viper still goes back for a tier, boots, longsword, the whole longsword, dagger. He sold that one right. We'll change that one out. And now Junja being around means not as easy to control the vision down here either.
So Knight was down 20 CS at that last reset. Does manage to get back in time for the cannon on that next wave. BLG losing out on the early situation. Now top lane is even, I will say, in terms of the points where BLG will look to fight back in this game is Xiaoshu has been not doing fantastic. We want to see more from him, especially given how well he was playing last year when he came into JDG in the summer to replace Arla. Him and Pays were kind of like the two people really holding it together on JDG. Well, actually, Shun, who played for this team last year, bit of rough times. Shun, right now, has been one of the best parts of BLG. I think he's been, you know, against Tarzan, got a little bit diffed against Anyone's Legend, but besides that, has been so important to the way that they skirmish, the way that they fight. And right now, they're fighting over that Scuttle Crab.
Again, could be a bit weird because Vampire is standing in front of Shun to deny the shield vault. You can interrupt Pantheon W and manage to buffer through it well. You're right. He's kind of trapped in here. That's unfortunate. Remember, has the flash but no summoner spells, or rather no combat summoners because he's got the teleport. Is forced to flash out of the pit. On goes in for the grand entrance, gets a knock up, not that much more. JDG, that was a bit ugly leaving Gala split off there.
It was. Vampire missed his combo in the river, which meant that Shun could walk up. And of course, at the early levels, it's really quite a long cooldown for the Alistar. So that's a flash down in Gala, and BLG win the bot side scuttle. Chance of a shuffle back now.
Nice. Towards the side of Shun. He's not going to follow, but that's the flash off for Ziggs. A bit more vulnerable.
That was really good there from Knight. Hang on, there's an ult coming towards bot side. They've overpushed.
Oh, Garum have no flash and has got a teleport. He's a dead man. Very nicely done.
Awesome plays from Shun in the last minute. Goes towards mid lane to threaten. Because Knight cancelled the satchel, it forced the flash, but then immediately leaves that. Knows, okay, well, bot lane, they've overpushed. And JDG, one of the issues which I think they'll have as a newer team, and just because we know some of these players as well, their macro senses, even Honkyu in side lanes falls apart to this too. Sometimes they will overpush. Sometimes they don't quite realize when the next player's coming. Shun on something like that Pantheon got a lot of value out of JDG in Game 2 versus them the last time they met because of this.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, it's very possible to have more threat than JDG and SC aware of, because obviously the eyes there were on mid, like, oh my god, they can look to make this play, and then the grand storefall happens bot, thinking that that's where the play is happening. And that ability to wrong foot someone, yeah, that's great from BLG, and again, having things like the grand starfall for a player like Shun is great news on that front, but part of it as well is just JDG not quite having those senses locked in, as you were talking about. Quick bit of a sorry, go on.
But like, that's actually what you expect from JDG. You know, that's not a problem, because this is something which I think they'll improve later on into the year. Both noting, by the way, that Viper doesn't have cleanse versus the Varus, who has just hit level 6. So that's the next thing which I want to highlight here. There's a chance of that Varus ult play.
Sort of see why into the Alistar you may not. Flashes away there. Vampire threat
really nice.
Bush. Very good.
Alcove Gaming. Really well played from him.
I was about to say things like the barrier, not bad into things like the Ziggs ult and the Rumble ult to try and survive the burst, but it does just give you that extra bit of concern if a Chains of Corruptions were to hit you.
Bot lane, without that flash on Gala, not Gala, on Viper, well, and Gala too, I suppose, it does mean that JDG potentially has some extra plays to be made. Blue buff's going to be tagged by Junja. Shun did get that early kill, slightly further ahead in the itemization compared to him. We'll see if there's a fight around this, because again, bot lane, blowing that flash of the Corki means that maybe they can move, but On's ready to move too.
That he is. Good note on that. On, of course, is a known quantity. We are getting a play. Honkyu is here. Reminder, he's pretty damn scary. He's up 20 CS. That is a smite fight secured by Junja.
Yeah, so no big fight coming through. There was the chance of that Mega Inferno bomb into a choke point. The sweep as well. No Rakan ult. Limited some of the plays there.
I see you, Soycrom. We got some Gavins in chat, Alex.
Right. Oh, yeah.
That's what it is.
That's not normally a very positive thing to say.
It's the copy, Pastor. We all know it.
It is.
Come on, BLG, get some kills.
It is strange to think, though, that JDG are the favorites versus BLG, who've not 100% settled in. I really want to see something better from Viper, because actually it's something which we're supposed to talk about now. Viper has never been a particularly good Corki player.
No,
it's not actually,
true.
statistically, it's never really been his big pick. Shun does have ult again if he wants to go topside. The grubs have been started though, so he wants to take them.
Zero as well, by the way.
No, but if we're going to talk about Knight, Viper's Corki has never been that great. Jungler on topside, Jungler can die bot side, they have the Alistar ult to dive.
Got a barrier to work with shortly, but it's just not quite off cooldown, and therefore it comes down. On gets knocked up. Very good dive from JDG.
Yeah, and BLG just, they don't bring anyone to cover. Their jungler's topside, they don't have the vision to see this coming bot. And of course, there's no cleanse on Viper to get away from the Varusol or anything like that. Doesn't really matter against the Alistar anyway. But BLG, once again, the early game has not been fantastic. JDG have been the ones who've been getting a little bit more from them. Sam with his traditional mic punch.
Yeah, unintentional. It's basically because of the arm of that their pop shield.
I know, but Sam, when it's both those, maybe we should both be further away from the microphone.
Well, then we're too far. It's supposed to be 3 inches.
So Junja ends up gets the first kill. Gala gets the second. So it's a kill apiece. It was a slight lead to the BLG, gone over to 1,000 gold lead for JDG, and again. Junja is a big part of that. I really liked his bot side invade earlier, leveraging off of that winning bot lane laning phase, and we'll see whether he can continue to make those kind of plays. Because, look, when I think of BLG, you know, you think of these hyper carries and these crazy carries from every lane. Hyper carry obviously kind of conflated with the champion picks, but basically these guys, these players are very, very good carries.
They're hard carry players,
yeah. Hard carry players, but the other part of it is On's creativity on the map. Actually, BLG live and die by that. In fact, when BLG look at their worst, a lot of times when On is at his worst. Now we have him on a Rakan, one of his best champions. He hasn't been winning lane, but he should have a chance to impact the map now with level 6 and the ability to push in like this. On needs to do something for BLG to start getting more control in this game.
And again, back when BLG were at their finest, it was Shun and On with lane priority everywhere that gave them so much license. Shun without lane priority was a bit of a mediocre jungler, actually, at points. It was that kind of discussion about, well, okay, how good is Shun, or is it just that he's very good at playing with priority, and that's his real strength? And in fairness, very few junglers in the world play with priority like Shun does. Onto Dragon they go now. They did pick up Grub's topside by the by while that bot side dive was happening, so Shun at least did get some additional stuff around the map.
Yeah, so they got Grubs, they get Dragon, so while they're behind in gold, they're ahead in objectives. JDG gonna get this bot Scuttle Crab, and they have really been focusing on getting Junja ahead in his games. That has been a big part of their win conditions. And particularly JDG tend to struggle actually when Junja is put behind in some way or other. I think that happened at points versus anyone's legend, but then actually when they won against them eventually in that series, it was because Junja had the better early pathing to get ahead of Tarzan. Of course, when you looked at his games versus Wei on Invictus Gaming, that was a bit of a problem for them, and then Junja against Weibo. JJ, sorry, the other BLG World Championship. Of course, Viper knows Junja very well. They were on the same squad that won Worlds. Junja wasn't playing on that stage, but of course, something we do have to mention every now and again, players which could achieve the highest achievement you can do together in League of Legends.
There's quite a lot of title holders here in the various squads, even if it's just regional leagues. Junja and Honku are the only pairing it here in the LPL to win all 3 domestic titles last year. Grant you that Junja and Honku did so in the LCP, not the LPL, but worth noting they were the only team in the world actually to win all 3 domestic leagues. It was quite a volatile year last year.
Yeah, they're pretty much, well, because of that, they were the only team to make it to every single international event. The sweep into the Pantheon.
Beautiful combo. Honku does get the flash out the mega. Photobot turnaround. Just about alive. Could he run away? Oh, the cover is wide.
Close run stuff. Knight still has flash. He'll be safe. Honku pushed out of lane, but doesn't die. Gets a flash for his trouble as well.
Does indeed. You know what? Not bad defense there. Could have been a lot worse. Still, of course, the flash is down.
However, you know, it's still showcasing, you know, that's 2 times now where Knight has managed to get the flash out of Honku. Does mean that that flash will be down for the next few fights. Will get a plate off of mid lane, gets his role quest because of that. And he actually, interestingly, gets the role quest slightly before Honku. Honku largely getting the better trades before this. I would have thought that Honku would have got it with the amount of damage to champions. But Knight is not out of this game. Going on to Gala now.
There's the quickness on down. Vampire gets the headbutt pole, but of course, in comes Shun with that grand starfall. Now Vampire's in danger. There's buying time for that unbreakable will to fall off. Nowhere really for this Alistar to run. Might be able to flash a Nimbus cloak, but realistically, no. Viper now 2 kills deep. Nicely done from Shun to turn up bot lane. He's not looked top this game. Good for him. It's both been bot.
And that was a stylistic problem of BLG, where they were over-focusing top. They've thrown the Pantheon ult now twice bot lane. They've swept mid lane twice too. But really, the way that JDG are falling behind in this game now is because of Shun. Shun has been, you know, this guy that came back. Oh, the Q missed. Shun barely missed that cube. That should have been an instant kill. And then the next one just going sideways as well. But no matter, Shun is still the reason why BLG have been fighting back in this game now, playing very well through both mid lane and bot lane.
I agree. And then the other side of this then is the fact that Junja just hasn't found any angles, which is a bit of a frustrating point.
Okay, so what's going to happen is Honky wants to go for this. He has no satchel now and no flash. So Bin will kill this guy unless there is a big bailout from the rest of his team.
Shun's coming. Vampire's here.
I think he's taken too long. He's taken too long.
Yeah, Vampire and Junja around. This one gets a bit more interesting. He can still get dragged all out. I think he's still dead. Vampire will headbutt Shun away. Honky trying to wait for a satchel. Dodges the Q3. That's not bad going. Satchel's away, but he's just gone. And he knows it. He's buying time here. It will fall down. They're going to donate that kill to Bin. You do get first turret. You kind of knew you were potentially at risk there, but can't outplay the eventual gank.
Yeah, so he ends up getting, plus 400 gold in his matchup for the tower kill, but then he dies, which then gives, about the same gold back over towards Bin in the top lane matchup. Gala can actually kill here, by the way, because he had that ult, and Viper has no cleanse. He would kill with the next arrow off of that point. Viper, finding why Varus is so annoying, again, as many AD carry players do. I find it very strange, by the way, that Varus is actually... Why Varus is getting... He's getting buffs. I cannot believe that, by the way.
Believe it. I saw the patch notes and went, I think he's struggling in solo queue. It's part of the deal. And I hate to say this, but again, he's going to be a little... I fear that Varus may be a Rise type champion. Where
he does too much. He does too much
for prey.
He's too versatile, his steak too buttery, his lobster's too buttery, his steak too juicy.
I mean, you can
hang on, Knight maybe jumped onto Vampire, got behind him, well played from him there actually, playing around the Herald.
Now the turnaround, in comes the quickness, Grand Starfall still available, not required as they just murder Junja even with that Crescent Guard. Honku shuffled away, but will be forced to satchel out. That's not bad, actually, from Vampire to buy a bit of time, flashes away, and ends up being only the one kill, actually, interestingly.
Yeah, they do lose 3 flashes. That being said, BLG do expend them as well. They should know this recall's coming through. If they get the knock-up, this could be a kill. He's got to have the recall cancelled now.
There's the headbutt. The ward comes on down. Pulverizes. Why? Okay, not enough damage.
I think because the teleport from Honky could have come through, they don't want to overplay that. So Herald goes to JDG. They do pick it up. Junja gets it. Now, the question is, with all the flashes down, who benefits? I actually think it's BLG because they're using the Rakan and the Pantheon very well. And I think actually in a no flash versus no slash scenario, Azir also gets a lot of power to get that more consistent sweep.
And don't get me wrong, as this Shun came in mid lane there, actually just keep the tower alive, of course, because Honku is, again, a Herald and Ziggs combo is scary. Yeah. Knight does get that tower topside at the very least, that's good news, got the Nash Stews. Again, good recovery from Knight, he's back even in CS, has managed some good shuffles, especially because he was getting very heavily abused in his early levels.
And part of that's just because Honku, his side lane foibles were exposed there again, really. Dying in that side lane, did get the tower, but how much did it cost him? Great jump forwards from on. Gala's completely out of position. Into the enemy jungle, trying to stop the kill onto Gala, it looks like there. There was a Grand Starfall, I believe, cast onto him. Herald's going mid, there will be a satchel. Mid lane turret will be claimed by JDG after this.
Well, indeed. Honku gonna walk up for it. He's just in range. There we go. Got a little bit nervous with Om coming across, but again, with the lanes being wider over the last couple of years, no realistic way to punish.
I wonder whether BLG should have looked to, again, punish the obvious play, but you're gonna walk up for the satchel. Maybe you can jump on the cork as they go out of it. JDG are gonna walk their way towards this first dragon. Okay, Gala had no flash, so jump forwards. I think it was a save coming through from Vampire.
I believe,
Yeah, you had to expend the flash to do so. No, he flashed out of the last play. Interesting now, 3 grubs, Nash the Tooth is here on a side lane. Knight is getting a lot of gold from the side lane. And this is where, again, we'll start to judge kind of like Honky versus Knight here in more of a macro sense. Honky's side laning has been a problem for him. He's an old hand at this now. Of course, he doesn't look like it in terms of the mechanics, but he tends to be a lot more successful on the side lanes than you tend to be as a newer player. How much can Honky... Hang on, they might sweep him back. He has flash up.
Oh, boy. They're going to try and blow it again. Even if he does flash, they're going to get him far enough away. Over we go. There's that shuffle into the wall. Actually makes him into a difficult spot. The use of the quickness, the grand entrance, nicely done. I worried about that shuffle, but the thing is, I think Knight couldn't quite get far enough to shuffle back, so just shuffles him into the wall.
Yeah, just get the guaranteed damage. Why not? They get the flash out of him too, and you can see that BLG are just better at playing around side lanes than JDG. Funnily enough, this is something which, again, we have to track because they will have to grow as a macro team. Tabe is very good at instilling side lane properties into a team, but they haven't done that yet. Knight gets another tower, and JDG, they're starting to fall apart across the map now.
Little note there as well. People wondering what happened with Honkyu's satchel. Azir wall prevents you dashing over it.
While it's in cast. So
Yes.
when the wall is stopped moving, you can get over it. But if you satchel a little too late while the walls come out, you just get stopped.
Yeah. And that's what happened. Basically, he tried to bounce, got bounced off the wall, ended up trapped against the other wall, and got caught between, you know, two walls. There was no rock, actually, in this case. It was just two walls.
Well, I mean, sand is tiny rocks. Millions of tiny rocks. Jump up to Xiaohu, side lane planed again.
Xiaoshu will absolutely get blasted here. It does go down, and now, unfortunately, Vampire's around, but Bingo's all out and drops tower.
They killed the tower.
And they've killed the turret. Now Gala's in danger. Oh boy, that teleport sucked.
This entire game has just been side lane gaming. Junja and Vampire are too slow to the sides. They did save Gala that one time, but they haven't been able to do it again. Gala and Xiaoshu both dead. They can keep going. They have 3 grubs. They've got a Triforce Corki. They've got a Nash's Tooth as it. BLG are monstering JDG on the macro. And personally, for myself, I think that the carries have not noticed when they're in danger, and the jungle support have not been able to save them.
Oh, wonderful from On, sat in that bush. The Grand Star for the Grand Entrance comes on through. They've got to sweep again, waiting for that Crescent Guard to time out. Another Grand Entrance, and Junja falls. Vampire goes in. Doesn't really get enough turret aggro there. Has got himself an Unbreakable Will. The Mega Inferno Bomb flashed away from On, and they'll get out to safety.
Very creative from BLG. Now BLG very far ahead of the game. The side lanes are working, but remember that in the first series versus JDG, they also got very far ahead, and they couldn't close it out. Can they do that here? Now they do have, you know, very strong champions on paper for damaging reasons, the Azir and the Corki, but can they use that in the right way around the objectives? Again, just look at where the jungle support are on the map. They're too slow. This was actually something of a problem on Team WE for Vampire last year rather, where he had maybe the right ideas, just a little bit too slow. And Honky, again, his side laning has been poor again. 0 and 3, good laning phase, demolished on the map.
At this point, we need to start having some conversations. JDG won the last series, and convincingly. BLG, a couple days off, have come in and they look angry, they look poised, they look prepared. On top of that, Knight's Azir survives a tough laning phase, finds good shuffles in lane to set up stuff with Shun, and then makes good plays on the side lanes. Shun has been a monster,
Yes.
On has been unleashed, Viper's 3-1 after a bit of assistance towards that bot lane. BLG, lots of questions coming into this first game, into this first draft, on top of that once we saw it, and I think they're answering them very well. You know what? Considering we had doubts, I say hold my hands up and go, you know what? Justified so far.
Yeah, remember folks, JDG beat BLG and anyone's Legends. Now they did lose to IG and also to Weibo, 2 teams which you consider to be lower than the top tier, but the way that they lost against them was a proactive jungler playing the map well, and basically JDG losing a lot of the time through jungle support. It was about that macro, turning up to side lanes in time, the vision control, understanding when they're under threat on a side lane. These are not easy things to learn overnight. I think that JDG were very, very good when they could win the early lanes and then force plays around objectives around 5v5s. I think that's where they've looked strongest, really.
Yeah.
When they've had players like Gala being able to sit in the 5v5, Vampire play for the team fight engage, and Honky be so good as an individual damaging output carry. But when it's now become about jungle skirmishes, side lane skirmishes, vision control around macro, I mean, look right now. They've lost all their turrets. They're jumping onto On.
Just managed to hop away, and again, On's been great. He has, and again, On is someone who loves to play with an advantage, with a kind of pace to the game, but he's not playing things slow. He wants to consistently be looking for the next big move, and last year, it would be too far. They get a lead and they throw it around again around the Atacon, around the 19-minute mark, Dragon 2-3, but On would go for a big play, they'd have no resources, it'd all fall apart. That hasn't been so much the case this year. With the one exceptional loss to JDG, which was a fun series, they've been very, very good. And this was after an early game where we were like, oh god, actually the early game's not been great.
Yeah, and again, seeing some questions, oh, you know, JDG's draft is unplayable. I think, well, now you're 5k down, most drafts are pretty unplayable is the thing, right? Dragon goes over to BLG. Remind folks, JDG won the early bot lane, won the early mid lane, got themselves to, you know, early scuttle crabs, early jungle invades. It was looking pretty good for them. Where this fell apart was just side lane understanding. They should have been able to at least play this game. I think that BLG, the reason they're winning this isn't just because of draft. They use their draft well, of course. I think that they've used the Rakan Pantheon to move across the map very quickly. But JDG, hang on, jumping into mid.
That's not bad. I appreciate the attempt, and the Mega Inferno Bomb read on where Viper would go slightly wrong. But again, from behind the game. You give credit where it's due. Bin's going all out against Xiaoshu's burn the equalizer already. May now be in a tricky position. The slows from the Electro Harpoons, though, deny Bin continual trades. Now, Junja's coming up. I think Bin's in danger.
I think he's just going to get solo kill here, man.
Are they going to give that opportunity? That's not bad, Omnivamp. Whoa, the Flame's going to pull back. He gets it. Bin is just him.
Giga Bin. Well, he missed like a lot of Qs at the start of it, but he makes up for the mistake. Does die. Gives the kill over towards the Varus. Some gold back there. However, on the rest of the map, Knight's going to walk in, take an inhibitor turret. BLG have not given JDG a straight 5v5 the entire game. I think it's been very well. It's good gamesmanship from BLG. Realizing, where do you win the game? Well, it's probably through the side lanes and the wider plays. That's how they've been winning this game. And now we look at Knight being almost 3,000 gold up on Honky, despite the early lane going to the Ziggs. So Bin, look, Bin walks up towards Xiaoshu. He has a lot of gold. I will say, there's like a lot of missed Qs. I think that's like 4 right now. So this shouldn't have been that close. However, Bin does... 5. He does hit that one. Okay, all right. Then W comes out.
Then he hits
Cassante Gaming!
Cassante, 4,300 HP. Q on it. 1.3 second cooldown. Q airborne.
Like, you name me another champion that can miss 5 Qs and win that trade. I mean, the gold lead helps. Okay. No, he still plays it well at the end, and he still gets that solo kill. Good job for him for recovering that situation, but it did get a little bit awkward at points. Jumping onto Vampire, pops the ult.
Does indeed. Xiaoshu now coming on over. Does he have the equalizer? He does. That's actually very nice. The chains of corruption come on down, and they've finally gotten multiple members on the same screen at the same time, and BLG lose 2. Baron's up and they've lost their jungle support.
No flash from
Vampire. That's too far. They could lose Baron now. It's the bad late game throw.
Awesome from Vampire, and you're absolutely right. This is the kind of grouped up fight that BLG needed to not give. Great engage onto Viper from Vampire, and that's going to lead them to a horrible situation. Is Bin going to come over? He is. Do they want to fight this? Maybe the Azir Cassante can do some crazy 2v4.
They're going to try. Bin's pretty scary here. Goes forward, Pathmaker. They are trying to deny this. There's still a smite angle here. Knight looking for the shuffle. Gets a lot of damage onto Honky. He's gone Shadow Flame second by the buy. Knight now low. Can they buy some more time? Looks for another kill. Vampire! Wonderful angle from him. And he sinks his fangs and secures that his mid laner survives. BLG lose everyone eventually. And they throw even more gold down the drain. The gold lead's gone.
BLG, again, another game where they have that huge lead, and then they give the grouped up fight in the worst possible way. That's going to be Baron on 5. JDG, particularly through Junja and Vampire, find the fight they need. BLG, they try and get the ult out for free. Knight is around, but then you notice, well, okay, Cassante's not there. And you're firing into a choke point, well against the Rumble. Junja goes forwards, knows that they have the damage. Gala gets an ult onto the Rakan as well. And they have the Ziggs throwing it. You just find into a choke point against a team which is perfectly designed for that. BLG, horrible decision making. I think Viper also chooses a wrong path to retreat as well. Need to see him play more safely, really. JDG seizing the opportunity.
And then there's the play after. Vampire had a superb fight there.
Yeah. He came back off the reset. They're going to catch on again in the enemy jungle, by the way.
Yeah, Shun's here. Mega Inferno Bomb hops away. Nice. Each to Sultanize a lot of the damage. The Equalizer tags onto On. Flashed away from Shun. Knight potentially threatening here. Will not.
Look at this now. JDG, they know they can force the group. JDG actually have a very solid chance to win this game now, despite the side lane play from BLG. This is similar to game 1 of their last series, where they had massive control, they gave over the Baron, and suddenly they couldn't guarantee the split fights. They were probably fighting grouped up at that point. BLG, they're floundering now, and I can't believe it. BLG, after such a good mid-game, have thrown once again, and JDG are probably favorites to win this game now.
BLG just can't let go. Bad at letting go. On could just have died there. They could have said, all right, too far, On dies. There was a Mega Blast Cone that Shun was stood on, Viper was stood on. You could have gone right out to the river and they've been fine. The fact that you have thrown a 7,500 gold lead over one person is far too much. You didn't have to take that fight.
Yeah, BLG bought into it. Junja's going to get that blast gun onto On. Going to be safe here. Again, he's been punished a little bit on the aggressive play. Now 30 seconds till Dragon. Now BLG, the bonus for them is that there's no soul right now. They can actually wait it out. They can give over another 2 dragons if they really want. I think BLG should be splitting the map again. I think they should be forcing let the dragon go down. I don't think grouping in a 5v5 works for their comp right now. We've seen how JDG have been really punishing them with that.
Okay, BLG have done this so many times over so many years that I will say they can still absolutely come back. They can still make this a one game for themselves. It's not done yet. Again, you've still got a crazy song as Azir at this point.
On's on a flank. So BLG, they really want this. They do really want this. Now, the problem is the engaging threat of the Rakan is really, really quite squishy. Bin is even taking some damage on the front line. Wards are going to spot out On if he does go for this flank. They're aware of that problem.
I think. He's hopped over the Krug pit. That's how he's got round.
Oh, On, you magnificent player. Can they get him into the backline, though?
Corruption land, but he can look for the quickness. He gets across multiple members. That's pretty damn good. Pathmaker across. Shun left low, though, and they can't turn it into anything because Honkyu gets to stand there and fire the artillery.
BLG gets split by the Equalizer, and despite On's incredible creative path, they can't do anything. Viper, I think he's dead too. JDG win the 5v5s. BLG, you should have just split the map.
Oh boy, that one fight has gone so damn wrong, and suddenly Gala is a menace again. He was 1-4.
He was 1-4, and now he's just managed to pick up so much gold. BLG should have stuck to playing the map. Just let them have the dragon. It's not the end of days, but BLG, much like that fight in the top side, they didn't realize it was a bad fight staring at them in the map. I think they just trusted that they were winning so much of the game before that it would just work out afterwards. JDG have been much better at playing around the 5v5s. BLG not realizing that they're in danger for them. And JDG, we were bemoaning, in fairness, folks, JDG's side lane play was not good this game. That is a problem. However, it's incredible that they've managed to make the game not about it, seize the opportunity to go in elsewhere, really. And they managed to get so much damage onto Bin before his W even comes back up. And On gets into the backline, but look at the Equalizer and Honkyu's minefield. They can't actually get the damage of Knight and Viper to follow up.
And Honkyu has a really good flash angle to avoid Bin and On, and then get all that DPS out. Really, really scary. Vampire is on a tear this game as well. He's been having a great time of it. 5 items in for Gala. Again, you have a lot of players here who are not going to enjoy eating for arrows. So if Shun has to borrow to use an Aegis Assault to block an arrow, that's a long cooldown. The Azir, the Corki, the Rakan, none of them are going to enjoy, at this stage in the game, this Varus poke. You just don't have time to sustain, or really the ability to, for some of these champions.
I need to see BLG open up the map. They're going to jump onto On again. He should live here, but it's a good chunk. And whenever the Varus is lower HP, he struggles to make those same plays. Casante's pushing out top side. There's no Baron for a minute. I wonder whether BLG should just be pushing 3 lanes, playing around the safety of the Azir and Corki with their mobility. Because it's not like JDG are great at forcing onto them. Not really. They've got an Alistar who does have flash, but I don't think it's that crazy. I think BLG should be playing 3 lanes. I think it's a mistake of them to be playing 2. They need to try and split.
Right.
This is not how you do it, though.
Just slide away. He's going to jump on. Will throw down the Emperor's Divide. Slow down. Should escape now. Grand Starfall.
I guess the Varus Assault, and we're into a 5v5 situation again.
But they've burned quite a lot of cooldowns here. That Equalizer is so nice. Mega Inferno Bomb after. Oh boy, yeah, there's some DPM now.
Shun will go down. BLG, they don't have the vision control to walk like that. Knight was out safely, actually, and he still had flash. It was okay for him to do that. Not good, but at least it wouldn't have been the game-ending play. Shun tries to all in with that ult, though. I think he just clicks it and immediately regrets it afterwards. A mistake from him, who had an incredible game for most of the early into mid-game. JDG now had 3,000 gold, and now Baron's up. There was about a minute and a half window where BLG could split the map, look to make a play. JDG have seen that off, and now they can look towards the Baron.
Look in Shun's inventory. It also costs him his GA. He just bought that.
Hang on, Knight, don't walk up like this again. There's a flash from Vampire.
Oh, he's gone. That's it. He flashes out, just about survives. I thought there might be a little more burst there than there was. And instead just was summoner down.
That could actually be a mistake from Vampire, because now he has no flash and no ult. Now, yeah, of course getting the flash out of his ear is pretty big, but he does have Zhonya's. I actually think that's a trade down for Vampire there. Now BLG might be able to fight front to back with the Alistar not being nearly as tanky.
Shun's back, so they can't necessarily do Baron off. I think if they killed Azir there, they could have turned straight to Baron and the game would have been over. So I understand the thought process, but the lack of success is a bit frustrating. Honky, by the way, between the Ludens, the Shadow Flame, and the Void Staff is very, very damaging now. Again, at one point, Knight was on Nash's Shadow Flame and chunking everyone out. It feels like the Ziggs is beginning to turn back some of that pain from early on in the game.
Knight is still the only gold lead for BLG. And, despite that phase check and bot side, I actually think Knight's had a pretty good game. Good play around the sidelines, and once he gets the death cap, he will be doing a lot of damage. Vampire's ult almost back up again. I think BLG have missed a golden opportunity to potentially play around the wider map again. I'm just not sure they'll be able to do that so easily now. Shun's ult still on cooldown. That's one of the big playmaking tools they would have liked. But JDG can just force the group now. When they get to force that group, I think they're just strictly stronger than BLG. I think
Rakan, vision control, right?
It's really hard for the carries of BLG to get into position beyond the minefield and the Equalizer. Dragon in 40 seconds, but JDG are just happy, just forcing the group. No plays are happening. They can just wait for the 5v5 to come to them.
Again, they're starting to hit some of these range discrepancy issues, like the poke from Honky, from Gala, from off vision is so frustrating. Then an Equalizer comes on down, and you just have a very tricky time there. Viper has picked up a rapid fire cannon fourth to try and give him that extra little bit of range to try and get an auto down here without being in bloody threat range.
By the way, just got to call this out. 20 seconds to Dragon. A 200 stream streak from Angie. Congratulations
Whoa,
as well.
Baby.
We love bringing you these games, these these tense moments, being part of this community with you all as well, watching these games. Dragon and Baron both alive. BLG, look, if you wanted to give up objectives, I think you could have played the map differently and tried to get some more side lane push and played more safely around that Corki and the Azir. They might look towards the Baron, but again, if JDG are the ones which can group up, I think they're happy. At the end of the day, they can just throw Varus Ziggs poke at you. You don't feel particularly happy, but we're back towards the A ramp on looking for an extended flank.
Has just hit level 11, by the way. Congratulations to you, Aunt.
Vampire gonna put that ward in so they'll know he's there. Vampire spotted as well. Again, yeah, Rakan sometimes does end up lower XP because he just wants to be roaming. BLG, I think they're a bit lost. I don't think they know what to do on the map. They're trying to not fight in the group fights, but they haven't got control of the side lanes. Dragon will go down for free for JDG. This was a window of time where I think that BLG could have said, look, we are going to give up the Dragon. We're going to make that clear. Let's make a play elsewhere. I don't think they clearly made the decision to leave the Baron. I don't think they clearly made a play on the side lanes, and JDG, because of that, are the benefactors of that, or beneficiaries, rather, because they're the ones which can just sit, play from range, and maybe look for a Ziggs combo or Varus combo, and not give up anything risky.
What it does earn you is Death Cap on Azir and Protoplasm Harness on Bin, so you have actually gotten to some relatively important breakpoints there. Protoplasm is so annoying for poke, because now you get the Cassante low, and no, he's not.
Worth noting that, of course, the flash timers between Vampire and Knight are the same, pretty much. Might be slightly less on Vampire because he'll have the Cosmic Insight from to be 5% lower, but he doesn't have flash for a little while, so you can't force plays as much. And you're absolutely right. Death Cap for Knight. Maybe we're at a point now where if you don't get cancelled by like a Shinzao or the Alistar, maybe Knight can actually go for a burst shuffle. I mean, this is actually a very high... one of the things that was changed about Azir is effectively he's got more AP ratios on kind of like more his bursty spells rather than like his regular DPS. So his E and his R. So if he manages to get like a really good combo and is level 18, you know, he might be able to one-shot the backline pretty much. And maybe.
If you do catch Honkyu, if you do catch Gala, that's great news. I think the Verdant barrier in from Honkyu makes some sense with that in mind. It does mean that that initial bit of pick onto the Ziggs is a little bit harder. It allows him to buffer the satchel through some of that as well. Just that key bit of safety, because the DPS is already in there.
Jumping onto Junja.
Can they force the ult? No, not quite, really. He's scary enough at level 17, and Junja, quite early game, but has managed to team fight very well with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, Shun's going to try and... Hang on, jumping onto him now. Bin's on the flank. Rumble's not here yet.
Where is that Rumble? Just turning up now, but they do get the Crescent Guard. You know
that's
what?
Big,
you take that win.
Now, okay, I say that's big. What can they actually use for it? Because Dragon's obviously down. JDG have... got that last one. Baron is alive, but I don't think BLG want to sit in the pit, especially on blue side where, you know, the Ziggs and the Corki can kind of use the walls against the enemy's backs to get tons of damage. See right there, the arrow's really nasty for that Rakan. They don't have the vision control to really take control of the game either. The game's really slowed down ever since JDG got control of it, because they can just play through poke and that grouping. BLG struggling to... They do at least have bot lane push now, but they're struggling to really get control and get those picks in the way that they were earlier.
Baron is up and available. Sante jumped on. Does do a decent job buying time, but not that much. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to cause him some strife. Equalizer after on low, not quite down, but Vampire, Flash, Headbutt, knock up from the 3 talent strike. Knight slides away, but now Xiaoshu's running forwards. Footwork from Bin, trying to help turn this around. There's still that Azir shuffle to use, but Junja flashes over the wall, and JDG are just winning every grouped up engagement.
Great play from Junja and Vampire to force the fight again. Knight dies, it's the flash for Flash. Viper's going to go towards mid lane, but Viper's been a passenger this game. He's not managed to do pretty much anything on the Corki. Down 3k, Baron will go down, and once again, BLG can't find out the late game macro answers. I really think they have to be splitting the map more, trying to push these lanes, force JDG to answer and not group. I don't think BLG have really realized this. Look, they've got 5 people in top river. Yeah, you might be afraid of the engage coming through, but you don't walk up as melee range as the Cassante to force the fight. Bin, that's a huge mistake. The rest of the team is trying to, position around to say, look, we're going to protect you. Realistically, Bin's kind of dead there, or someone's dying for him. It's Bin that makes the mistake to walk up that far in the first place.
I think Knight just had to flash before, or the moment the equalizer hit, I think you just had to flash over
Viper.
to yeah, he's dead.
Going from being a passenger to being, well, a different kind of passenger. It's one in a hearse, though. Goes down. Viper really struggling this game, and JDG, they win out in the isolated play.
They do. That's a nice teleport in from Xiaoshu to secure that. Finds himself that man advantage, and now without your AD carry and Baron to work with, I think there's going to be an inhibitor too broken.
Yeah, the way that... so this time it's actually trying to play through the sidelines, but Viper's actually completely out of mana, so you can't even Valkyrie. It's a good teleport. It is. You know, BLG should have been playing the split map, but maybe do that when everyone's alive and you can kind of counterweight, make a play somewhere elsewhere. I think BLG just can't... I don't think they can do anything now. Maybe maybe Knight can look for a shuffle, but it's so hard to do that into the Alistair and into the Shin Zhao.
20 seconds on Viper. That means you've got a man advantage for a significant amount of time. Already the next turret's under siege. Knight chunked out, not down though. That's a fairly big cooldown to use Bin. Looking to get pulled back. Does get it onto Gala. That's pretty good for us. The flash afterwards. The equalizer does some decent work, but Bin into the dirt. He is gone. Now Knight goes looking for another flash. Flash away from On. Keeps him safe for a second, but the Nexus throw is continually under siege. The satchel comes down and Knight is getting taken low by minions. That's a disaster as the Nexus will fall to JDG. A recovery from the early snowball leads to the victory. You are going to see an LPL gold graph of all time, folks, but it is JDG who stand atop the mountain at the end of it all.
BLG lose the game through poor objective play in the late game, but on the other side of it, JDG win by seizing the opportunity to group up and punish JDG as those objective worries come to play again. It's a bad mistake from BLG to lose another game they're ahead against JDG. That's basically 3 from 3 now, where BLG were ahead of the curve and couldn't make it work. That is really going to be something that they're kicking themselves over. I think that their side lane play was actually very good, but then, you know, just a couple of plays around grouped up fights, that top jungle fight where On was probably dead, but they all kind of all in for it, ends up losing them the entire game.
Yeah.
Great play from Junja and Vampire to force the issue around the grouped fights.
Well. League of Team Fighting remains undefeated. It does a little, and again, I think JDG are going to be thanking their lucky stars, kissing their lucky stars. I think you don't tend to kiss stars.
No.
But thanking their lucky stars for those turnaround there. The fact that they managed to get a 6,000 gold swing from a team fight into Baron is bloody ridiculous. I grant you the Knight's Azir late game wasn't superb. He didn't find the big shuffles, but let's be real, Knight wasn't the issue this game.
No, the Knight wasn't the issue this game. This was a macro issue from BLG about choosing fights. They were actually very good at playing around the Azir in the playmaking. They got the flash off of Hongq. They got a lot of work done in side lanes. Realistically, the problem was that they bought into grouped up fights when JDG were much better at them.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, maybe the best Azirs in the world find an insane shuffle to turn that game around. Maybe like if anyone had the clutch factor there, maybe it was the Azir. But let's be real, why are they in the hole? It is not Azir. That was Shun and On getting caught out. And also, I think putting it on players in some ways is slightly reductive, because that is how BLG function. They did not give On up for dead. Oh, whoops, we went for an engage. It was slightly wrong. Leave the support to die. You didn't have to give over 3-4 kills there and then contest the Baron in a 2v5. Like, that is ridiculous. That is not an individual player. That is a mindset and decision-making of BLG, the team, issue.
Yeah. And folks, while you're here, if you have been enjoying these games, because again, honestly, I'm finding it really intriguing how JDG are beating BLG.
Yeah.
This isn't, something which I would have expected. I thought BLG would have done away with these late game issues, but JDG proving us wrong. And this is what I watch LPL for, to be surprised like this, to see how the top teams really function. If you're enjoying that too, please like, follow, and subscribe if you can. These things matter to us. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. You'll see a lot of people streaming LPL, but the key difference is no one is paid to do this anymore, which means that when we do this, we're not doing it, but we're only really supported by you watching us, giving your time to us, giving anything else that you can spare as well. This is our job, effectively. We love the LPL, and we hope that other people do too. And we actually see a lot of people on this. We do really appreciate
it. And if you've got the additional ability to donate to Ko-fi, subscribe on Twitch, those things matter. Again, we're really reliant on all of you guys to help us out. So that's an LPL gold graph. Man, actually, in the end, that is a lot of big DPS difference. Xiaoshu, 31k. That's like all 3 carries are over 30k damage. Bin and Knight didn't even crest 20. Like, that's tough. Part of that is because, again, you weren't team fighting. They didn't get to do that much team fight DPS. Like, I'm not realistically sure how easy that was ever going to be to do. But even so, that's a frustrating set of numbers to look at. Especially considering, you had some moments like this where Bin was winning out in these 1v1s. BLG had this game in a good position. They did.
No, they did. Look, they were winning through side lanes. And I think we have seen, look, JDG are not good at playing through side lanes. They suffered against the Pantheon in their first series against them. We saw that Hongq was dying in side lanes over and over. Knight was clearly the better side laner between the mid laners. We saw that Vampire and Junja were not good at playing around those aggressive plays either. They were too slow, almost always. And that's because BLG's jungle support are also very quick. But we also know that particularly Vampire isn't a great side lane support player yet. He might be at some point, but he's not there yet. Maybe it's the locked cam diff. But then this play happens, and then suddenly the game doesn't become about the side lanes, and they can play for that 5v5. And the game sense to say, this is how we win the game, was the most important part of this game.
It really was. And again, The other side of BLG playing fast is sometimes they haven't done their due diligence, and this time it wasn't while the jungle and support and top laner weren't there. They were already at the play. They just didn't realize it, and as a result, it goes quite wrong.
Yeah, and then basically this is just like the low percentage play of, oh well, we'll see if we can do something. And Knight tries to go for the outplay, can't quite reach Honkyu with the shuffle distance, and then dies to Gala and Honkyu. Flashes over and tries to get something on Honkyu. I wonder whether he could have just killed with the flash ult. I think that might have been the right choice, just insta-kill him. Knight's individual playmaking is just not great on Azir. No. The thing is, like, again, I actually think that, you know, his early game playmaking up until the late game was actually completely fine. And this play here, this is a bin mistake, you know? He shouldn't walk up like that. You are not tanky enough. And I don't think he realized he wasn't tanky enough either.
I will say in a second or two, I'm going to watch Knight sit on an equalizer and not choose to flash early. He greeds for it and gets comboed.
Yeah, that one was bad. Yeah, for sure, that's bad. He probably should have just made it out for free there. And then, you know, he has to ult to try and cut off this entire wall. Doesn't actually change anything because Junja flashes over it anyway. Does that there, and he gets hit by the E anyway because Bin flashes early. Oh, God. I don't think that changes much, though, actually. Yeah. I don't think it changes that much. Oh, my God.
Oh, and then again, Honkyu, very good. And let's do a little bit of praise over for JDG as well, because I think Honkyu, we saw the flaws in the side laning, but we also saw very good team fighting and very good early laning. He was really making Knight sweat until Shun turned up multiple times. Again, Shun and On ruled the early game. They were the ones making the proactive plays where Vampire and Junja didn't get as much done in those early stages, and that allowed them to put Honkyu under a lot of pressure. He didn't get to keep his flash. He didn't get to keep putting Knight in tricky positions in lane. You did end up losing that bot lane despite good early stages and some fun shenanigans with teleports to put Viper into a trickier position. But the end result still is JDG win the game later on. Great team fighting. We will hopefully get another 2 games of this because this is bloody good stuff. Okay. Alex.
Yes.
Would you like coffee and food?
I would love a coffee. I'm okay on food for now, actually.
Okay, that's fine. I shall arrange a coffee for you, however.
Yeah. Vampire player of the game. All right, fair play. Very good from him. Yeah, for sure. You know, like, personally, you know, I think I probably would have given it to Gala, actually. I think he was actually pretty good. Because I think what will be left unsaid about this game is the fact that Vampire was not good enough around side lanes, which got them into the deficit in the first place. Now, he got them out of it, but actually he's one of the reasons they were in that in the first place, really.
My only issue with the Gala is I see the angle, is he did go 1-4. Had to recover from
Yeah, for sure. No, I can understand that too. It's a little bit hard. Maybe even Ginger deserves it at that point then, actually. Ginger was good. Look, I don't disagree with Vampire, actually. It was fine. Again, like, it was kind of a group effort to fall behind, right? But again, I would have put a decent amount of that on Vampire not being at the defensive plays in time. Split votes, though. 3 towards jungle, actually. 1 towards top lane, 4 towards support. Thank you. Oh, Morvia, by the way, I'm not sure if I said thank you for the sub earlier, but it is making a lot of difference. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Yeah, someone's like, oh, about, you know, blah, 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 Arcane resetting the lore. Technically, everything's canon. Yeah, technically everything's canon now, which is really confusing. So what I mean is like, oh, Legends of Runeterra and everything else is all canon. I'm like,
Well,
that's just a cop-out.
Can I go on the rant?
Yeah, sure.
Right. For those of you who don't know, I have done a lot of study on narrative design. I have a master's degree in it. I have been a journalist for it. I have made games around it. I am, in fact, relatively well informed on
believe it
quite
or
a lot
not,
of
you
this
actually
stuff.
have the qualifications.
I have an undergrad in English Lit where I did a lot of narrative. I did a master's degree in basically not just making games, but also like the academics around it. So I did a lot of academic writing around how you do game design. I did a publishable essay on
Sam, you've said you have qualifications. We get
all this stuff, like specifically on narrative design. All of this basically is to say that Riot Games have fumbled the lore for years because they ran into the issue that you may have seen from things like Games Workshop. Well, basically,
who do Warhammer?
Who do Warhammer, right? And specifically, what will happen in the Warhammer case is you will have a new army come out or a revamp on an army come out, and they will update the lore with that rework on that army, refresh things, and as time goes on, you get these disconnects between lore and mechanics and what's going on in the wider world because not everything is being done
on screen
or consistently, right? So what is still current changes. Retcons happen all the time, and as the lore gets more and more developed, it becomes more and more convoluted and also more and more inconsistent. League of Legends ran into the issue where they scrapped the unifying theory of League of Legends.
Well, the Summoners.
Which were the Summoners and the Institute of War.
Basically, like, that's the stuff which tied everything together. So everything was written with that pretense. So now you have to update things which just don't have the same underlying pretense.
Exactly. And then they ran into the issue. It's like, okay, well, it allows us to do champions from a wider range of stuff, which is theoretically okay. But then you need to have actually then, when you do that, have an updated world lore, which they hadn't really done.
Because they only do that through characters. They update that through that. And they tried to change that in stuff like Ruined King and Legends of Runeterra. But because so few people see that compared to the people that actually interact with the rest of it, it ends up not reaching the same audience anyway. Stuff like Harrowing was good because it was like in the client and it worked very well. They tried to do that again with Ruination, and oh my god, Ruination was so bad that it ended up backfiring. So people, I actually checked out of the lore at that point. I'm like, okay, Ruination, it wasn't for me.
And the thing is, a champion like Seraphine on release was the symptom and not the cause of this. People were decrying what they did with Seraphine's lore because, let's be real, she was a KDA champion and not a
Runeterra
champion. And you know why? Because Runeterra didn't have any bloody lore. Where does she fit in? Where does she fit in? She doesn't, because there is nothing within Runeterra within which to help fit in. Things like Arcane have helped, but again, it's much smaller scale, right? It is Piltover and Zorn and a bit of Noxus. And actually, they did a great job with it. Fantastic. But that then needs to build into other stuff, and I still don't think they've done that especially well.
Should be getting close to Game 2, by the way. No, I like that.
Yes.
Like, by the way,
mostly over for now. If we get downtime in the game, maybe we can come back to it. But a lot of this basically boils down to the lore is dissociated from the gameplay. There is no gameplay attachment to the lore anymore. And B, when they did kind of destroy the unifying theory, they didn't replace it with anything, and everything became disconnected and inconsistent as a result.
Okay, on towards Game 2, folks. BLG have been losing consistently in the late game to JDG now, where I really think that the snap engages and BLG's sleepwalking into bad fights has really come to hit them.
We've got a government drone in chat.
Oh, there's a bird.
There's a bird in chat, yeah.
Cool. So, so yeah, you know, we get into the second game. Once again, we are looking at BLG to say, can you stand up in mid lane and bot lane? Because in laning phase, actually, it's been quite a rough thing for them. I think jungle support did largely outvalue Ginger and Vampire for the grand majority of that game. Up until the big fights happened, where actually they were the ones that threw it in top jungle. Yeah. They were the ones that bought into the fight. The whole game fell apart around that.
Before I respond to that, because you are absolutely right, Alex. For the record, over in Onivia's chat, it was Seraphine I was talking about as kind of the symptom, not the cause there, and her initial release was flawed basically because actually she had no bedrock to be built upon. That is another one. Which has got some great lore. Yes, it does.
Yeah, Sam played through all of them a couple of years ago.
Witcher 1, I actually really enjoyed the lore. The combat's awful in that game. Don't play it for the combat. The rest of it's great.
I would imagine there's a load of mods for that now, though, to be honest. You know there was a mod which allows for multiplayer Witcher 3 now?
Yes,
It's
I've
very
seen.
cool.
I want to do that at some point. That could be a really fun one to do as a community.
Into the draft we go, though.
My suggestion as well, if we've got piano music on, that's lovely.
Oh, right.
But we
I
may
didn't
need to
realise.
switch that
Oopsies.
one around. That's not a problem. I've got the headphones on and therefore can hear. But we are indeed into draft and a slight change in music tone to come. BLG on red side will still have that first pick because, again, they get to decide whether they side select or first pick. They decided first pick. Jarvan Silas away from Honku and Junja. Don't give Jarvan, it's a bad idea. And the Orianna is a permaban. And any good mid laner in the LPL will take your head off with that champion.
So what are our other power picks for around? The Jace is out. We still have Malphites to ban, and both of these junglers have been very happy playing that. In fact, Junja played against BLG and stole a damn Baron against them, which is how they lost game 1 of the first series they played against them. Oops, another late game throw from BLG. What else are the other big things? Stuff like Yunara available, Nico yet to be banned as well. Those are the 3 probably biggest ones I consider right now.
Before we get to first pick, we have to give a shout out to number 1 of the mods, Amber. Happy birthday, by the way.
Hey.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Amber.
Happy birthday to you. That was dissing.
I know, I went
Sam, let's get away from that. Let's go
wrong.
towards the first pick. Aphelios banned means that Yunara is more powerful. Now, if you have, but there's also, so there's Malphites, there is Yunara, there is Nico. Those are the 3 big picks I see right now.
Lee Sin being hovered is hilarious. We did see it top lane the other day. Malphite being considered.
And it is, Shun's look good as using it as a go button, and it helps your team fight out significant amounts. I would imagine that means that Mundo is on the table now from Junja. Yunara is actually not bad against Malphite, so you can skip backwards for it. Plus, now you have no you have no Aphelios or Varus to counter it. That leaves kind of Viper kind of having to go with the Misfortune. With the Nico on the other side, though, it's still not an easy lane to win.
Comes that potential misfortune, but again, you just got Yunara and Nico. Oh baby, that's fun. Part as well worth noting of the draft strategy from BLG is not allowing Junja the Malphite. He's gotten it a couple times. I think he's 1-on-1. The loss was a bit frustrating. I personally think it's not as much his fault because again, he was the only engaged that game.
That's different. That's very different.
We have been hearing.
Okay,
speaking of.
Okay. Oh my god.
It's
Sam,
my fault.
you ranted about the lore of, Seraphine's just a KDA champion. She doesn't fit into Runeterra. Well, she's here now. Ash Seraphine, this has actually been a bot lane which has been played quite a lot by YCX is the support that ends up playing it. So he's really the guy that's playing it. So the power of this lane is effectively you have double engaged champions for bot lane. You have it in the jungle as well from Malphite. And if you end up hitting a slow from the Ashe auto, then Seraphine just immediately roots. It's also not bad against something like the Mundo, which even does counter the Malphite because he's slowed so much, even though he doesn't get CC'd as often. There's so much CC, and the slows are so annoying that Mundo can struggle to run at you in the same way that he normally would.
I will also note over looking at JDG's bot lane, right? Yunara Nico, not the longest range. I actually think Ashe Seraphine are going to outrange and theoretically outpoke you. If you can space well here, you can cause some serious trouble for what should be a very dominant bot lane.
However, later into the game, Nico can just go into double immobile squishy carries in the backline. So if Vampire just flash ults in late game, sins are forgiven. Much like the last game, where actually Vampire was kind of shit around side lanes in game 1, but he engaged so well in late game that it didn't matter. In fact, he was one of the biggest reasons they came back in that game. In this game again, I would imagine bot lane is not going to be easy for Gala and Vampire, but if Vampire can get the big engaged late game, even with just these 3 picks locked in right now, it could be a huge change in the way this game plays out.
Doesn't Ashe cry versus Mundo? Individually, yes, but you've now got lots of other ways to get rid of the Mundo passive, which makes her life a lot easier. But yes, theoretically, you can just get run down by Mundo and it's a bad time. But fortunately, you've got a team around you to theoretically delay that.
One of my worries here is that On isn't going to be on a hyper-mobile map champion to run the map in the same way. I don't think BLG are playing... Well, you can play side lanes with, Hawkshot giving you information and then the Ashe Arrow as well. Akali's banned out. BLG will want to ban out some backline access and the things which can really punish squishy backlines. The Akali, with that in mind, is a good ban.
Just a little note, chat, about Tabe entering his villain arc. With that sort of really aggressive lighting, giving him some serious shadows on his face and a very sharp suit, there is a certain villainous aura. I'm there with you. He's joined Jing Dong Gaming as well. We'll have that devil as their club mascot as well. It's always a fun one. Into the second phase of picks and bans out, you noted the Scion, the Renekton gone away from Bin. Worth noting again, the Akali away from Honku does love that, implying I think that Knight might be looking for a control mage, just getting rid of some of those easier options. which might otherwise make that tricky. Syndra comes to
well,
mind.
I actually don't. Well, he plays the Akali, the Syndra versus the Akali, so I actually think this is a ban for bot lane's sake. It's trying to stop the extra dive in, and the same with the Zahin. You just want to stop stuff which can actually kill this bot lane. I don't think the mid lane matchup is it's not been as focused here, right? Now, Ambessa's a really good pick for JDG. With that in mind, you want another ability to kind of run into the backline. The Renekton ban also somewhat telegraphed the Ambessa, because the Renekton really does deal with that champion well. Now Ben has to think about something which can peel for the backline, but also does well against the Ambessa in that top lane.
Alex, can you budge to the left because I'm getting background? Thank you. I appreciate you've been debating that Jax that we were talking about just before the series. In fact, we said both of these top laners could very well consider that as a pick.
It's all good. So, nah, not bad versus the Ambessa in the 1v1. Does need to be very aware that you can kind of get ran out. It's actually pretty good versus the Mundo too, because you just kite him forever and you have a ton of % HP damage. The mini not. I really like Aurora here. It's safe. It gives you a bunch of damage. It's hard to counter in the mid lane too. It's one of Honkyu's favorites, so it's a takeaway as well. I like this. I think Honky either goes to Leo or Ahri now. I think that's probably the play here. Now, with the Malphite in, you're probably going Ahri here as Honky, I'd imagine.
In some ways, you're almost required because BLG have got so many engage vectors now. Malphite all-inning, Ashe Arrow, Seraphine's kit, Gnar, Mega Gnar flank, Aurora coming in with the big flanking ult. You are going to need a certain amount of mobility to try and deal with that. The other angle is saying, look, I'm just going to play for something to help mitigate the engage by pressing R and trying to tank stuff up.
I don't like the Galio because the side laning for Galio is really bad in this game. Whereas if you've gone for the Ahri, your side laning is actually good versus the Gnar and the Aurora. It's, well, more even versus the Aurora. Now, what this does is give you a bit of an easier time in early lane because Ahri can struggle versus the Aurora very early on. I think as a full draft, I think I prefer BLG's a little better. However, if a good enough Ambessa, Galio, or Nico ult comes in, the game does fall apart.
Yes.
So I think that BLG, I think they'll have a lot of pressure, they'll have a lot of damage. This could be another very similar game though, folks, where BLG just fall asleep at the wheel, they get Ambessa ulted, everyone flies into the backline, and your carries die. So BLG must be disciplined. That is the thing they've been lacking.
I also just need to see this bot lane deliver on what we're seeing in theory here. Can you deal with the Gnar and Nico? You gave up those champions, and this was your answer. If it doesn't work and the Ashe Seraphine fall behind, you are immobile, squishy champions with a lot of people who can just run you down. It needs to work. We've all seen what happens when Seraphine and Ashe fall behind in solo queue, or hell, in pro play. It isn't pretty. Alex, question as well from myself. How many games on Seraphine does On have? Is this his first? I don't remember seeing him on it.
I will
but
have a check.
It's been a number of years of play, so I may just be wrong.
This is game number 3. He's won twice on it before, but not for a very long time.
Well, there you go. Exactly a common pick for him.
Dude, he hasn't played it since he's been on Suning.
2021 was the last time he played it, so no wonder I don't remember the game.
Yeah, so he hasn't played it in 5 years. Spring 2021, he won versus LGD and versus TT all the way back then. 119 and 116 were the results there. It's been a long time though. Let's get on to Rift and let's hear those very loud gyros. Oh my god.
They've downed the mic volume partway through. So legitimately, you can hear Jingdong's chant leader from the other side of the room and the crowd just losing it. Well. They've added oil, all right?
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, it comes from the Hong Kong racing scene. Add oil, which is from which is why it doesn't make sense like if you translate it literally, but basically means, you know, fighting or whatever.
Yeah.
Double Q hit there from On. Vampire hits a single Q on the other side. Actually quite similar champions in regards to their Q there, where they have like the double blast. Or more than that. We're seeing that, yeah, basically the Ashe and the Seraphine, quite similar actually to the Gnar and the Nico with that.
Yeah, and again, Ashe has got that stacking Q, not dissimilar to Gala. In fact, they're going to be forced to burn the heal early. Yeah. That's really nice.
Yeah, Vampire didn't block, it's quite hard to, but he failed to block the volley and then splits away to try and get out of the Seraphine Q. Ended up meaning that they lost a lot more HP than they would have wanted. So that's going to be wave control for BLG, and we have said the meta has been about winning bot lane and getting a lot of value out of it. Double Q, passive from On, auto from Viper. Gala takes a big chunk.
That's a ridiculous first message. I can't say that out loud, but just know I understand, and that just made me giggle.
Okay, right. Mid lane, Honky doesn't get the passive onto Knight, doesn't get the not the Q onto Knight, nor does he get The W, oh my god, I'm losing my mind now too. Bot lane losing very heavily, mid lane's not doing great here either. This is something that BLG have actually failed to do in all 3 of their previous games versus JDG, which is get consistent early push in the first few levels. This is looking like it's a lot better for them. Now JDG, once they get into mid and late game, they'll have a ton of tools to try and shut down BLG. Question is, now then don't have just de facto winning lanes, will that be a problem?
And I also just get to the point where, like, if JDG burn their mobility on, say, a Malphite ult, well, what about the Encore? What about the Asher? What about the Between Worlds, the Mega Nut? There are so many vectors that I think BLG with some creativity and a lead get probably a little bit scarier than they would have been in the last game. Honku not having fun in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah, another passive landing. And we also saw there again, Gala and Vampire stacking up for a double part Q from On. I think the actual 2v2 mechanics have not been fantastic, and the Electrocute's going to shove Honku out of lane. This is why I did kind of want the Ahri for Honku instead. It's for the combo later. Junja now has no mid or bot pressures. He has to flash.
Yes, he does. Hello there, by the way. Hello. And that's a fun... I don't think I've seen this Mundo skin before.
This is Mundo, where it's Mundo cosplaying as Mundo. He's going to walk in, try and smite
so
it.
good.
Won't be able to. This is like there's Draven as well. Oh, heal to get the slows extra onto Gala.
Ooh, good little stun there as the... High note comes on. High note's the passive. It's the beat drop.
It's the one. Potential of a jump at him. The briefcase, not briefcase. The cleaver's not going to land here.
Surround sounds W.
Hello Ray, by the way.
What is the what? Oh, hello, Fulman. He said. What is Seraphine Q called again?
I thought that was the beat drop.
No, that's E.
I don't know.
W surround side. The high note is the
surround sound.
Yes, what I said.
He said surround side.
Did I say surround sound? I meant surround sound.
Don't worry, I knew what you meant. I just wanted to. I just wanted to correct you, Sam. I thought you needed that in your life. Yeah.
What is? Maybe it is high note, and the passive's called something else.
Sam, I'm beyond caring, Sam.
I want to. It matters to me.
Yeah, tell you what, folks. You can look that up while I talk about gameplay, because the thing about the winning bot lane is, yes, it's led to a CS lead, but it's also led to Shun avoiding bits of the early. Hang on, Xiaoshu might even go for a solo kill. It's getting a little bit close. Ooh, fine for now. Xiaoshu, if he had a Q2 loaded up, his Q only comes off a cooldown now, but if he had a Q2 loaded up, that would have been kill. Ben doesn't have to use the flash. It's going to be fine. Also ahead in CS, by the way.
Yeah. High note was indeed the Q. Stage presence is the passive.
Hang on, jumping in towards the enemy jungle. Knight's coming over, trying to steal away my small raptors. The winning lanes have meant that Junja is actually further behind than he should be. I know he's slightly ahead in terms of gold, but Shun actually has camps up. He has 2 camps as well. He's got a 3rd one coming up now, so he should come slingshot back into the lead. Double beat drop, not landing there. That is the correct one this time onto Gala and Vampire, who have been struggling in what should be one of the very strongest lanes in meta right now. But Ashe Seraphine is so strong in CV2, can cause a lot of issues. The problem is later on, as we've been saying, the Ashe Seraphine, very immobile, very squishy. They can just die.
Can indeed. Thank you again, chat. Mabby, Chimcha, I appreciate you guys also telling me what they are indeed. Knight gets to go between worlds. Has got that level 6 advantage, looking to get through those Spirit Abjuration passives. Misses the 2-fold Hex, but will still get a second passive.
No, he did get the 2-fold Hex. He pulled it back there. I didn't.
No, that's the passive coming through.
Yeah, you got those little spirit things following you, which is cool. That time again there, I think. Or maybe not. Again, he's missed the last 2. Gives Honky a bit more HP to work with. What it means is that because Honky's level 6, he's not able... Mundo's going to walk in mid lane. He's trying to buy pressure for the Galio, so he has some space to roam and ult. He's going to walk towards him.
Should be able to get that little combo. I think waiting for that ability to just hop over the wall here should make things a bit tricky. Junja just threatening and saying, look, if you go across the wall, it will be a bad time. Now goes across. We'll have that ability to potentially E. Gets the passive and the 2-fold X.
Yeah, Junja didn't have flash, so no kill threat, but he's trying to buy Galio a chance to reset. Now, there is a chance here, folks, of Galio actually ulting on his way back to base towards somewhere on the map. He's just come out with his, he'll be coming out of base full HP with a couple more items. Shun's actually running at Junja. He's gone for the leverage cute.
Let's get that off. Nicely done. Potentially a little bit more happening. No, just backs away. Have we chatted about why Ashe Seraphine is really obnoxious?
Yes.
With the roots and stuff? Good. Just double checking. I thought you might have done, but I was looking at Seraphine.
Honky gets that shove out of river. Because Junja ganked Honky, it means that Honky gets a free pass onto this. There's a real chance of an engage here from JDG. This could be where the game slips.
No teleport from the side of Aurora, so Knight's not going to be here, but Knight is doing a lot of work on. Viper! Down. Viper, wonderfully played. It's not, of course, Knight just all I should have been talking about there. Gets the beat drop, the double high note, and really nice stuff from Viper to make that flash happen. Has still got the barrier to work with. Can body block for On if required.
Viper flashing the point blank engage coming through. from Honkyu. Gets out of that, gets to gun down Junja, and because the lanes have... Hang on, can you stop the recall? Here, he's going to go for the kill instead.
Oh boy, that's dangerous. The weirding, just enough of a buffer for some CC there is good work from him. But now Gala and Vampire might not be having the most fun here.
I don't think he kills him. He's just looking to be annoying and stop the recall. Indeed he will do. He'll be safe here, I think. Hang on, now he actually might be not now. Safe. Okay, he is. All right, there's no back coming from Gallus. He actually has no damage. What this does mean is that the wave will be, well, BLG can do what they want with it. Because the early lanes have won from BLG, Junja didn't have level 6 and he's behind Shun in what should be a winning jungle matchup. The Malphite ahead, not falling prey to what should be very difficult. Vampire not going to be able to get his own reset out. Doesn't have the level 6 just yet. Support scores get that a little bit later. Bin could get a bit altered here. Is there a Galio coming up the road? No, so it is a 2v1 for now.
Bin got flash, misses his boulder toss. I think he's likely just dead here. There's not a lot to be done. You're very squishy at this point, Zanar. He's just looking to try and get a crystallized proc or something. Maybe a hop across the wall. How big excuse? He goes wide. He's got to have a hyper, and he keeps running away.
Hang on, he doesn't have teleport. What's he going to do here? He has flash. Hang on, if Knight comes over to help him, he can actually get through this.
Double root. That's pretty nice. On now in danger. Galio now in danger. Oh, now causing some danger on will fall.
Nice.
Well played by Vampire for that flash.
I don't know what Bin's doing. He's flashed. No one's coming to help him. Shun's coming over now. Why is no one moving to help these?
What is this? He's getting on through. He's gone.
And the thing which is most perplexing to me is that Knight doesn't move to either side of the map. I guess it didn't matter our bot lane. They died in the 2v2. But Knight and Shun, neither of them moving to help Bin. Bin dies. I suppose Bin just misjudging the map, and this time, BLG, they're the ones who want to get ahead early and stay ahead, because, if you let JDG get into the game on even footing, they have a great combo to shut them down. They should be winning through the early game. The bot lane was going much better for them.
Junja had to blow flash and ult there, though, and that means I think Grubs might be a bit harder to fight. They're still going to be able to grab them anyway, though, so it looks
to get the first one. Yeah. To get both, Bin doesn't have teleport to get back to lane. He's going to get the second one now. I think he can smite this away, so it'll be 2 Grubs.
Should get it. There you go. 2 Grubs, and Shun walks up, but can't do anything more. And BLG, for all they had the very good early lane with 2,000 gold ahead, just fumbled a little bit there. Does Shun have smite? He doesn't. He just gives it up.
No, he gets that. He smites it.
It's
just the notification thing. So he does get that. What Shun wanted to do is keep onto that so he could smite the Scuttle Crab if needed. Bin's coming over now.
And remember, Junja, no flash, no ult. I think he could be in a bad position here. Xiaoxu can maybe walk forward. I don't know whether that saves him. He's just going to die.
Galio's coming in. Shun now has no ult. He might have to flash out.
Does indeed. Bin nearly at Mega, though, and he's going to keep hunting.
Honkyu has no
now
flash.
In danger. I think he could just die here. The taunt! But now Knight comes on through, trying to get some damage, but Honkyu hopping away. Knight's really bloody low, because Xiaoxu's hopping around. Shun's going to try and buy some time. The Justice Punch allows Xiaoxu to get another. It's a 2 for 2 as it stands, but now Shun without flash is dead as well.
Bin misjudges his own HP and he dies before he can Mega Knot. A huge mistake as triple kill goes over towards Xiaoxu off of the mistake in the fight from Bin. Well played by JDG to walk up and know they could win that by bursting out the Gnar before he went Mega. If the Mega Gnar came through there, it would have been an instant kill onto many of the members. In bot lane, Gala ended up blowing that flash. This is how things went wrong. They hit the level 6 first onto the AD carry. What happens after this? Do they just get minion baited?
Vampire Flash is here as well.
Yeah, well, they see him. Yeah, they see him and they just end up getting caught there. They try and get that free kill onto Gala. They don't quite realize the threat that they're into. BLG making a lot of mistakes here in the playmaking. And this is the big play that really goes wrong here. Junja has, he doesn't have ult, he doesn't have flash. And Bin just misjudges how much damage he can do. The ult from Shun is fine. He ends up just getting the kill there as Sam is
choking, like BLG.
Yeah, Bin gets a lot of rage hit, but he doesn't really... He walks up way too close. Look, at the end of the day, guys, that is a flashless Galio. You don't need to go that far. Bin, a huge mistake. If he gets Mega Knot, this is an instant one fight. You get another... You probably don't die. You end up getting an extra kill, maybe 2. Big mistake from Bin.
It really is, isn't it? And of course, you're seeing Taba is very pleased. Xiaoxu is such a problem now. And again, one of the ways you dealt with something like the Ashe and the Seraphine, who have managed to get a very significant CS lead bot, by the way, is just having someone who jumps on them and goes, yeah, well, what do you do now in melee range?
And the worry we had from draft, and we said this in early game 2, is look, if JDG get out of this game even into mid game, they are way better than BLG at killing the backline. Xiaoxu has 4 kills. I don't know how BLG are going to survive. I think even Shun at this point, if he gets Ambassador ult, it probably dies. Bin's going to go Mega, go Mini, rather. Xiaoxu, presumably he just dies. There's no flash on this Gnar.
Junja walks to him, takes aggro, has got ult to work with. There's nothing Bin gets to do here.
No, he's just going to die. He doesn't have the Mega to play around. Bin dies under turret, and now he's behind almost 2,000 gold to Xiaoxu. A player who I think has actually had a slow start to LPL, despite having a very good 2025. He is in prime position to give BLG their second defeat against them.
Yeah, again, I think there's been some good games from him. I don't want to say he's been bad. I still think he's been really solid. It's just not been the dominance we saw, say, from last year, where he was the sole star on the team, it felt like.
Yeah, well, Pays was there too, but I mean, like Pays and Xiaoxu were the two notable bits of JDG, and of course that was in a team with Shun and Scout, right? And both of them struggled. They did struggle quite a lot. On to Dragon now, though. BLG will try and get ahead in the objectives. They did lose that one. They lost 2 grubs after JDG. They had the one before, but BLG, I do wonder whether they start panicking now. They don't seem like the kind of team which can really shrug off these kinds of losses. And part of me worries that a lot of this is now coming from on a lane pressure champion rather than a roaming champion that can have impact on the map. I think BLG look a little bit lost when On is not there to kind of cover the cracks in the macro of BLG.
Yeah, again, their macro is basically Shun and On causing chaos, right? And that's often very good. And in fairness, I don't think Viper and On have played bad. In fact, they played this lane largely really well. Hell, even that play beyond the turret was the right kind of mindset. Now they could be in some danger. Great beat drop route, though, means that Vampire's ult is completely nullified.
Okay, that's nice. Stops that ultimate coming through. Next couple of minutes are going to be free from Viper and On, who are 30 CS ahead in the bot lane. Now the question is, okay, Bin is really not in a good spot. This Gnar should have gotten ahead and probably stayed ahead, given how things were going. That's not really happened now. Mid lane quest earned from Knight there in the middle of it. So what will happen now? Can Viper and On actually outplay this? Viper has been incredible as an AD carry across the last year or two. Not started well on BLG, and that first game was, again, a bit of a passenger game from Viper. We need to see more from him. Now that we see BLG putting resources down there, giving them the draft to win in the 2v2, can they walk away with their somehow their first win against JDG in this year? They were demolished by them in the first time around that late game. Junja and Vampire on the run now.
I think Bin is about to have a bad day.
Yep, I think he is too. They have an Ambassador ult. He does have Flash this time. He's going to have to outplay like a lot, though.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Megan are miles away once again on potentially with a decent turnaround. But what does he do? Nothing. My lyrics at this point will run out, as will Bin's life.
Tower just dies, and Bin, that mistake in that top jungle fight, dying in a situation where he should have been able to ult, has really set him behind. He's still behind 2.4k, but gold. Gala might get jumped onto here. Has flash, though.
Is indeed going to be forced to flash. Now the teleport comes on through. Is Shun in danger himself? Now got slowed down by the Arc of Judgment. Xiaoxu's down here. He's a real menace. But again, he's not that tanky yet. There's a world where he gets spaced out. Okay, here we go. Over they try and turn this one around. Good shield there with a beauty. But Xiaoxu's actually not having that much fun into Viper's DPS. But Junja now here. Viper has got flash, got barrier. Is he going to be forced to burn one or the other? No, the on-got coming through. Junja caught onto the turret. They can start running down with the approach velocity, and the Ranger's focus won't get that much more. Not bad from On and Viper.
Yeah, I think Viper actually makes a mistake there. That should have been an instant kill as soon as the CC landed, but Viper doesn't cast the arrow. I don't know whether he had no mana. Maybe he ran out of mana for it, but I think that he makes a huge mistake there. What happened here in the mid lane? I guess it's just a good chunk onto Gala to try and get him behind. What happened after this? The ult was still up. It wasn't used by Viper. I think Viper makes a mistake. If you CC Junja under the turret there, even with the short range arrow, he probably still dies. I think that's a big mistake.
I'm not sure whether there was a mana issue or whether he just used it or whether it's just come off cooldown or just didn't use it in general. Either way, Junja gets out to safety. Does cost a lot of flashes there. Xiaoxu didn't have to burn theirs, but again, with the Eclipse with the Shojin, lots of DPS, but not necessarily the most tankiness.
And you know, that fight there really shows how much value he can get into this kind of comp where he can just one-shot someone. Now, this is where Bin might be able to make a comeback. This is where I don't like the Galio. He sucks in side lanes versus the Gnar. Gnar can just do this, run it in with a mini Gnar, percent HP. There could be a fight towards top side, but Shun does have ult up again. Zeke's makes it even lower cooldown as well.
Doesn't, but it's got the beat drop, forces that passive gone, and that means Mundo's dead.
Hang on, where's the Ambassador? Doesn't have the ult just yet.
Oh, Gala's gone as well.
Really good engage. Xiaoxu alone now.
But that's very deep. No fire with the flank angle, but On flashes out, buys a lot of time. The root comes on down onto Viper, does eventually fall. Xiaoxu healing. My God, the Omni Vamp.
Honkyu's in now as well. Has the flash. They should be able to get something down. Xiaoxu misses the ult. On trying to enchant it, but can't quite manage it.
Knight can't reset. Is forced to not have that happen. Honkyu going to look for more. Bin stays bot. Worth noting, gets that turret.
Honkyu gets the wrong angle there. Great engage from Vampire to punish BLG, while Junja did go down, and it is important that he is going down there. Vampire manages to lock up Vampire against the wall. They clumped too much. Very dangerous for BLG to clump against that Nico, of course. Honkyu, trying to push in that extra wave. And of course, as you are noting, Honkyu leaving that bot lane does mean that Bin gets some extra gold back. And of course, Knight's now 900 gold ahead too from getting that kill on the play.
I thought that actually BLG had a pretty good angle here. How does Vampire get behind? He's in the shape of the Mundo. He's not spotted getting into the push over behind Red Buff.
Yeah, they managed to get the slow to get that route which blows the Mundo past him. Ash Seraphine very good against the Mundo, really. And I guess they just don't spot him. They spot him now. Hang on, they spot him there. Come on, you spot him there and then you plump. That's a mistake from Knight and Vampire standing too close. Sorry, Knight and Viper standing too close to each other. They are on a control ward. Vampire should have been spotted there. I just don't think they respected the engage and them all being clumped against the wall.
I don't know whether Viper had already burned Flash and Barrier before that place. Like, well, where actually do you go at that point?
Not next to Knight. You can't. Yagao said it sometime last year. Never stand your 2 carries on top of each other. So you can basically tell when a fight's going to go wrong when carries going against each other. Shen does get the Raptor steal.
Does get out there. And again, the gold still within touching distance. Only 2,000 gold. Just the majority of that is, in fact, in the top lane. As you can see, Viper now actually just behind Gala because he's picked up a couple kills there.
Knight's coming down.
This gets a bit more interesting. Meganar's about to come on through, and again, in comes the Galliwell. Public execution buys time. Knight knocked up, and they've gone too far.
Gone too far. Ben goes for the 1v1, makes it into 1v2. He'll die on the side. Both solo lanes of BLG bite the dirt.
Done, by the way, because Shun's going to have to ult over the wall because Junger's there, and BLG just poor side lane play this time around.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I think it just doesn't help that Bin has just been dumpstered. He can't 1v1 effectively get the damage down, and then, you know, Xiaoshu gets the play onto Knight. He really should have flashed that Ambassador ult. You should know at that point there's like a 7-kill Ambassador running around the map. If you get hit by the ult, you die. Should have been a flash from Knight. He loses a bunch of his gold lead. Was 1,000 gold ahead, now 300. The turret goes to Xiaoshu to put him 3,000 gold ahead, and the dragon goes to JDG.
Stops the soul point, which would be nice. Viper trying to get this turret. Again, Gala still not having the most fun laning into the Ashe, and that is potentially good news. If we start seeing Ashe as a potential answer to the Yunara, it might change drafts up a little bit. Yeah. We'll have a look at this replay because Ben tries to go forward. That turret is a lie reminder. It's down.
It is down, and they just don't have river control to make this a true 1v1. Ben ult is immune. He goes unstoppable through it, and Knight should just flash this. You have to flash this. You know that if you get caught by that, you might die, especially with Ambassador this fed. So really not a great play in that side lane. It's definitely reeking of desperation now.
Here's a little Phantom Dance now done for Viper, so his ability to potentially glide his way through some fights is looking okay there. That's all well and good. And again, On has got himself the new item that I don't remember what it does, the cool crown thing.
JDG significantly far ahead. It's hang on. It's gone to the clone. The Ashe arrow goes onto the clone. His Vampires put it on the brush. They didn't have vision in it. They saw Vampire running away. If they did catch him, it would have been a kill. He had no flash. He would have actually proto-belted into it. The arrow angle was actually right. Just the clone ends up baiting them. Nice there. That's an unfortunate one for Viper. He wants to get himself back into the game.
Appropriately for Seraphine, it's a diadem of songs is the name.
It's the one. You want to what is that the one where if you do damage it gives you more healing? Is that the one?
Yeah, when you or an ally you've healed or shielded in the last 3 seconds is in combat with champions, each second heal the lowest health nearby ally champion, which is obviously quite good.
So typically with Echoes of Helia and that you get some mega kind of double healing coming through.
Sona's very strong with that in solo queue right now for a reason. Obviously Seraphine, a lot of her kit is around doing damage and shielding people. So
okay, we're getting to the point now where Baron is going to be available. Dragon, I mean, BLG might have to give up some dragons now. I think they're in the position that JDG were last game, where they just have to play weight and scale.
Misses ult.
He does. Honky just outsteps him. Fair play. Been another misplay from him, but I guess that doesn't matter too much in this sense. I don't think. Well, I guess Shim's on the same side of the map. You know, each moment like that, it just feels like the game becomes a little harder to play. You add up enough of them, and then Bin suddenly 0-5. You can't make the plays you'd normally want to.
Honky just backs for a 7-stack Magi. He's feeling it this game.
Well, and look, as long as he just ults into the play and like a couple of assists happen, he's going to get tons of stacks.
Move speed for Galio's really valuable.
Well, it's only after you get it beyond 10 stacks.
I know, but that's what I mean. You get those stacks, you get the move speed. It feels really good. Sorry, I should have clarified. You're right.
So he doesn't have that right now, but if he gets like 1 kill or 2 assists, he'll be chilling.
If you haven't subscribed to the Nymaera's channel here, if you do, you get a great emote called Buy the Book, and that's worth subscribing for in its own right.
We do it by the book here, folks. But we also buy the book. We purchase it. One of the best items in the game. Okay, so Dragon up in 2 minutes, Baron up now, and you know, one of the big problems I thought that JDG would run into is that their side lanes are not meant to be great. Well, when you give 7 kills to an Ambassador and your Nara is now down 5 kills, that's no longer the case. You can't side lane in the way that you wanted, and we saw that actually Xiaoshu can survive in a 1v2 long enough.
Right, could come over. Honkyu could threaten here all the same. Ashe volleys come on down. A little little bit of a dangerous flank here. I think this Galio could cause some real trouble.
It's Honku, great flank!
Only gets the double taunt. Knight's not actually that threatening. Shun on the front line. Viper's in danger. The onslaught comes on through. Viper outspaces the Nico. They're trying to get some damage over the wall. Shun gets out. You know what? Not bad recovery. But Xiaoxu gets a flash over the wall. Having publicly executed the backline means Viper is dead. All of that work to survive means nothing. The Ash slows are decent, but unfortunately you can't outstep Ambessa, who has Drake gowns in her shoes.
Oh, Knight can't go close down Gala, and Bin just says, screw this, I'm not teleporting down to that. What do you want a 0 and 5 Gnar to do? JDG used that unseen Galio to flank behind BLG, and Honku lands the dagger in between the ribs of BLG. JDG have just been a better decision-making team than BLG across the 4 games that they've now played against each other. Now the first game they played in the first series, you can argue it's just about the Baron steal, but then later as these games have gone on, BLG have not been able to find the right fights in the grouped up presences. It feels like they're not, at this point, they're behind so much gold, it feels a little bit unfair, but you know, Honku has such a good platform to play. Viper has to flash into the river to avoid the taunt. That puts him out of position, and then basically how can you play without that gun? Not a great ult from Vampire, but again, just keep putting the pressure on.
And again, On and Viper do pretty good. That's a 4-man ult from Arm. Viper gets away, but then Xiaoxu with a really good set of decision-making to get onto Viper. Public execution, flash over the wall to get to Viper, then start running at them. What can the Ashe do at that point? We said it might be a concern. It was always going to be difficult when Xiaoxu started the game 4-0.
No. We are not going to talk about substituting junglers for BLG. I actually think... Shun has not been the problem. He's actually been very good for this team. BLG still look better than a lot of how they did last year. They genuinely, folks, they do. I think this team's going to take a while to come online. I don't think they understand their late game decision making just yet. I think that we've noticed that Viper has... Hang on, Xiaoxu he could actually just one-shot hit, by the way. And he gets hit by the Q, so he assumes he's been spotted. Knight is at that 2 burn item core as well. I just don't think BLG can stall out the game more. They can give up a dragon, they can give up 1 more. They can't really give 2 in this kind of combo. Like, give up the soul, rather.
There's 13 stacks on the Magi's. 3rd item for Xiaoxu with the Death Dance, so much harder to deal with. Mundo's got 100 stacks on the Hot Stib, which often feels like a pretty nice break point. You've got the Rocket Belt on Vampire, so you've got a lot of tools here to make the aggressive moves happen and make them stick. I think if JDG can force Baron successfully, they're going to be in a really good spot. Again, keeping Malphite on red side out of the pit is not easy, but if you can do that, life's all good. On hit by the Cleaver, not too much more. They'll pop the Mundo passive with the beat drop.
Just noticed, by the way, the graphic coming up on the side, Xiaoxu currently has 37% of the team's damage. Oh. That is absurd.
On Ambessa?
On Ambessa, when you've got like a... I guess you've got a Galio in the game, so it's a little less. By the way, he does have the 13 Magi stacks now. He did end up getting enough from stacks from that last fight. That Ambessa has just been disgusting, and I just don't think BLG... And this reminds me a little bit of what happened when they fell behind in the first game they played at the split against Zuka on Weibo, where Bin fell so far behind in top lane. BLG tried to put a lot of resources into him, but it just ended up making the map fall apart. When Bin falls behind, as opposed to 2024, when he actually did put a lot of time in on weak side, I don't trust Bin to play out the game as safely anymore.
Thanks for the sub, by the way, Mephisto. I saw that pop up in chat, but not in the activity feed for some reason. And also for the very good statement that maybe they should have just picked up Dokla. You know, BLG with Dokla, they missed out on the great NA import. That would have been
Dokla,
the
right?
Yeah, Big Dokes.
Yeah, no, I mean he was in a very Chinese time of his life.
Exactly. This would have it could have been an error rather than just a time.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, and now he's on Lion, where I don't know. The way I saw the games happen in LCS last night. I don't know, I think Inspire's going to pop off at one of those cell lanes at some point. Viper is very dead here, folks. Oh my god, the Galio ult is overkill.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend. Executed publicly by
That is just
dead
unfair.
Once again.
That is just unfair. Like, guys, BLG could not afford to let this Ambessa get ahead. They'd let him get ahead.
She's literally 1 kill off 100% KP, by the way, as a top laner.
Yeah. And I thought that Xiaoxu has actually had a pretty bad year so far. I thought that Xiaoxu wasn't playing particularly effectively. I think he was one of the big reasons why they weren't doing very well versus Invictus Gaming, because Sobro actually
kind of managed him well.
Managed him quite well and then had more impact outside of it. Even in the first series, it felt like Bin was just outvaluing him. This time, Xiaoxu has taken the driver's seat, and this is something which I want to continue to see happening. Xiaoxu is a player which, funnily enough, he debuted a similar kind of time to which I started casting the LPL as well, so I've seen the grand majority of this guy's career. He's deserved a shot on a top team for a very long time, and last year, I think he thought he might be getting that with JDG, but JDG weren't a top team. Now they are. Now they might even be the best team in the LPL. Obviously, it's kind of wild. Comes out of Fog of War, pings the max range ult, Viper no flash, even with double move speed items, can't walk out of it. That is just obscene.
And again, I want to reiterate, I don't think Viper's had a particularly poor game. Outside of the fact we've not seen very many arrows. That's the big one, it has to be said.
And they had that one arrow onto the Nico climb, was a bit unfortunate.
So like, we've not really seen it, but I just think in general BLG have not been able to pull the trigger. And I'm saying it now, I don't think BLG are a very good team fighting team.
I don't think they're a very good team fighting team, and I think that they need On to be on a champion that roams across the map. The problem is that limits a lot of your options. If you have to play like Bard, Rakan, the Blitzcrank they tried the other day, something like that, and they're gonna jump on it again.
Boy, Viper has got flash this time, has got a barrier. Viper actually does survive, but that's public execution. On tries to run away. The encore is interrupted by death. Shun has to ult out.
They overpush in mid lane, but what can they do? Too much engage. Viper escapes without using Summoners. It's a good escape from him, but On can't say the same. The Viper Ambassador actually ended up going onto the Malphite, who didn't care about tanking that too much. But BLG, overpush, get punished. Bin still in a side lane. I just don't think this is working with Bin trying to get gold from the side lane. It's not actually helping him get ahead. He's just trying to push out the map. He can't do anything in this game.
He's 3,500 gold down despite being up 30 odd CS.
He's going to die.
He's got a Meganar and a Hot and stuff to work with. Maybe not that simple to bring down here.
There's a Mundo looking around us. If they want to kill him, I think they can. I just don't think that they want to give him the runaround and say, look, you're not worth anything right now. There's a minute till Dragon. Let's not mess things up. We've already got we got that flash out of On. The next Dragon, I think BLG probably give it up, but JDG don't want to make it, don't want to open a window for BLG to fight it.
I'm just saying, guys, by the way, thank you for all the follows today. We're nearly at 10,200. Anyone want to hit that sub button? No. There you go. Hey! Thank you, Walker.
Appreciate you, Walker, as well. And again, folks, if you enjoy watching these kind of games, because, folks, the LPL is one of the greatest League of Legends regions out there. It's very entertaining. It's no official broadcast anymore, so if you see someone streaming LPL, go support them. That might just be us. Wow, incredible. Because we want to follow teams like JDG. We thought they'd be good at some point. I didn't think they'd be this good at this point in the year, though. Dragon spawning now, and JDG, well, BLG, I think they should probably just give... Xiaoxu could just ult someone again.
Oh, he's going to do
no!
Just keep pinging him. The arrow point blank does nothing.
Viper's trying to run them down after some of the cooldowns have been used, but what can you do? The enchanter's gone. You have no positioning. BLG just lose one for free, pinging that ult onto the Flashless Seraphine.
I think I've seen Xiaoxu miss one ult all game, if that. Like, he has been absolutely laser-guided this game.
It's been absurd. Xiaoxu, a player which we know is very, very talented from last year, hasn't really matched that level of performance in 2026. In fact, I would have said JDG, they haven't really done much. Xiaoxu's been a passenger, really, in most of the games so far. This is the first game where I can really say Xiaoxu is the reason that JDG are winning a game, and that was much more like we saw last year. Now, of course, there's basically no gold lead across the map from BLG. BLG, in the one game they needed the early lead to come across, don't get it in the one time they draft for it. JDG cutting off the win condition very appropriately. There's someone on that brush still? Nope. All right. I was worried about that. They were playing with the Fog of War.
Nah, worth noting again here. I'm only going to put this out there because it happened last game. BLG had around 600 more, actually no, okay, 500 more gold than JDG currently have as a team, and still threw it away. You have still got very good scaling with the Seraphine, with the Aurora.
One has no flash here, by the way.
He's dead. Okay, so the moment I speak about potential scaling, it's a disaster. That's not bad encore, actually.
Hang on, this could be an overdrive now.
In the enemy jungle. This could be problematic. Your jungler's having a bad time. Bin teleports in. The Galio ult flying around trying to keep Junja surviving, and they do. They just don't have the damage right now. Vampire with the pop blossom, public execution, and the attempted pick onto the backline just doesn't work. Bin still hopping around. The health bars aren't fantastic. They do get one, but Xiaoxu is still bloody well untouched.
Xiaoxu is the carry. If he doesn't go down, JDG can still win. It's not awful from BLG. They do get Gala, but they lose 2 in trade 4, even in what should be probably best case scenario for them. They can't even get that fight.
They get a beat drop. It's not a bad route under the turret. The turret's causing trouble. Forces Xiaoxu to TP out, but there is the shielded Duran. They kill off Shum, but they lose another. Xiaoxu trying to hop over the wall, can't quite do it. He's now in danger. Gets slowed down and goes. Oh my god, they've actually thrown.
BLG get a lot of shutdowns. Is it enough to be a throw? I'm actually not sure about that. They're still 6k down, but the shutdowns are good. They do lose 3 kills as part of that fight. They are big kills though, and now Knight is 1.3k up, and they got rid of some Magi stacks.
Okay. Seraphine survived that, by the way.
Yeah, basically Viper comes over, applies the slow, which means that you can blow the Mundo passive, end up getting onto Vampire. Does Mikhail's through the Aurora ult, but he's gone too deep. He has gone too deep at this point. Bin gets to teleport behind them. Shun's in the front line too. And the front line's still tanky enough to buy some time. Bin goes into mini after this point and just says, okay, well, I'm basically an AD carry. Let's see what I can do. Sadly, Viper doesn't flash out of the Ambassador ult. He dies. You know what? If he flashes that Ambassador ult, I think they get a really clean win here, you know.
He does have the... Where did he use the flash? Obviously, he's down flash barrier. Was he just failed the flash away from it?
No. So he got ulted and then flashed over the wall and then got over the wall under the inner turret, and then he died afterwards because he was into melee range of Junji.
Thank you very much for the clarification on that one. I wasn't sure when he flashed. Yeah, very, very close. Now they just go too far. And again, the Seraphine's actually proving quite problematic to what is a very short range comp, actually.
On actually ends up getting the shutdown on the Ambassador there, by the way. And I suppose enchanters are actually kind of OP right now, but you would really like that to go on towards the Aurora if possible. Now, okay,
damage knife.
What does this actually mean now? What does it actually lead towards? Because, you know, BLG, they are still down a crazy amount of gold. They still, if they don't have flashes, I'm pretty sure Xiaoxu just obliterates them.
I'm going to put this out there, giving a Galio, a Mundo, and a late game Ambessa Ocean Soul with 4 Ocean Dragons behind is going to be a nightmare. If you can't DPS check them already, how the bloody hell are you going to do that then?
Yeah, I mean, credit to them. I mean, the death ball from BLG is not bad. Hang on, there's Vampire.
On flash with the encore across 2 interrupts the shield of Duran. I think On may still die. The good beat drop there. The turnaround between worlds. They've blown Nico, but now Xiaoxu's coming on over. Oh, public execution. That's problematic. Can't get involved. Now Shun can turn around. And BLG, the late game may be the turnaround. Shun gets a little bit CC, but not heavily. They do get that kill. That's not bad, you know?
Really, really good disengage from On. Vampire goes down. Bin is on the flank. I mean, will we finally see again Bin try and come into the side lane? Pretty good at taking down the HP from the Mundo, fair enough, because of that hyper proc. Level 18 maxed out. Mini Gnar, of course, at the higher level. This is the thing, but I'm not sure this applies to Gnar passive, but the higher level you are, the more range you get too. Honky's coming over, doesn't have flash or ults.
They should be able to just do this, but the DPS check not great. On in a bit of a dangerous position. Over we go, Bin, Mega Gnar into the wall. Do they want the fight on the Baron? Kind of a split call right now. Baron still going down. Junja not in the pit. Should just be a pickup. He's going to be able to fight it. Still won by Shun. Still being in a very good position here. BLG. JDG quite low. Can't get anything more. Baron taken from BLG. I'm just seeing a Mirror Blast game night. Looks for a play, can't quite have it. Xiaoxu threatening, but they've still got On here. Gives the shields. They can't fight anymore.
Okay, BLG, they're going to get out of life, but Dragon's in 20 seconds. They need to get onto the map ASAP. If JDG start the Dragon on spawn, it's going to be a huge problem for them. They're going to teleport in, but it's onto the taunt.
Does go invisible briefly. Knight in danger. Survives. Doing to turn it around. Xiaoxu in danger. Really good CCJ. Between worlds. Xiaoxu left at half HP. The arrow lands, but it's only onto one target right now. It's a clone, in fact. But Knight blew up Honkyu.
So they get the kills there. Junja, he doesn't have the flash. How can he get out of this? I don't think he can.
Check!
Guys, BLG might just be back in this game. Both teams taking turns at throwing in the late game. JDG over-engaged one too many times, and BLG, we haven't seen this from them for a while, but they might have that late game clutch factor in the way they haven't in the last era of BLG.
The slows were so obnoxious, and Knight with that very dangerous between worlds. He has a death gap and 10-star Dark Steel. They can keep going.
So I think they want to keep going. I mean, what ults do they have available? They don't. They have the Malphite ult coming up like right now. Gala does not have flash. I think they're going to look for the end after the next Malphite ult, try and look for a kill.
20 seconds worth. They got Baron. They can definitely keep shoving here.
Oh, can they do it? 10 seconds on Honkyu. This is going to be pretty tight. They need to get a Malphite ult into Gala. Gala should know this as well. Xiaoxu has his ult. This is really dangerous, BLG.
The Nexus turret's falling apart. They are gone. A really good enough split apart. Public execution. They go for the Nexus. What about the turnaround? Neither back over the two walls. Onto Gala. Does they get the kill? Gala survives. Damage back at the other side. It was actually On, and Viper are DPSing the Rangers.
They've done it!
Is enough. Gala to the Nexus of Billy Gaming. Take us to 3. My God, it's just a mirror.
BLG get their first victory in an individual game against JDG in LPL 2026, but it was hard earned. JDG overdived into the enemy jungle and they got blasted. Really, the Seraphine, Ashe, and the Aurora was such a nasty death ball to dive into as the game went later. JDG didn't know what to do, and somehow it's BLG. They've been falling apart across the late game all up until this point. They are the ones that come out on top.
We got Franz in chat saying, I need a VAR check. What's going on? Surely they're offside.
Oh my God. JDG will not retain a perfect record against BLG. We will go to 3 games. I didn't expect BLG to be at this point in the year versus JDG. What were the big differences here? Well, I just can't believe that they managed to lose this game with Bin being so far behind. What it really came down to is JDG just over-diving and being very, very overconfident about what Mundo could do in late game.
People are ironically giving Bin MVP.
Yeah. I will say though, folks, I really think that Knight on the Aurora did some unspeakable damage later on.
It's him or on, isn't it? They were really good this game.
I think that Knight really was the guy that made the most of this. We're going to run some ad breaks, folks. Thank you so much for watching us. I need another drink, Sam.
Do you want to do that to yourself, or do you want me to go do it for you?
I gotta do that myself.
Go
Sam.
for it.
Oh my god.
I shall look out. Do you mind making me a coffee while you're out there? Americano style, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you very much again, all for those bits. If you have not subscribed, consider subscribing to us. It makes a massive difference to our ability to keep doing this for you all. I know there's a lot of you in here. If you want to donate to the Ko-fi, there is a Ko-fi link as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ko-fi. Fabulous. There we go. For people who are not, in fact, on that one. Hey, Diego, just letting you know, we try to be a little bit less betting focused in Twitch chat, if you don't mind. And again, the saltiness there because the team lost is not necessarily needed. I get it's annoying, I do, but just chill a little bit. Thank you very much. There's your warning. And that is fine. Hang on, where did I lose the music? Why have I lost the music? Oh no, it's just a new song. Knight, fantastic late game stuff. On with some really clutch shields and encores to deny the engage a couple times later. It's one of those two, I think, for MVP for me. 500, thank you very much. There were indeed 500 here. It was pretty damn awesome. Thank you very much, guys, for being on in. Hey, Alex. Do you want the camera off still? You want the camera off still? That's fine. No worries. I figured I would just ask. We're having a chill day, guys. We're not dressed to receive all that kind of vibes. Where's that one from? TFC, no need to poke the bear, please. Thank you. Gushin feels like every other game's a massive throw, no matter the region. Yeah, I think part of it is teams have not been fantastic at basically, in fact, look there, like, this is going to be some ridiculous damage from Knight and Viper. Oh my god, don't get me wrong, that is into Galio, that is into Mundo. You stack that damage, it's just how it works into this game. But yeah, part of it's side laning, part of it is we've seen both games now, teams with the lead trying to punish vision control in the enemy jungle around things like Baron and stuff spawning and fumbling it really hard. And that is a problem. You shouldn't be allowing that to happen. That's 2 games that's now happened. I will also say that, again, Seraphine scaling this game was going to be an issue. She offered a lot as that game went on. They were looking for picks. How many times were they denied by the slows, by the encores, by the between worlds coming on forwards? And the moment Xiaoshu stopped being able to consistently pop someone, had like 2 mediocre team fights, and the game was over. Very, very unusual. Yeah, fair enough, Honorax. Yeah, there's some truth to that. The British cast is getting American coffee while American me is making tea. Something's wrong here. In fact, I am a very equal opportunity hot drinker. I've got a velvetizer for different kinds of hot chocolate in the kitchen, for God's sake. There is at least 30 kinds of tea in our kitchen. At least. I'm not even joking, there are 3 shelves in the cupboard. And then we've got several different kinds of coffee, including espresso machine and also French press. So, you know, I promise you now, there will be a hot drink of some variety you will enjoy at this house. Man, and then basically on surviving here in the way that he did was such a nightmare, right? Because again, like, the engage from JDG theoretically doesn't deal very well with all of the slows and CC from BLG. Like, Mundo walking forward just went, oh my god, post a certain point, I'm just not tanky. And my CC immunity isn't enough to deal with all of the CC. Really helping with the British stereotype there. I know, guys. I know. Can't believe that Ambessa lost. I know. Ridiculous. It's not Xiaoshu's fault. It's really not. It's really not. I genuinely don't know what to say about that one. A lesser known fact, Ash is one of the best champs at dealing with Nando. I can see it, right? I really can. And I think basically they went for the Malphite early, saw the Mundo, and then locked the Ashe Seraphine. And you can see how that combo is such a problem for the Mundo, because Mundo, he's a juggernaut, right? And being slowed down by the Ashe passive, by the approach velocity to give Ashe all of that ability to keep kind of messing with the edge. She had so much crit that the slows were really obnoxious. Add in the Seraphine, add in all the CC, and Mundo just runs out of that ability to tank. Look, it was really good from JDG to get that crazy lead. They should still have won. But again, that ability to take a lead and roll it into something that breaks the base has been a little bit mediocre from both sides. I still think, again, JDG side laning, not superb. Though, again, much better this game. I think BLG, some of those mid-game woes, still a bit problematic. But it was a very, very close game. It's been a really fun series. Knight will get the MVP on the Aurora. Absolutely fine with that. It was a really good set of late-game ults from Knight, who became such a monster, blowing people up. It was him or on for me, and I think Knight is a very, very worthy earner of that MVP. Yeah, a little bit overconfident. Again, there's just been a little bit of like, I think the other thing is like teams unwilling to call it quits and go, okay, that's a lost play, leave it there, and people then just doubling down. LPL always does this. They'll double down rather than give up on a play, especially from ahead. And as a result, they just gave it way more. Yeah, one for support, one for bot. A little bit less. A bit more surprised about the one for bot, actually, but it's interesting that the club went to give that one. So BLG themselves are saying, yeah, actually, we really rated Viper that game. But a lot for mid, very fair. I think, I will say, Soikron, Flandre has had some very bad lanes this split. It's not been losing every game, but there's been, like, when they lost to Top Esports, it was 369 blasting them. I want to say it was that, wasn't it? I want to double check it was that. But basically, when like Flandre's laning has been a lost condition this year when it's gone poorly. It hasn't always, but when it has, it's been bad. Been bad. Double throws back to back. Yeah, I mean, welcome to the cinema. Nearly back, guys, for our next game. Thanks for doing the streams. Nice to see your process and have somewhere to see LPL with English cast. Of course, Shadows here. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in. Means a lot. Means a lot. Shadows see. Ooh. Are you a Final Fantasy fan, out of interest, if you're going with Seath? Run some more ads while we can to make sure we don't get them in game and get to that ad revenue breakpoint we need to do, because we need to run so many ads an hour, all of that jazz. If you don't want ads, subscribe. That's the deal. If you don't want ads, subscribe. Xiaoshu did screw up, and I think he should rightfully be criticizing himself for those last few minutes. But as an best player, I fail to see how he did not backline by itself as a compelling argument before the game fell apart. Yeah, I agree. Like, Xiaoshu not clutching out is going to be a frustrating point, especially because he had such a massive lead. But let's be real, he played the majority of that game immaculately, and the fact that the Mundo, that the Galio could not, and Vampire actually didn't get those clutch engages at the late stages is going to be a much more of a frustration point. I don't think it's the Ambessa's fault necessarily by herself. Like, I think she was the least of the issues there. I think he definitely threw at the overchase. Yeah, I agree with that one. I miss Doumbé. BLG Doumbé? No way. Knight is far too good a player. I think you would be causing some strife there with that one.
Who the hell say BLG? Oh my god.
You know what? I can back that. You know what? I understand the passion. Doumbé's a great player. I'm not sad to see him not playing again, but I think he had a very disappointing year on NIP last year.
He got destroyed by Knight individually too. So.
Yeah. But you know, I'm not here to deny your dreams.
Doumbé's great. It's just
Case in point, last fight, the Nexus, yeah. IG Doumbé with the shy. Oh my god. You're a bit of a disaster. But yeah, thank you again for everyone coming in. It's been great. We've had over 500 viewers today, which has been pretty awesome. Still got one more game to go. Again, thank you all for those follows. We are 37 followers off 10,200 followers, considering we only hit 10,000 followers like end of last week. That is pretty cool to see, guys. So thank you very much for everyone who is hitting that follow button. If you've not hit the follow over on Twitch, please do so. BLG won. They did win game 2. We've got game 3 to go. Yeah, Emeralds. Really, goddamn it! I left to remove the snow from my girlfriend's car and come back into a loss. How the frick did they lose that one? Effectively, late game Ashe, Seraphine, and Aurora bought a lot of space, and the melee run-at-you champions struggled to close the distance, and eventually what happened is you had Ardent Sensor on Seraphine, 3.5 items on Ashe, 4 items on Aurora, and the DPS check was suddenly high enough again, and the comp diff became a bit more problematic, basically.
I also think eventually Xiaoshu was actually just not hitting the ults.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was Xiaoshu's fault necessarily, but he did have 2 fights where he didn't get the ult in the backline.
It's more about, like,
the reason they were winning that game was Xiaoshu.
Yeah.
No one else really had the agency to win that game. So if he didn't do it, who was going to do it? Because and Xiaoshu tried
Vampire or something, I guess.
Yeah, and he actually really struggled towards the late game, which is a shame because in the mid game
he was great. Yeah,
he was doing a lot better actually. You know, he didn't get picked off by ults. I think he actually did quite a good job, but he didn't reach the backline of the way that he needed to. Like there were several times where I think he could have blown Viper's flash, didn't quite manage to reach there. Late game losses from that kind of gold lead though. Look, we've criticized BLG for similar reasons, right? JDG
deserve the same criticism.
They deserve sadly the same criticism for that. Okay, I can actually talk about that one.
Let's do it.
1 second. You just I'm on studio mode.
Ah.
So it won't actually do anything. So what you do there is then you transition, and then you...
No, just say you have to be able to do that.
Yeah, there you go. Hello everyone, how's it going?
Hello, hello. We exist, we are humans, I am Initialise. This is Nymaera.
Hello.
We are siblings. I am Nymaera's older brother. We cast League of Legends together, we have done for many years, it's how we got started, it's what we still continue to do. And we bring you the LPL every single day of the week while it's on. We have not missed a day as yet, which is pretty good going.
We missed one series because we woke up late.
Yeah, that's true.
We've
not missed a day, but we have missed a series.
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah, I'll admit to that one. I'll miss to that one.
Pause
check. I can pause check as well. Okay, so I'm just trying to see what's up tomorrow as well. Oh yeah, tomorrow is we have 2 3-game days, 3 series days back to back. I'm not going to lie, because Wednesday is a non-ascend day and it's a 3 series day, we might take our first day off on Wednesday.
I can see that.
Because while some of the games are fine, it's more like I know that less people will be interested, and I don't want us to burn out. And two 3 series days back to back is a killer, basically. Great casting runs in the family then? Hell yeah, it does. And one of the other, we're not just the voice studio. Well, with that too.
Yeah.
What I find
in a solipsistic universe. The rest of us don't exist.
One of the funnier things, which obviously, like, Vedius is very similar sounding to us, right? And we're very similar sounding to him. So, well, he was in the casting well first, so we're similar sounding to him. We'll give him the priority on that. I think that makes sense, right? But of course, we've just perfected the casting accent. All three of us together at some point. We just found out the best way to sound on microphones on cast. Probably, definitely, right? That's the way it works.
Washed up Siege caster over in the YouTube. Hello, Honoract. Wait, you didn't used to work with Laxing, did you?
Trying to think who. I mean, obviously Janiro, it's someone that worked in Siege quite a lot. Doa did a Siege Siege event or two. Don't know if I know that many other Siege casters, but I have a lot of respect for Siege casting because it's just a hideously complex game. Like, there are playbooks for every single map, which are like this large.
So yeah, I did a show with Laxing, so I did some Siege, and Laxing brought in, so our producer for the show was also a Six producer, and he brought in one of the playbooks, and every single map has a binder this thick.
I love that.
Unbelievable stuff. And like, we were doing like walkthroughs of the maps, and it was like a 10-minute walkthrough. But right now, we need to walk you through Draft, and League may not be quite as individually map complex as Rainbow Six, but there's still some nuance to get a hold of.
I don't know, Sam. We have one map and it's hideously complex. And Sam, I can look at Arena, I can think of all the different plans there. I've been on ARAM maps enough to know the difference between them. We can make a Siege playbook if we really tried, maybe. Okay, we're going to get in towards draft number 3, folks. It should be fairly close. Now we get to see how those champion pools start to go in terms of depth. The series before was a 2-game series. BLG have had 3-game series before. the faker shh. Although I will say, folks, Forgiven did it first. He did it first, just not as popularly.
And in fairness, the one that Faker did was with incredibly high production value, and it looked so good.
Fun fact, everyone. Fun fact. You know the "all roads lead to me" thing? That was a line that was written for him by Shakarez. Shakarez was the guy that gave him the "all roads lead to me" speech. So if you want to thank people for that line, thank Shakarez, incredibly talented person on the production side of things, and a good friend as well. Good, might find warrior, good friend.
I just saw that fan edit of the cutbacks to the prequel scenes. Wonderful. With that moment. That's just very, very cool and very, very emotive. Yeah. Third game of the series. BLG now on blue side, JDG on red. They'll get their first pick of the series.
Okay, and I think the big champions up right now are Ryze to Leah. Ryze to Leah are probably the two big ones. We might see a Ryze Gambit saying, okay, you will pick the Ryze and therefore we'll pick Onivia Cassiopeia. Knight was kind of known as Orochimaru for a while because he was a bit of a Cassiopeia player. Honky obviously plays both of those champions. And Ari is up as well, which is obviously a comfortable champion for both.
I'm going to throw a few threads out there, some potential lines to track as well. Ben and Xiaoshu, both enjoys of the Renekton. We've seen a little bit of things like Nidalee around the world. Shun at one point was one of arguably the best Nidalee in the world. Him and Ben used to play that a lot.
He played it a lot, but I don't know. He was really good in IG22. He was really good on that. I never loved it as much when it came through to BLG23. You know,
just worth noting. There's a few things like that around available. Kiana starts to go up in priority this late into a series. Keep your eyes on that. The Jarvan has gone through. Consider that one as well, and Junji will get his Jarvan up.
Okay, so now you need to be careful about immobile champions. I think Vi for Shun looks pretty good here.
Is he a Kiana player?
He is obviously a Kiana player as well. So you can either go for the Kiana or you can go for the Vi. Depends on the flavor of the draft. You don't have to lock it in now, but if you do go for either of them, the Ahri and the Vi do make a lot of sense.
They do.
I think that that is dangerous.
Aphelios Thresh early.
It's dangerous here though, Sam, because you are into that Jarvan already. If you have any one other bit of backline access, that is a very hard champion to play. Look, Viper, one world's on this champion. He has a skin on this champion. He's very good at this champion. But if you have enough backline access, how play game?
So there was a draft gambit that was played the other day when it was, I think it was just me casting actually. But what happened was WE and TT. WE took the Aphelios and didn't take the Thresh. Immediately JDG or the other team slammed, like it was Thunderdog slammed Thresh Jinx, and the Aphelios was left into a horrible Jarvan game with no way out of the Cataclysm and the Thresh Jinx to pull the Jinx out to safety, and it was a disaster. Not going to happen here. You need Thresh on 3, I think, or a Lulu or something, or things get a bit dicey to keep this Aphelios in one piece.
Civ is a good pick here for JDG. It means that you're playing now with the Jarvan standard giving attack speed to you. You have a front line to stand behind. You can look towards something like a Nautilus for engage later on, which is a vampire safety pick as well. Now, what happens if you lock Lulu? Or if you lock Lulu and then ban away champions for vampire? I don't know if he has the champion pool to love what happens after that. The Thresh is fine for the safety that can get you out of that Cataclysm, which is actually, in fairness, way more valuable.
And I also want to say, the highest mechanical highs I've seen from a Thresh in the LPL so far this year has been from On. He has made some really, really mechanically intensive plays to get some good movements through.
Thank you so much for the donation on Ko-fi, by the way. How's it going there? I appreciate you. Donation from
Today?
what even is the LPL? Well, it turns out it's a League of Legends league, which we tend to be quite fond of.
Well, we're into game 3 after 2. What the hell is the LPL games, to be fair?
So, the Lulu banned away from Vampire. Again, trying to ban away some of the stuff which can give Sivir a bit of an easier path to fight on. Gala's been less impactful in this series than the last one. The last series, he was really, really strong.
Nautilus and Rel are going to be up. One of the two, probably.
Yeah, I think Nautilus into Thresh, I think, is fine. They
Rel
do
less
ban it
fine,
anyway.
yeah.
The
Rel-
Rel, yeah, the
you get
Rel's a bit
flayed out
weird.
of
You
stuff,
get
don't you?
flayed out of your combo, which can be a bit annoying. Hey, Jonas, good to see you as well. Okay, right, let's go into these second rounds of picks then. Zahen banned away from Bin, trying to ban away some of the better long-term fighters. They might ban Renekton as well. It might be a decent ban here.
Yeah.
And a Bin played in that first series can get ahead of the sign. I'd imagine that's a fine ban here.
Would be, and again, they know it will be into the sun. Gwen instead.
Okay.
Bin was a bit of a Gwen enjoyer.
Oh, huge one. Yeah.
There is a world here where something like a Camille comes out. It's a bit of a spicy pick, but there's just that rumor or two about some of those harder carry options. But the other option that's been very LPL specific really has been that Rek'Sai into Sai on top.
And
to mixed success depending on who is piloting the champion.
one of the annoying things about Sivir into Rek'Sai is that if you go for a flash and borrow, if you flash, then do your Q, then unborrow, it's very hard to spell shield to get it between that Q and the unborrow timing. So that can be a bit of an issue. However, we are obligated to say the only player in the world which makes this champion look good is Flandre. He's the only guy which somehow consistently gets onto the backline, whilst also
not inting.
Not inting as much. Well, he does a little bit of that in laning phase, but he's fine.
He doesn't take tunnels under the enemy turret and takes tower aggro, which Bin has done, as has the Shy, as have a number of other players over the years. So do keep your eye on that one. There's Bin on an iPhone. You just love those signs, having some fun with it. And again, between the Thresh, the Vine, the Rek'Sai, Gravitum, your pick options from BLG very strong. Victor to help deny some of that dive.
And now you have a very strong front line with the engage as well. Yosta, by the way, that's something that we already do. I'm going to assume you're new here. We already do that. We actually don't keep the camera on during games. That's not a problem. But just so you know, probably new here. It's all good. We do that anyway. We're on the same page. So the Bard potential for Vampire. He had a bad game on this versus anyone's Legend. He was ulting his own jungler and instead letting the enemy jungler escape versus Tarzan. He's going to lock it in. Need to see an improvement from him because I wasn't impressed last time. Oh, please give us Night Ari. We get Night Ari! The best Ari player in the world by my eye. Locks it in with the Vi. Vi Ari has had a lot of nerfs over time. They have struggled on this as a duo at points, just in terms of just worldwide. No one's really getting huge value from this right now. It's an earlier spiking comp from BLG. They have a lot of backline access between the Vi, Ari, the Rek'Sai, and potential Aphelios Assault over the top two. However, BLG must be hyper aware that if Viper is out of position, sometimes the Lantern will not be enough to keep you safe from Bard and Jarvan jumping onto you.
I also want to point this out. If the game gets to 2 to 3 items without BLG having a meaningful lead, you have got a much harder task on your hand. The pick tools become a lot less harder to turn into kills when you are ulting a late game Victor Sivir with crazy frontline and a Bard to Tempered Fate the pick. Like, that is not a fun comp at 3+ items. The scaling, the teamfight front to back from JDG, and indeed some of the anti-dive, very, very strong. Early snowball is a requirement, not an option for BLG for my money.
And folks, the best Ari players in the world are as follows, and they change based on the day, based on the tournament. They are Knight, Chovy, Faker, Rookie, and actually Care as well. Care is specifically very, very good at Ari. They are my top 5 Ari players in the world. I am an Ari player with about, 2 million points in the champion. I've played the champion for 10 years, and I've given a little bit of advice to pro players over time when I have builds and ways to play in the runes and stuff like that. I consider myself pretty well situated to do some advice on that. And by my eye, and by my ear, Knight is the best Ari player in the world. This guy, the most important thing about an Ari is that you accelerate. You make plays and you don't stop making plays. And you keep getting that force of the game, pace of the game going forward. He is oh so good at that. He'll need to do that here today. Let's see those Joes.
Brace yourself, they've been allowed. There he is.
Oh god, man. I swear every time, I like the crowd mics being loud for that. It reminds you that there is a very in real world, you know, out there. Now, it is worth noting, folks, that the Victor is actually a very good laning matchup into the Ahri. You can see that Honky starting with the Q, has the Aries start. Ahri's gone for the electrocute. You kind of have to do like auto QW, which is kind of annoying. Knight is going to be losing HP in the first few levels. Will have a little bit better wave through at some points. Basically, Knight's going to be eating bad trades up until the first fight of the game comes through. He's gone for the Q start to try and outrange, misses it there. I don't know. I don't love this start from Knight, but it's fine. Again, it's not really about the laning for the Ahri here in this particular matchup. It's more about getting to that level 6, getting Dark Seal, getting that first game gank of the game done well, or the fight again.
Interesting little statistical overview there. That actually rating JDG very early on, but again, lots of shove to work with. And then the other side of that is actually just that late game turnaround, as expected with Victor Sivir Sion, is very scary post 20 minutes if BLG don't get that mid-game spike going in their favor.
Honky managed to push up and put a ward over in towards Raptors, so we've spotted. Junja's actually going for an evade, knowing that Knight's going to be very low HP. That's also, I think, 4 for 4 on early ease. Junja's going to walk over, doesn't get that, though.
Smite from Shun. He's going to try and use that blast. Pick up at least some of those smaller Raptors. Doesn't. Knight very low, but just about alive. Death Ray lands.
No, he's safe for now. He's safe for now. Should be okay there, really. And now the problem with flashing forwards for a kill like that is that you end up getting charmed under turret. That's a really close to a kill up here in top lane, though.
Ooh, just enough healing. The bomb burrow would have come on through. The passive had run off on that one. Now we'll go over towards the red buff on the other side. Hook lands. Are we taking it? No, we're not.
No, I don't think they can really go for this fight with the fellas not coming over. That's going to be the smite taken by Junja. So Shun loses a couple of small Raptors. The early mid lane pressure from Honky working out here, playing the matchup well. Again, as we said, Victor is a winning matchup very early into Ahri. It's only later on where Ahri starts getting some real kill pressure. And Knight, credit to him, goes back and says, I've got a Dark Seal. Now the great thing about this is that any fight that happens around the lane now has that chance of extra snowball potential for the Ahri.
Very, very nice to work with. And again, credit to On, just slowing down that clear. Does allow Vi to reset. She'll go get her first back, pick up that top side Scuttle Crab and just go, you know what? That was what happens on the invade. The key is here that they didn't lose their life, didn't lose flash, anything like that. Still managed to get the majority of the camps from a difficult position. On the other side, Junja, with the early invade, does get that early roll, and that's good news. Ooh, kind of what we saw from game 1, actually, where they had that Ziggs prior, did similar things.
So there was some questions to chat about, okay, well, who else could enter the top 5 of the top Ahri players, stuff like that. I think probably the person who's hardest done by my rating is Showmaker. I think Showmaker is actually a very good Ahri player. I think he's very good at playmaking. You know, he does take on a lot of the engaged duty himself. Back in the day, it used to be Xiaohu. Xiaohu was exceptional around 2022 when the Ahri rework hit the ground, and that was one of the reasons that they won MSI. Stuff like the Ahri Viego was a very important combo for him. Junja is going to find out Shun is behind a level right now. The early pathing from Junja has been a key part of JDG's success. He was spotted heading over the river though, but hang on, do they spot him here?
Oh, that's going to be a Vault Breaker angle, I think. Going to force the flash. The charm would have caused some serious strife.
Big problem now.
Will be down that flash.
Big problem. Your flash is now down for the level 6 spike. So now when level 6 is a hit, Honky is a target. He's going towards the Rod of Ages. He's going to try and be harder to kill. You're still going to die to a level 6 without that flash. You're going to need some help from someone else walking over to you. You can see again, Honky doing very well at trading back here. Knight, again, not really liking this laning phase. Victor is one of the harder matchups for the Ahri.
Again, keep your eyes on Shun CS, roughly without kill involvement, about 45 CS, depending on how much lane XP you've nabbed. Should get you to level 6.
That's a nasty hook.
Into the Dusk Wave, and the Binding Eclipse. Very lovely, and the heal is forced.
Thresh Phalios, very powerful. That time it's actually the hook land starting from the Thresh. Typically it's the root from the Aphelios which leads into that. Like the splash damage from the Infernum there too. Have I tried Gunblade on Ahri? Yes, it used to be a build back in, like, I want to say 2018 or so, where you went Gunblade, Lichbane, and you went for the Frostbeam's Plane for the Frostfang, the extra damage on the single auto attack. The idea was that you kind of build like Sheen, Revolver, and then eventually you kind of complete those 2 items, but your single auto attack tap was really, really nice. That was the idea back then. Nowadays, I don't think you need you don't need it. It doesn't give you any cooldown reduction. You don't use the AD that well. It's not really worthwhile getting. At that point, if you need the sustain, you should be playing better, basically.
Why did Knight pick the Ahri into the Victor if it's a lane counter?
Because it's very good for the comp. Later on, you're going to be flying forward to Viari and Rek'Sai, and he's only down 5 CS as a plate. Sure, Victor's going to have the fun now. What happens later when you have everyone flying at you, and you die before you can team fight? End of the day, Ahri's very good against immobile carries if there's someone else to kind of push them out of position or force them to play defensively. Vi makes your charm basically a point and click. If you can get past that front line, can do great things. You know, Knight is one of the greatest Ahri players of all time. I think he's currently the best Ahri player in the world and has been for the last few years since about 2023. He is genuinely an exceptional player of the champion.
Nothing landing off the wall. Again, Vampire's last showing on the Bard was poor. I think it's fair to say, was genuinely beyond poor, but it was genuinely terrible. Like, it's rough to say, but again, he needs to have a better showing here. I think he has actually got quite a lot of playmaking to work with here, especially if he can help deny some of those engages, tempered fate, the vial, that kind of thing, can really put a blocker in the way of BLG's if he takes this game.
See that Xiao Shu losing out by about 10 CS on top side. Ginger is ahead of Shun. Not, well, okay, if he gets his red buff, he's going to get level 6 now. So actually, that's going to be about half level down from Shun. He's waiting for his camps to spawn on top side. Dragon is alive. If he goes top side, Bin could be in a bit of trouble here. They can start it off with the Sion ult.
Good indeed. I think Bin is going to have a rough time. He's got some tunnels to work with. They're not leading him towards a turret. He's far enough away that it's not going to be an easy engage, and they just don't want to pull the trigger.
Especially with double cookies, I think that would have made it really annoying. Flash, ult, double cookies, quite hard to take him down. They do have the Bramble Vest to deny some of that healing, but only if he auto-attacks you. Shun does hit level 6 now for clearing his topside camps. Up and towards his top lane. There is a flash for Xiao Shu. I think this is more of a covering gank, really, rather than achieving much on Xiao Shu.
The knockup, are they going to ult this? Thinking about Vault Breakering it at least. That's not bad DPS. Season's assist angle after. Xiao Shu needs to try and ult away, but there's an ult, and they get the kill. Nicely done. Flashed away.
Bin is killed. Double flashes. No one's coming up to stop them, though. Ginger had left top lane. And this time, BLG, they like putting a gank up towards Bin. He is on a snowball matchup here. They get the flash out of Xiao Shu. They do lose both of their own. Bot lane's doing fine on its own to make a difference. Once again, you know, Knight just kind of soaking pressure at turret. He's still staying within touching distance. What he's doing is he's resetting very often to make sure he can get back into mid lane so he can, you know, keep himself topped up on HP. The new home guards make this much more usable. He's got those boots as well. He's teleporting back in this time. Has the lost chapter. It'll help him with that mana sustain. Refills his refillable potion as well. Might see our first fight of the game coming in soon. Probably not with Shun's flashing ult down, thinking about it.
Farm just ult to the top side to get back
farm
to
alarm.
it. The farm alarm. Indeed, that used to be the Rek'Sai before she had her rework in terms of what her ult does. Again, probably better gameplay fantasy that the land shark goes diving at someone rather than using it to go to a tunnel.
I saw mentioning JoJo's Ahri, by the way, from Europe. I think that JoJo is a very good Ahri for Europe. I think that he's actually quite closely contested with caps for the best Ahri within the region. JDG will take that Infernal Dragon easily enough for them. Good CS lead for Junja, as we were saying before. And Jarvan does need to be ahead of the game, so that's important for him. Wouldn't surprise me to see Knight actually go for the... you might have to ult here, we'll see.
And there's the Chaos Storm. Sorry, Hextech Storm these days. Does land the charm. He'll be able to back away, holds on to the ult, but does take a fair chunk doing it.
I think he just says, look, I don't have Malignance yet. He's only got a Catalyst, he won't kill. What Ahri will do is look to... hang on, he stops a recall from Knight. He's got Thresh in mid lane. Bard could well, doesn't have ults, we can't really do much here. Vampire doing a good job of getting some wards into the bot jungle. Again, that's something which we've criticized him for before, but the warding pathing here has been quite good. The entire bot side jungle is lit up like a Christmas tree.
Nice little right mid from on. Will secure quite a lot there. Allows Knight to get that shove. Honky with the need to reset. Is he going to be interrupted again? He is. He's got like no mana.
Yeah, and again, I've seen comments in chat being like, oh, but Knight's so low HP, blah, blah, blah. This is just how the early matchup goes. Guys, he's within a wave CS. Like, this is where it's worse in the game for Ahri. Honky's going to teleport back into the wave. You know, Knight's not displeased by this. He hasn't died, he hasn't blown flash, he has his ult available for the first play of the game. This is fine for now. Now, the question is, will he be able to consistently deal with Honky alongside the rest of his team? He needs to get a recall now. He needs to come back on full HP. He is down that teleport.
Does claim the cannon and then come back away.
Yep, recalling, just making sure he's outside of death range, cancel range there. Yeah, that's one of the worst things about this matchup is like just cancelling each other's backs can be really, really annoying in this matchup. A random charm, long range E. See, once again, Knight just comes back out onto the map. He's within touching distance on gold. It's completely fine. Honky does have an extra plate in mid lane, but it's not leading to that much. Knight is still in position to make the big first play of the game, and this is where, typically, Knight has been the best Ahri player in the world. The first play of the game is where he starts to really pop off and make huge value.
Q holding away a fair way up there. Force Knight to extend a little bit, but we'll still be able to clear that out now with that Q onto the range minions. Nice stealth shield there on the Moonshot.
Yeah, so now we need to see BLG contest this vision on bot side river, really. They might go for a bot side scuttle crab plate. No, not... Well, On is walking up, and they do have Ahri on a decent timing for this.
That attempted now placed on the heal to inventory. There's the lantern bringing Shun over. Junja in danger, gets Bolt Breaker, the Cosmic Binding. There's the turnaround. The exhaust comes on down. Viper gets his ult off before he is tempered fate-wise. They do get that kill, but it's a turnaround. One jungler for one jungler. Garland needs to ult away. Now Knight's coming on over. Has got that ability to go through the magical journey. Honky potentially in a difficult spot. Now Vampire's in danger. The charm just wide, but maybe still in danger here as he's forced to flash.
Yeah, it was a blind charm into the brush. They didn't have the perfect angle. They do get themselves 1-for-1. Scuttle Crab was not claimed, interestingly, there. Knight, he might get Chaos Storm. Oh, he's already down, actually.
On's here, there's a Lantern. Can maybe still look for a threat flash. Charm, nice combo. Death Sentence not required. I don't know whether you had to flash for that one, but I appreciate it. On.
Yeah, and Knight gets the 2 Dark Seal stacks. He gets the ultimate Hunter stack. Despite not being there at the start of the play, he walks away with a little bit more value, and this is exactly where we see this matchup in the mid lane start to turn apart. If Ari gets a good first play of the game, then she can start to take over outside of the lane. It doesn't look like much for now, but believe me, once you start getting those ultimate Hunter stacks and some Dark Seals stacks to get ahead of where you should be in the game, it's very, very dangerous for the other side of the map.
Indeed it is. Knight does make that first play, and again, Victor, good laning phase, but then he kind of falls into that trough where he's waiting for items, waiting for passive stacks. He just needs a while to come online truly into a game.
Yeah, once he gets something like the upgraded Merc Treads and the Rod of Ages, Ari can't do much to him on an individual level. It's a good play from On, realizing that now's the time. I think as a team, they say, look, we got Vi with Ul, we got Ari with Ul. Ari doesn't come out to play that quickly. So you notice that the threat isn't really there, I suppose, from JDG onto the rest of the team. So they're realistically backing off from this. Vampire does get the ult onto Viper, but I don't think it changes that much. And this is the key thing here. You know, he blows the flash at this point. You should never walk back into the bot side jungle here. This is very, very greedy from Vampire. Maybe he thinks he can get like a chain CC onto Ari to kill him. Misses the Q, which doesn't, and then dies to the flash charm afterwards. Uses the heal, so even uses the summoner. Knight gets himself a huge victory off of Vampire's overstay.
I don't know whether On needs to flash it, but I guess he was worried about a potential magical journey allowing On to his Vampire to escape, which would have been very frustrating. So it was better safe than sorry, I guess. But either way, additionally, something to play.
Bot lane quest just completed from Vampire. A little slower from BLG in jungle, not surprisingly, given that Jun just been farming up a Storm, and then Knight, he's been forced back from lane. Doesn't matter finishing your bot lane quest a little later, honestly. Oh, it's the Lucidity boots upgraded from Honku, actually. Especially the Rod of Ages, you do need a little bit of cleaning.
Do you mean mid lane or bot lane?
Mid lane one. So
mid lane.
Yeah. So the bot lane one, you want to complete that as early as possible, but then for your mid lane quest, you care a lot less, honestly. It's just get it at some point. You really want to just be controlling the map and making sure you're making plays first and foremost.
Stormrazor first on the FLS. We've been seeing this more and more often. That first little combo is really nice. Knight did not enjoy that chunk there.
He's just farming up. Should be fine. He'll have another Q up just in the next second. Plays out the wave. We've noticed that there's the swap between Aphelios and the Ari. Ari now towards bot lane. Does have teleport to get back out on the map. I think the chunk means that he can't really stick around for that much longer. So there was Boomerang Blade to stop that too. Second Dragon started by JDG.
Oh, potential contest here on and Shun over the wall. Do they want to do this? I think they might with the Lantern out.
There might be a teleport coming in. There we go. That's the Ari coming in. Shun over the wall.
Okay, what about right after? Is there one to be found? Shun not really got an easy angle. Death Sentence lands!
God, you kidding me?
Oh, on! Beautiful template fate to turn it around, but Honku in danger, has to flash away. The Moonlight Vigil!
Charm!
The charm is phenomenal! And they get Honku! Cease! Desist! Decease! Junja doesn't land the flag and drag. Shun gets the Vault Breaker away. It's got a shield. Vampire trading. Look at the amount of chakrams!
Hang on, Knight might be able to stick around here. Where's the flag drag? The flag comes in. The drag is a threat after Moonshot.
Bloody hell, they're so low.
Wide. Shunja, he might be able to EQ again. Charm used.
Oh, with deception, it's another kill.
And so hook under the
tower. Is it enough? They've gone too far. Viper's not there. But the wave, they're still stuck under here. Gala desperately low. Flash auto gets one. Another Moonshot.
Double kill for Viper on his world's winning skin. And this is what we were talking about with its composition from BLG. There's a teleport coming down. Honku might try and look for the turnaround play. If he gets charmed, I think the play's over, but it misses.
Speed up with that Siphon Power. Viper. Death Ray, not enough.
Honku teleports in, can't get the kill. It's a heartbreaker for him. This is exactly what we were saying about BLG being an acceleration comp, and Knight being one of the best Ari players in the world. The best, in my eye. And making sure that plays are happening. Now, this play is started by On. On is the real hero of this. It's just that's what is leveraged off of to give Viper and Knight the really good fight. But it's a combination between the two of them. The smite comes through. I think the magical journey is actually a little bit... Oh my god, that hook is just ridiculous. I think the magical journey is a little bit mistaken here. I wonder whether he could have used that to back off earlier and give a better escape route for his team. Knight realizes, look, there's not that much damage on the Chaos Storm right now. He judges out of the EQ as well. A little bit more damage from that. Could have killed. Doesn't end up landing that Q over the wall as Vampire either. And Vampire, not for the first time, falling down to just a random long-range skill shot to Knight on the Ari. It's a very squishy support dive onto Bin.
And we see that Tempered Fate turns the turret off, flash away. They will get that kill, but now the rest of BLG are here. Do we want to trade this? Find the Eclipse available. Do we let that into the hook? And now, unfortunately for Honky, trapped under the turret, takes another couple turret shots.
No, Viper's not in position. Their magical journey's here.
They're going to try and turn around the Cataclysm. I don't know whether they're going to quite have the damage. There's the Lantern. Can't get out.
Good magical journey. Very good magical journey. And while we say, like, the rest of BLG with that, it wasn't the mid-jungle. So actually, it's only the bot lane roaming over. Great play from JDG. Gives a lot more gold over to them.
First turret.
And it will give them the first turret as well. Bin, unexpectedly dying there. You shouldn't be dying in a dive like that as a Rek'Sai. I would love to see how that came about. Because that Rek'Sai is kind of meant to be unkillable. You have flash, you have ult, you have a good gold lead. Very surprised to see Bin die there.
I think part of it, very good temper fate from Vampire. In fact, very good skirmish from Vampire there.
Yeah, but all the damage had happened before that ult had come through. So I'm wondering, how did you get that low HP? The way that you survive a dive is that when the dive is coming, you're high enough HP. You should be as a Rek'Sai with all your sustain. Junja is having a very good game here for JDG. Got ahead of Shun early, stayed ahead really. See that, you know, he's been having great impact in these fights too. He does have enough damage to dunk down on Shun, Knight, Viper on as well. He's going to be a key part of these team fights coming up later. JDG do have themselves 2 dragons. BLG have 3 grubs, although it does feel, we've been saying this before, teams don't lack tower damage anymore, so grubs don't feel like a win condition. 3 of them is still nice, but it's not the game-changing 3 grubs that used to happen before.
Yeah, definitely something to keep our eyes on. I'd love to see that replay again, perhaps if we ever get the chance. It's still a very, very exciting game. JDG actually now end up with the gold lead as a result of that turnaround. And again, we did talk about how we needed to see BLG snowball, because if this game does get late, Honky has actually managed to get a lot of farm, get that kill involvement. That's really good news for them, because again, Sivir, Victor, late game, very, very scary.
Okay, this is an important moment here. BLG are putting some vision down into the top side of the map. I think they've been falling apart a little bit on vision control in the last few plays, which again, that's good from JDG. Something we thought was lacking from them against particularly Weibo. When we saw that, Weibo just destroyed them in vision control. Perhaps they can fight back and learn a little bit from that loss. See that Viper has gone for the Storm Razor first. I know that's something that Jack Spectra is a big fan of. He really hates the Collector first. Honestly, I think Collector is a hugely overrated item anyway, so that's no surprise there. Storm Razor into Lord Doms will give Viper a very good 2-item spike.
And I think also part of it, look into this comp. Do you really want a Collector into Jarvan, Sion, Victor who's building HP?
Yeah,
it's not an easy game to get value out of the Collector.
Exactly. I mean, the Storm Razor's surprisingly, it was the meta item of 2018, of course, around the LPL's second MSI win, and the first one of kind of like of that era of MSIs.
Again, often with the Aphelios earlier, you're often about those kind of cool burst combos. Storm Razor allowing you to set up some of your weapon combos. Could be really nice.
Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Ari's going to be wave clearing, teleporting down to the play, presumably. Hey, Tomato, good to see you back. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds now. The BLG choose to fight. Ari's heading back towards mid lane. He is opening up onto the map. This allows Sion a free player push in towards top lane if so wish. So Sion's teleporting in. What do BLG do? They're giving it up, I think, and they're instead letting this go down.
Here. Okay, they've got the fight, they've got the lantern, they're going to try and make it again. Herald is used as a potential battle herald here.
Hang on, let's see this. Shun can use it to get into the fight as well after this point. On lands, no, it doesn't land a hook.
But it forces a backstep. Xiaoxu in danger, overcomes Ari. The Cataclysm's on down. Backline for Bin. Vampire escapes. Viper with the ult goes wide because Gala is golden. Fight over the smite is going to be won by Junja. Flash forward from Honky with the Siphon Power. Blade away, gets over the gravity field, and JDG win the fight.
JDG protect their backline this time. Bin doesn't really get into the play. Shun goes down very early, and I think JDG with this fight probably seal the series, folks. It's huge for them to get that soul point, get further ahead of the game, and it stops the momentum that BLG's playmaking was starting to roll. It was a really, really good frontline performance from Xiaoxu and Junja to allow the Chaos Storm of Honky to get value. And I think at this point, JDG might have just pulled ahead of the momentum which BLG were building.
Vampire also with a clutch ult onto Garlet. We'll look at the replay again because I wonder whether that Herald was necessary there from Shun.
So, what happened to it at the end of it? You know, Shun trying to look for that smite secure. The hook doesn't land this time. Bin does he get into the play? What the hell happens to the Herald? Just run. They don't use it. They don't use the Herald at all. I think you could have used that for a big engage. The charm did land onto Gala. I mean, that's important. It's a good defensive ult from Vampire there. But the ult from Viper misses. You know, Knight does get the charm onto the backline. That's his job done, I suppose. But the rest of the team can't follow suit.
Tempered Fate means that Viper's ult doesn't land. The flash after means the death sentence doesn't land. Garland clutches out with a bit of support from his support. Now, JDG with the lead, they've got Soul Point, they're with a comp that bluntly scales better, even if BLG do well over the next 5 minutes. My worry is that JDG have done enough time buying, enough snowball denying, that the late game is going to arrive for JDG one way or another.
And serious shout out to Vampire for the defensive bard ult there. That actually was very important onto Gala, because the charm did land. Actually, Knight was having a very threatening angle there, with the bard ult buying time for the death rays and the Chaos Storm to get found. Shin does have ult. He's following way deep now.
And unfortunately, they've gone quite far for that. Tempered Fate buys time. Knight can maybe still go for the kill. They're going to play back, and that should be Junja's death. That might allow them to look at something like the Baron. The Chaos Storm gets a little larger.
Shun dies.
The kill.
Shun dies. They don't get the Lantern out to safety. So that's jungler for jungler. It's a good pick-off by the Vi-Ahri combo. You know, Shun, very experienced player of this fight, setting up Knight for success there again. The bard ult, a little bit less impactful that time, but again, still helpful in taking down Shun just afterwards. BLG still showing that playmaking though, and if they can pull off those kind of plays and punish Junja, perhaps that'll be the way that JDG can fall behind this game like they did that last time, even with that huge lead.
Knight is Soul AP and has gone for the Shadow Flame.
Find second item in this one, I think, particularly because you're following up after the buy, you are kind of being that secondary carry. First bit of the Q lands, not the second bit there. Junja does end up dying, tries to EQ out. It's a good play from On to play him out of that. Does end up going down. Shun not expecting to die there, I don't think. Ooh, jumping onto Vampire for damage.
At least Viper was only picked up the kill there. Again, if there was a way for BLG to win late game scenarios, it's Aphelios just being a monster. We know what a late game Aphelios can do. Remember LS talking about it way back in the day. He's a conditional hyper carry. Depends on what weapons you have, in what scenario you have. If you've got Infernum Gravitum with all of the items, your burst is your win condition. If it's Severum Crescendum, it's DPS. And it is about knowing how to manage those rotations, knowing how to manage what weapons you have as to how you win a damn team fight.
The Bard is neutralizing Ahri? Well, not necessarily. Remember, earlier into the game, it was the Bard that was feeding the Ahri, really. Because the Bard is very squishy. If Vampire is ever the target, it can be a problem. We saw that, you know, around the Dragon fight, it was good. It bought a lot of time, but it's not quite as simple as that, really. You know, Knight did get ahead partly because of the mistakes of Vampire. Now a minute and 30 till that Dragon. JDG, I think they're doing better in the 5v5s again, folks. They're doing a lot better on that front. I think it really helps that they do have the Sivir as well. We talk about the Aphelios hyperscaling. Of course, the Sivir is one of the queens of that too.
Okay. 1,000 gold lead for JDG, not that meaningful. Again, it's about the comps, it's about the map state, the fact that there is a soul point, and I think a Cloud sold this game for Victor, for Civic, Scion, feels real nice.
Yeah. Tell you what as well, we need to see something more from Bin. Bin has done very little with the lane push which he's had. He died in that one dive. He struggled to have teamfight impact. Hopping over the back of this wall, be able to clear out some wards.
He's at least 1,000 gold up now. Should be able to get a hold of this turret, and maybe that's another way of getting some gold for the team, is just being able to say, Scion, you can't actually stop me attacking these turrets anymore. So there is some strength there. He's got that Black Cleaver in second as well to potentially set up for people like Shun, for people like Viper to really blast people, especially if Viper can get a hold of that Infinity Edge on a good timer.
You can see that Shun and Knight starting to group up again. Honky's been safely farming though. Honky's been given fair... Hang on, there's some good warding there.
Time. 20 seconds until Cloud Dragon. We need to see who's got what items. There isn't a reset from Viper. There isn't a reset from Gala. There will be at 2 items here coming into this soul fight. JDG in the river right now. BLG have tried to contest second with the Vi, somewhat unsuccessfully, it must be said, over the last 2 dragons.
One of the things about the Thresh, a lot less tanky than a lot of the other kind of melee supports which the Thresh kind of loosely falls into. Bin is pushing this top side. Do they give the Cloud Soul? Pretty dangerous versus...
I don't know whether they can afford to. They're staying in the river, trying to shove through mid.
They are. So JDG, they give up the river positioning. Hook misses that. Traded for that death rate. On does have that Celestial Opposition blown.
Both the lines, and it is just a little bit of waiting and seeing. Junja putting down the flag, spotting out vision with it, but now they've lost all the wards.
JDG giving up control over this. Not great for that. I would have thought they'd be able to brute force their way in. This is the play topside. Scion without that ult does mean he's a lot less threatening in the team fights now.
He's TP'd in now, but Rek'Sai's roamed down, can potentially look for that flank angle. Doesn't need to burn his own
Look at these long-range skill shots being traded. We've got the Death Ray like this. There'll be the Sivir Boomerang soon as well. Traded for the hooks, the charms. And JDG do walk their way back towards the Dragon after initially losing control of the river.
Gravitum Infernum for Viper. Big teamfight ultimates, utility ults for the R-press.
So much fog of war. Using the Lantern to spot this out.
Down to half HP is the Dragon. 3,000 to go. Will be a smite fight. They get the Binding Eclipse done.
Gala!
Oh, the Gala! Oh, on! Superb! The turnaround invulns the ult from Viper, who needs to flash away, but beginning to run away himself. He gets something down with the Dragon. It's secured by Shun, but the Chaos Storm is monstrous! The Tempered Fate keeps Gala alive. 5, and it is a Category 5 Hurricane as Ben needs to run away from Victor's supreme control of the weather.
Insane Bard ult from Vampire saves the pick. Gala gets hooked, but the follow-up is just thrown into stasis. Viper struggling to have any impact on the Aphelios, mistiming his ultimate as JDG just put down all of the skill shots they can as the stasis comes out. JDG lose the dragon, but they will end up taking the Baron.
Oh, let's get that replay, because I thought this hook had just won it.
On threads the needle hit. This should end any good for the team fight. They get it onto him, flay him into the box, and then I think Shun makes a big mistake as does Viper and just putting all the CC into the clump. They get Chaos Stormed. Viper gets hit by the EQ, dunked afterwards, and at that point the game's just kind of over. Great fight from JDG playing on the defense. BLG probably should never have let them get onto the dragon in the first place.
They do at least get the dragon. The problem is they've given up Baron for it, but at least they spare themselves soul and drag it Baron.
And we were saying we needed to see a step up from Vampire. He's been the weak link of JDG. This game has been very good from him. He's been playing very well on the defense. The early get, hang on, you might go for another ult here again. Catch on to On. He doesn't have flash.
Got a smite in infantry. That's where he's at. Oh, no, On.
Goes down. Great warding from JDG. The early game, a little bit awkward from Vampire. Gave some early kills over, but since then has been taking off. He's probably getting MVP for this one, folks. Either him or Junjet. Jungle support playing very well. And BLG, they took that last game, but JDG against BLG in every single game have looked like the better team fighting team besides the late game of that last one. JDG outclassing BLG in a way that I don't think anyone really expected.
2 series in a row, JDG have gotten the better BLG. That is something to say, isn't it? Very rare you can say that, especially with how good BLG looked in their 4-0 start.
And especially since, they're going up against BLG with Vi Ahri. Folks, this is the combo that they really used to get to, 2024 Worlds Finals. Knight is the best Ahri player in the world. And they're making him look very ineffective here. Very good team fighting against it. BLG, they had a slight snowball again. I do think that Bin has had a poor series. He's ahead in gold, but he's had no impact. He's 1-1, folks. He's done very little in this game. This Rek'Sai, I think it has to be landed in the hands of Flandra and no one else. Bin has not been impactful in this series.
6.7k ahead. I will point out every other game has been thrown from similar gold leads, and it might be done yet. Again, it only needs one fight to go wrong. Can still get. That said, JDG with Sivir, Victor, 3 items complete online, GA for Jarvan. The actually very good play now from Vampire on this Bard. That's a decent hook. It's holding on to Sion. The turnaround damage is just getting disgusting.
Yeah, the ricochets, the death rays, instant HP melted, and JDG have once again realized if we death ball, we're fine. Last game, that wasn't true. That's kind of how they lost, actually. I wonder whether BLG, the way they beat JDG in the future is if they try and death ball at the same time. Shun's on the flank, On's low HP though. Can they make the play?
They are going to look for it. Shun gets in, that's not bad. Turns around, Tempered Fate will stop too. Again, the Tempered Fate denies the dive, and Viper gets blown up by Honkyu. Oh boy! Knight gets a charm, Jarvan will lose his GA. On low, not quite down, but I still think, even with a couple ult charges, Knight's got nothing left in the tank. Sion will unstoppable force onslaught forwards, I apologize. And out comes Sion, forcing Knight away from the Nexus Towers, away from the base. And Jing Dong Gaming, it is a hard-fought fracas of a series, but they will secure 2-0 in series wins against Billy Gaming. And it is a miraculous set of games. Excitement, to say the least, but the opera closes in the 3rd act. And JDG are triumphant at the end.
JDG get to see the upsides of Vampire, who had an exceptional Bard things to close things out. He's my MVP for that game 3. The Bard, exceptional, stopping the engage. And once again, I think BLG struggling against JDG, particularly when it comes to those grouped fights. JDG are the better team fighting team.
Thank you again for those bits, Orca. Through a few hundred adders there, means a huge amount. Folks, please do come and ensure you follow the channel, you subscribe to the channel, you throw some support in the Ko-fi chat. Again, we are looking for all of the tips we can get from all of you back at home. There's about 560 odd of you in here right now in the Twitch chat alone. Some big viewers over in Onivia as well. So for those of you who do want to donate, there is a Ko-fi link, there is a Twitch link. It means a huge deal to our ability to keep doing this for all of you. We see you, we appreciate all the support that you can give us. At the very least, do consider sticking around for those adverts. Makes a big deal for us. And also, just hitting the follow button. Make sure you come when we're here. We'll be here pretty much all day, every day, all year.
We'll do it as best we can, folks. So, JDG take down BLG twice in best of threes within a week. It is a hell of a record for them to have. They've beaten anyone's legend. They've beaten BLG twice. They did lose to Weibo and Victus Gaming, but it's pretty clear to me that JDG have BLG's number. I think they're better in the team fights. I think the early game plans are better too. And I think we're starting to see some issues with BLG. Bin is struggling to have impact in pretty much any of these games. This is not the Bin of 2023 or even 2024. He's really struggling. And then we look throughout the rest. Okay.
I want to jump in on this as well, because I think the other issue for me is Honkyu in the first few levels in pretty much every game got shove and really good priority into Knight. Like the Ziggs game was really good early. The Victor into the Ari was an astute matchup, but he still gets the shove, keeps Knight down until those team fights. Like the fact that actually Knight's not coming out of lane with the lead, he has to get it elsewhere, is not something BLG want from their mid lane.
And I think, well, I mean, obviously the Aurora game, Knight had a lot of pressure in that one, so that was partly on matchup. I think the Victor should get pushed into the Ari, so that's matchup. The first, I think actually this series actually went by matchup for me. But the thing about BLG is that they've typically they could ignore that and Knight would get it anyway. But now actually the matchups are playing out the way that they should be. You know, in this game, you know, we look at this series rather. Look in the first game, the Azir went down early, made better plays in mid game around the map. In the second game, the Aurora ended up carrying the game. Third game, he actually did accelerate. He stayed within 5 CS and he stayed beyond that. I think the important thing about this series is it's not Knight playing like shit. They're just beating Knight. And that's a big thing, which is why I don't want to in fact, this is me building up JDG, because actually they're beating Knight, who's not just inting or something like that. I think Knight's actually still playing fairly well on the whole. They're just beating him anyway.
And I guess what I want to say with that is the fact that Honkyu is able to look at Knight and say, yeah, actually I can match you, I can beat you, is a big deal.
Yeah,
like that's huge, because again, the fact that Knight isn't just like, again, there have been some Syndra games, guys, where Knight has gone 9-1 and broken people. Like, he has just hard carried BLG to a lot of those wins. The fact that actually Knight looked good, but not, oh Jesus Christ, this is the best player in the world, is a big deal.
My big issues for BLG, because we have to talk about this from the BLG side of things too, is Bin and Viper are not having the impact they need to. Bin, they give him ganks and he can't carry. Especially in this Rek'Sai game, this is meant to be something where you take over against the Sion and other tanks like that, and then you become a diving threat. It didn't really work out like that. He had some, I think he ended up being 1 and 2, something like that.
Look at those
really
damage differences.
And the problem was I think BLG struggled to accelerate the game in the way that they wanted to after the first couple of kills. I think BLG, if I were to put them down into a nutshell, is BLG are too easy to lull into a 5v5 they'll lose. I think in the past, you look at 23 and 24, BLG would win even when they were out-comped, even when they didn't have the team fight for the 5v5. That's not been the case for a while now. I think it wasn't the case last year, and even with the assumed upgrade, bringing back Shun and bringing back Bin, we thought that they would be, you know, we thought it might be the case again, but of course it's not the case anymore. JDG, I think that on the whole, that they've been much better at the 5v5s. I think Jundra's been better at early game. I think that Honkyu's been playing out the matchups well against Knight to make sure that he can't just outperform in those matchups too. And Xiaoshu, as you've seen, has not been a loss condition versus Bin at all. It's been completely fine.
Yeah, and again, I think Vampire had a good series again. In fact,
he did.
Curious to see who gets MVP for the series, actually, because there's a few different options. Junja, Vampire, Honkyu, all really good.
I think for the series, I give it to Junja, but it's close between him and Vampire, actually. It is close between the two of them. But yeah, you know, I think that JDG, I thought they would be good next split. I thought they'd take a split to get that. They're actually much better at a much earlier time there too. Fans voted for Junja?
I can see it.
Sense. Got an interview. What are your plans?
I'm going to go do some streaming.
You got going doing that, Sam, because the longer we wait on this stuff, the less viewers there are to rate over. Indeed. So you got to do that. We'll turn the volume back on for that then. We can do that.
Hello， 大家好，非常感谢粉丝们来到京东主场支持我们战队。
谢谢他们教练，也再次欢迎，再次恭喜你们获得了今天这场比赛的胜利哈！这场比赛一共是鏖战3局，非常的精彩。这样，我们也先问一下现场的各位召唤师们，觉得今天比赛精不精彩？觉得京东打得好不好？谢谢大家。这样，我们也问一下当事人教练在休息室看的时候是什么样的感受呢？
我好久没有就是看一把比赛心脏病跟坐过山车的感觉了，就是第2局我都在想MVP 要给小徐吧，然后突然就一下就没了。对，就真的是非常惊心动魄。
局在落后7500的时候，当时是一个什么样的感受呢？
我觉得因为队伍平时对待训练赛非常认真嘛，就是在落后的时候也不会轻言的放弃，所以其实他们一直在寻找翻盘的机会，然后刚好在对战中在蓝 buff 那边找到一个破绽，然后就尝试打出一个 combo 嘛，然后没想到就是后续就是抓到这个机会，然后赢下比赛。
所以其实今天拿下比赛胜利跟平时训练能够稳扎稳打，或者是不断的去寻找机会是分不开的。那也问一下教练，从教练的视角来看，你觉得今天能够拿下整场 BO3 胜利最关键的原因是什么呢？
首先最关键是选手们的精彩的发挥，然后另外一点是我觉得经历前天我们打微博的时候输掉比赛，我觉得教练组在 BP 上面确实是版本是可能没有做得很好，然后我们也研究了很久，今天其实也是拿出来的体系是之前也没有拿过的。感觉在准备 S 组的比赛真的是一天一个版本，就是真的是需要投入很多的时间，然后教练也要很紧密的跟选手进行无缝的配合，就感觉就很累，就每一天都，所以就很感谢选手们能够赢下今天的比赛。
每一天都要迎接不同的新的挑战。其实，在赛前采访的时候，Gala也提到了之前打微博那场比赛，他提到他们下路对线的一些他认为的不足。那教练觉得在今天下路方面有没有一些提升或者改善呢？
今天我觉得很明显下路组是打得比对战微博的时候特别好。然后我这里也是想重点夸一下小灿吧，就是他最后一把的巴德，其实我觉得在决胜局里面让他选择到这个英雄，其实他的压力是很大的，因为我们之前有一次给他选过巴德，然后当时他的表现不是很好，所以我觉得通过这样的一场比赛胜利去锻炼他的搭心脏，然后以后他每天睡觉前都可以好好品一下这么完美的巴德发挥，就作为教练我非常的开心。对，
应该今天晚上回去会一直去看回放。我们也说到这儿，就给温派一些掌声好不好？谢谢我们现场的召唤师。刚刚 Happy 教练简单的提到了一下 BP， 那我们也简单的去讨论一下，因为第一把选到了一个 Poke 阵容嘛，那如果前期没有拿到优势的话，其实对于选手的压力还挺大的。在比赛的内容当中，我们也看到了当时构建这样一套阵容的思路是什么呢？
其实主要是对手拿了这个沙皇体系嘛，然后如果再给到对手这个维鲁斯兰博的话，他们就前中后期什么元素都有了。那其实这把游戏为什么过程会比较艰难，是因为我们中间有一些沟通失误，就我们以为潘森没大，所以就被滚雪球了。对，那所以其实我们那套阵容其实前期是可以给到对手比较大的压力的，因为沙皇毕竟是一个后期的英雄嘛，只是我们前面没有执行好。但是这个就是比赛的魅力嘛，就 BO3 你输一局不代表第二局也会输，就还是要很考验大家的配合。对，
是的，最后 JDG 的选手们也是顶住了压力，在第3局的比赛最关键的时刻还是拿下了比赛的胜利。那最后也问一下他北教练吧，那跟北京 JDG 的选手们去沟通磨合到今天，在未来有没有什么想要一起实现的目标呢？
我觉得虽然我们是一个非常年轻的队伍嘛，但是一上来就要接受 S 组这么困难的挑战，我希望选手们可以以赛代练嘛，就是把每一把比赛都当成自己一个成长的过程。我们也要平心静气的去对待失败。就比如说我们上次
Tori, by the way, thank you so much for the bits. It makes a lot of difference to us. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you.
不要太去计较输赢，还有结果上的东西，比较在乎我们每一天的面貌。我们的精神面貌，我们怎么对待我们的日常赛训，才是一个队伍成长的关键。
我觉得泰比教练说的很好，认真的面对每一场比赛，而且全力以赴就可以，一定能够实现自己心中所想。那我们最后也把掌声送给泰比教练，也再次祝贺北京 JDG。
Okay, thank you everyone for listening to the show today. We're going to raid over towards Initialise. Yeah, thank you everyone for the bits, for the follows. If you have enjoyed what you saw here, please think about dropping a like, comment, subscribe, following us on our socials as well. It makes a lot of difference to us. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here, and if you're on Twitch, we're going to raid over towards Sam, who's doing his own stream as well. I think he's playing Disco Elysium. Just stick around for 5 minutes, and you'll get the vibe of it. It's a very cool thing. We'll see you tomorrow. I think we'll see you tomorrow for some games as well. Might take Wednesday off because it's a 3 series day.